Now on the tee we have Karthik Sharma. He has been having a very good season so far, and let's see what he can do this week. A very unique tournament, this one, being played across two golf courses. And what we're seeing right now is the Beldih Golf Club, historic site of many battles, and the other golf club is Golmuri and Beldih. And what we have is the players actually playing 9 holes on either side. So a very unique event with the players actually switching 9 holes, and the leader group actually taking teeing off, right? The leading players teeing off from Golmuri and then culminating their round into Beldih. Here we have a look at MD Zamal from Bangladesh. Was done really well there. A very challenging hole, the first hole at Beldih, a tricky par three. We have Kapil Kumar now from Delhi. Kapil currently having a good week at 1 under par. So players would probably be going with maybe something like a 7 iron here, and he's done well. A unique feature about Beldih Golf Club is that the greens are raised up. It's a little bit of an old-fashioned golf course. You have the greens perched up and surrounded by bunkers. So ball striking is definitely something that is going to be at a premium this week. As you have a look at the players walking down the ninth. We have quite a constellation of stars this week in the field. We have heavyweights like Gaganjeet Bhullar, Jyoti Randhawa, Chika Rangappa, Viraj Marappa. So you have so many players. Plus, you have young and upcoming players like Trishul Chinappa, stalwarts like Digvijay Singh. So it's a very strong field, and we have a lot of good golf in the offing. What's also interesting is that we have another battle that is on, which is going to be on for the order of merit, and with up to 4 5 players with a realistic chance of reaching the numero uno spot this week. So there's a lot to play for the players, and not to forget the very handsome prize purse that we have uh, this week at 1.5 CR. So there's a lot of money, there's a lot of world ranking points, and obviously this is what all the players actually aspire for when the year starts. And to be here itself is a great achievement for many of the players. And so the field comprising of over 70 players this week. And the good thing about this, I mean, a little bit of a difference this week is that there's no cut. So everybody who tees off is guaranteed a paycheck, and that's a welcome sign for a lot of the players. So you can actually just think of 4 days and have a different sort of a strategy as Karthik surveys his putt. The pin position on this hole is relatively tricky towards the back right of the pin, and as I said, that these greens make for small targets, and you can see that Zamal is short-sighted himself, and it's going to have some tough work to get up and down. And as you see, he's trying to roll it up. There's not much space, so as to speak, to try and hit a high shot on these greens. So you really have to use your imagination, and he's done that pretty well over there. So it's not like another golf course where you can just take out your lob wedge. You really have to think around this golf course, and once you make a mistake, it's very easy for that to compound and lead to bigger scores. So that's pretty well done there by Zamal. Now here we can see what his playing partner Kapil can do. All three players in this group are tied at 1 under par. Wi-Fi join करा लो. Kapil looking at about 15 feet for birdie, moving to his right. Realistic chance to make a move up the leaderboard right now with this putt going in. In the foreground, you can see the second hole and the par 5, the third. So there are some scoring opportunities on this golf club, and he's done beautifully well. And that's a brilliant start. And that's the way you start this fantastic tournament with a birdie. So he'll be really happy with that start. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, these are the players on the lower half of the draw. So they do start their round from Beldih, and the leaders will be here in about 2.5 hours time. So it's a very unique event this way because you're having 9 players tee off from a different golf course, and then the other 9, and then there's a sort of transport in between. So a lot of flavor, different flavor to this week. Now, Karthik here would have definitely got a good read of Kapil's putt, and I look for this to go in as well. A very methodical player would have definitely gone to school on that putt. Doing well, and still getting off to a very good start. 2 birdies, and hopefully Zamal can make his par. Would be feeling a little left out there. Now the group has, the duel has moved off to 2 under par, and Zamal now hoping to make this to remain in red numbers. Zamal, a very established, good player from Bangladesh, and the short game is something that has actually held him in good stead over the years, and he's made his living on the greens and around them. So look for this to go in the hole. And right on cue, he makes it. So all three players actually having a very good day on the greens on the first hole. So the green has been benevolent to them, and they move off to the next hole. And as we have a look at the group on the tee, it's Ankur Chadda, Khalin Joshi, and the Sri Lankan Mithun Pereira. This golf course should definitely suit Mithun's game. Not a very long golf course, and definitely an accuracy golf course. So Mithun should be at home here. Ankur obviously having a rich vein of form recently, and Cullen needs no introduction. A winner previously on the PGTI, and so he's definitely running hot and one of the challengers this week. Rahul, I just seeing brilliant scores all around. What a week here for us and the players as well.
Morning, Shaurya. Morning to everyone who is on here with us today. It's a great tournament. It's of course the most iconic tournament that the PGTI has on the calendar for the players. And there, Kalin Joshi is just about missing the green on the left side. The ball rolls off the tabletop on the left side of the green. So a pretty tough hole, the first hole at the Beldih Golf Club. It's about a 200 odd yard par three with the tabletopish green. So it's not the easiest shot for most of the players. Mithun Pereira now, a man known for his prowess around the green, should be in good shape around here.
Playing a little shorter of the front tee this week. And there are actually multiple tees on this hole, so players would probably be going with nothing more than a 7 iron. Maybe somebody like Mithun would probably be hitting a 5 iron. But still, a scoring opportunity as we saw previously with two birdies if you can hit a good shot. But if you miss the green, you can actually drop a shot in the blink of an eye.
The Beldih course, actually, Shaurya, is one of the tougher courses of the Beldih and the Golmuri leg that we see. The Beldih club made on mostly crap grass, as we call it, in the fairways. Got slightly tabletopish greens throughout the course, and hitting it in the fairway is definitely the most important thing over here. And of course, I'd also say that you don't want to be leaving yourself in trouble positions into the greens, like giving yourself from you don't want to be past the green or on the sides of the green to be making an up and down because of the layout of the course. The course does tend to throw its a lot of its challenges from the back of the greens and also, of course, from the sides. From the front edges, it still is relatively better. But having said that, the greens are, if I'm not wrong, the greens aren't any wider than 20 yards, uh, and lengthwise as well, around 20 to 22 yards. So making it an extremely tough golf course to navigate because there's hardly any room for error over here.
Absolutely. It's almost like a game of darts. I mean, if you miss the target, you're definitely not going to get a bullseye. In fact, you could be penalized as well. So it should make for interesting viewing this week and a unique layout for sure. It's one of the older classic golf courses, if you may, where they've sort of used the lie of the land, and the golf course is pretty much playing to the natural way where how the topography is. So it's a little different that way. As you can see, the steep embankment here. I think this camera angle really gives our viewers a really good understanding of what we're talking about. So if you miss the green, you can actually be here for a while. I remember back in the day, a lot of players used to make double bogeys and triple bogeys in the blink of an eye. So I hope that doesn't happen this weekend. It definitely is not, because we do have the best of the best, ladies and gentlemen. We have players like Shubhankar Sharma here in the field, who's flown back from his European tour tournaments. We have, young up and coming players like Dhruv Sharan, Viraj Madappa, the winner previously. We have Anura Rohana from Sri Lanka, Thanga Raja from Sri Lanka. We have Adil Bedi, the star, the upcoming player from Chandigarh. We have so many players. I think we won't be able to do justice to all the big names. Obviously, we have Jyoti Randhawa, the veteran golfer, the three-time Indian Open champion, and so many more. So this is definitely going to make for a very interesting week.
Of course, the Order of Merit leader Karandeep Kochar is also here. Colin Joshi showing us why he is a good player and why do his stats actually speak up for him. There we have him chipping it up onto the green. We have Mithun Pereira now coming on. We also had a very interesting putting competition at the beginning of this tournament, just before the pro am, where Gaganjeet Bhullar actually won that tournament with a score of -2. Mithun Pereira going with a flop shot kind of approach for this flag
That's
location.
it's a very daring approach, and I think maybe was that really required? We saw Cullen with a lot more conservative, sort of higher shot, but obviously Mitsund has a lot of great feel around the short game. But you saw he was going the Phil Mickelson route, if you may. Now he has all of 15 feet for his par.
I think Cullen had more room to play around with. Mithun didn't have that kind of an advantage. and also maybe his lie wasn't as good as Cullen, so he couldn't really play the normal approach up onto the green. So Mithun had, probably chose that shot for the purpose. Ankur Chadda now lining up for his putt. Of course, he's put himself in a nice position to give himself a look at birdie. It's always nice to be on these greens because they're not huge, but they're definitely, it's important to give yourself birdie opportunities and putting yourselves on the sides of the holes. I think Ankur Chadda has done a fairly good job of showing us what is the right place to actually place the ball.
I think this is a golf course that would suit his game, the kind of game that he has. Very measured, very consistent ball striker, and look for him to go deep in the last few rounds. And we'll have to definitely do better with his putter, though.
Talking about putting, we're talking about Gaganjeet Bhullar, who won the putting competition for the Legends, which took place on Wednesday, December the 15th, winning at a score of -2. 10 professionals played this putting competition, with the Gaganjeet Bhullar, of course, winning it. Shubhankar Sharma, SSP Chaurasia, Jyoti Randhawa, Karandeep Kocha, Chikkarangappa, Udyan Mane, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Kalin Joshi, and Viraj Madappa all participated in this tournament.
Almost like the Augusta Masters, where you have the par three competition. So this was sort of a harbinger for the bigger things to come. And I'm sure Gaganjeet Bhullar would be hoping that he can emulate that form in this main tournament. And he's doing really well so far.
Of course, the Tour Championship is one of the most iconic events. It's got a huge prize purse of 1.5 crore, and of course, the top 60 players only can play this tournament, plus a few invites that the tour sends out.
I'm sure you've played a few of these, Raul. So what's the experience for a player playing this kind of tournament?
I think it's one of the best tournaments to play because you're playing with an international field. It's more like an Asian Tour event, and it's almost like playing, like the third and fourth round. You're almost playing those third and fourth round and onwards from the first day instead of playing the first and second rounds.
What's the difference that there's no cut? The players are already a lot more relaxed. I feel the cut does hang like the sword of Damocles on the player's head. I remember even the best of players would be a little more conservative in the first few days, and this would change the complexion of the tournament. So, does it lead to lower scores on 4 days, or more risk-taking behavior from the top players? What does it actually lead to?
I think one of the things that one would see during these kind of tournaments is that a lot of players who finish at the middle of the pack or the back of the pack sometimes would actually end up finishing atop the pack because they're not worried about making cut and all. So they start freeing up a little bit and they're able to play to their potential. And yes, it does play a part. Sports isn't the easiest thing. The mind and the nerves are playing a huge part. There are enough kind of pressures on a player. So definitely, not having the cut and having to play this tournament in this fashion does bear an advantage.
Now we have a look at Ankur lining up for his par. Should be able to make that all of 3.5, 4 feet, moving from his right to the left, and he does so. Gets off to a good start with a par. Mithun, unfortunately, dropping a shot, very uncanny. You would expect him to be really good on the shorter holes.
All the players currently at even par in this group starting the tournament, starting with scores of 72 to 72 was Ankur Chadda and Kalin Joshi started with 73 and 71, while Mithun started with 70 and 74s. It's an interesting format of play over here where the Golmuri club actually makes for the front nine of the tournament, while the players have to travel about 20 minutes to come to Beldih club, where they come and play their back nine of the tournament. Of course, the Golmuri club gives them a greater advantage of making a few birdies because of the way that course is designed. And Beldih club is far more, challenging golf course in terms of where the scoring goes.
This golf was also close to my heart. I've had one of my best professional finishes here, finishing sixth the first year that I turned professional. I thought that was a sign of things to come, but lo and behold, it wasn't. But I do remember this golf course fondly. I remember the first hole. We used to play it from the back, and at that point in time, we used to play this golf course twice. And what a golf course it is! And presenting here, it's enjoyable looking at these players trying to go through trials and tribulations that this golf course will throw at them, and definitely a lot more so in the final 2 days.
Next on the tee, we just had a look at Sachin Basoya off that first tee box. He'll be joined by Akshay Sharma and Chikkarangappa. As Akshay Sharma has been spending a lot of time last week at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, spent an extra week there practicing for this tournament.
Oh, so he should be in Royal Nick then.
Absolutely. In fact, he's been putting in a lot of effort through morning to evening. I happened to meet him over the weekend, and just showed he was putting in a lot of work behind his game.
I think these players should because they must know that yours truly will be at the Q school this time.
All right.
So they better keep practicing hard because commentators can play as well.
So you're going to Q school this year, Shaurya?
Yes, I thought might as well roll the dice. I've been working hard on other things, and I think I deserve a vacation. And what better than to try my hand once again amongst these great players? It's,
Lovely.
it's more of a vocation now, but I think all said and done, golf is the best thing to do if you have time, and not just professionally, even for fun. So I consider myself a semi-retired golfer, but definitely it's a great privilege to be trying to play amongst these players. As we have Chika, look at how flamboyantly he's dressed today. A very sharp dresser is Chika.
Chika is always known for his flamboyant dressing and also the flamboyant attitude on the golf course. He does wear his heart on the sleeve.
I really like the attitude that he brings to his game. Obviously, he prepares a lot, and you can see it on Instagram and other places that he puts in the time. Really makes the effort to prepare for tournaments, and that's why you see one of the hallmarks of his game is that he's able to shoot deep numbers because he's not afraid. He's able to take the challenge head on. Now we have a look at the players walking down the fairway. Chika's pants are unmissable. The others are a lot more soberly dressed. Shows you that the hole is downhill, but the green is sort of perched 7 to 8, if maybe even more, about maybe 7, 9 yards above where the ground is, the apex of the green. And if you miss it over the green, it's very tough to make par. I think a lot of the players would be just trying to get to about 10 to 12 feet for their chip shot and then trying to make par. So I think it's imperative that if you do miss the green, miss it short and right. So that's going to be very important this week. Who's able to navigate the greens and ensure that he misses them in the right places is going to be a defining factor for the champion here.
So a good mix-up of players atop the leaderboard this week with SSP Chaurasia, of course, leading the way at minus 12. Karan Pratap Singh, who has also been showing a lot of form off late, followed by Gaganjeet Bhullar at minus 10, and Udayan Mane, the Olympian, also at minus 10. So a good bunch of scoring out here with, of course, a lot of new names coming up atop the leaderboard. We've got at tied 8th position, Yashas Chandra from Mysore. So, this goes to show how things change as you do not have cut lines. We've also got Sudhir Sharma at the tied 8th position as of now with a score of minus 6. So things do tend to get a lot more interesting in a tournament like this, where, of course, there is an international field. The players don't have that extra pressure of making the cut. They do get a lot more freedom to be able to play the game the way they actually like to play it.
Absolutely, and that's why you can see lower scores from players who normally don't shoot such low numbers, and that's what actually adds to the excitement this week as we have a look at the player navigating from the bunker.
Sachin Besoya from the bunker there. One of I remember playing the Beldih club, and one of the toughest things I found at Beldih was the texture of the sand. I found it's extremely difficult to be able to judge the way the ball will come out and spin because the sand is really like a loose, soft sand. So it's very difficult to judge how far deep the club actually goes under the ball.
It's one of the things I really wanted to discuss with you. What would you tell our viewers? Obviously, professional golfers travel and they play different course conditions, especially how the sand is week in, week out. It is different. As in, like, how does one cater to different conditions of the sand? There's the density of the sand, the texture, and that affects the way the shot comes out. As we saw, there was a lot of spin on that shot that he hit, and maybe it was unintended, but uh, yeah, so let's get back to that in a bit. Let's have a look at this now. Chika's short game will be tested. He's really good with these shots.
Chika is in a similar position as where Kalin Joshi was, so he can go with a very standard approach with a sand wedge or a lob wedge up in his hand.
That's a
Pretty
good shot.
similar result to what Kalin Joshi had from that position. Going back to our conversation about the bunker shots as we look at the players on the green on the first hole. So usually, professional golfers get some time starting the practice round. They have this time to get used to the greens as well as the bunkers and the textures of the sand. So one of the toughest things I think is to be able to learn what kind of sand there is in the bunkers, even if one gets a full practice round. Even then, I think to understand how far deep you want to put that club under the ball is something that one has to hone. So probably the evening after the practice round, the players are also trying to get used to that stuff. But when we look at it in terms of club golfers, I would say the first thing that I would recommend a club golfer always to do is to spend 10 minutes on a putting green before they play around. Even if they don't hit balls on the range, that's still fine. 10 minutes on the putting green and 10 minutes in the bunker and chipping, like sort of a little mix and match of these things would terrifically help them to be able to score on a new golf course that they've gone to play with their buddies. And the other thing that they can, be doing is that when you get in the bunker, uh, you must have seen players swiveling their feet to get slightly under the sand to be able to get more balance. That swiveling can also help you to understand how far deep the sand goes and how soft it is. So while even walking in the bunker, you can figure out as to what kind of. So you have to use a little bit of awareness there to be able to understand what kind of a shot and how steep or shallow do you want to actually hit the shot. Sachin Besoya missing his par on the first hole, so not a good start for the Delhi gentleman.
An interesting battle that there is for the Order of Merit champion. Who is going to emerge there? Currently, Kocher currently sitting at 49 lakh 59,000. Chika Rangappa at 46 lakh and 4,000. Udian Mane. And what we have realistically is, Yuvraj Sandhu who's at 36 lakh, fourth position. Khalin at 35 lakh. So these players, all the way up till number seven, Manu Gandas, if they have a brilliant week and they win the tournament, and if the rest of the players don't finish in the top five or top seven, then any player up to the number seven could actually emerge as the Order of Merit champion. So there's a lot to play for, and if you do emerge as the Order of Merit champion, there are a lot of accolades and sort of freebies, if you may, that come along, that you can get to play the bigger tournaments in the world. You get invites, you get on the Asian tour, you get preferred status for the country spots, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of things to play for.
I think the biggest thing that a player gets from here is the 4-year exemption onto the PGTI, which is unheard of. Earlier, the players only got 2 years of exemption. This year, they're getting 4 years of exemption. So whoever manages to get this title and finish atop that leaderboard, atop the Order of Merit, is going to enjoy this for the next 4 years.
Yes, obviously. So there's a lot to play for. And not to forget that they could actually end up breaking the record of prize money on the PGTI, which was previously held by Rashid at approximately 66 lakh. And I think Karandeep could eclipse that, and so could Chikka Rangappa with a victory this week. So it's up to these two players. But Chika, obviously, at this point in time, is quite far behind as far as scores are concerned. So I don't think he would be threatening that.
Just learned that our good friend Sudhir Sharma made a hole in one yesterday on this very hole that we are on right now. Next on the tee, we have Vikrant Chopra playing alongside Karan Tonk from Jamshedpur and Tapi Ghai.
Vikrant, the season campaigner, has been playing consistently over the last few weeks that we've seen him. Very smartly dressed, always takes his dressing very seriously. Conservative dresser, but always up to the mark, and a very good iron striker. He's been known to be one of the better iron strikers on the tour for the better part of the decade. I remember growing up and playing golf alongside him at the APTA in Delhi, and he was always spot on with his irons and his preparation, mind you. That's something that I think younger players can look to. And I remember that spending time with him on the golf range and then trying to join him in the gym. He was always very methodical, and that's why he has this longevity where he's still able to compete with the best.
Great shot by Vikrant Chopra on the first hole, giving himself a good look at birdie and left himself a pin high about 20 feet for the same. Karan Tonk, local lad,
Current Tom can hit the ball a long way, a very long hitter. He's enjoying home course advantage this week. Dressed like Gary Player. You see, his left foot is quite flared open. That's to accentuate the turn that he gets, and that maybe adds a lot more distance to his hit.
I think most importantly, that left foot flare, of course, it helps the turn. It helps a lot of stability. There we have it, helping all the stability and giving himself a nice look at birdie, giving looks like about a 15 to 18 feet putt, going slightly uphill. We have Tapi Ghai now from Gurgaon. Tapi Ghai also having a string of decent finishes this year.
I think this seems to be the theme for the penultimate day. Is to be dressed as the men in black. Let's see if they can emulate Gary Player today. Tappy, obviously a winner on tour, but he blows a little hot and cold. Not that consistent week in, week out. But when he's on song, he can shoot a lot of good scores. Tappy there with a decently good shot. So I think it's the first time we've seen all three players on the dance floor, so as to speak.
I think at the Beldih club, I remember playing a lot of tournaments over there. I don't think even on on any occasion have I seen all the three players being on the green on this first hole. It's not the easiest tee shot to be hitting.
Yes, absolutely. So I think positive energy traveling through the group, a lot of bonhomie and a lot of good quality golf shots. So let's see if these three can continue the trend and shoot three good scores.
Absolutely. In fact, a tad nippy this morning at the Beldih club while we have the third round starting.
back to the green here. We have a look at the players reading their putt, and the greens are not only sort of perched atop, but they're also very slick. So it's like a compounding of difficulty. So first you have to navigate them, try to get on the right side, and then you have to make sure that you're able to putt well and understand the line. So the work is not really done until you get the ball in the hole.
In fact, just to give a little bit of perspective to our viewers, when you actually play a round of golf, normally and in a casual form on this golf course, you'll probably find it a pretty easy golf course in terms of it's pretty straight. Not much happening on the greens. There's very subtle lines, but when it comes to professional golf, making birdies on a course like this can be very difficult because you have to place the ball off the tee to be able to get a second shot where you can place yourself in a place to be able to make a putt as well. So, all in all, the iron striking and the driver striking of each of the players is challenged over the course of the day. Also, if you miss the green, your wedge is also tested hell of a lot because of the fact that the greens are not, they are very, very small. So, having your wedge game on is very important to be able to keep up a good score. Tappy Ghai now on that first hole for his birdie putt.
Yeah, rightly said. One thing that I always remember from this golf course is the grass would always grow against you, and that would make things a lot more tougher to try and make the up and down. And you'd see a lot of chip shots either be short or run past the hole because it's very tough to control the speed when you're chipping against the grass because the player's always trying to ensure that he doesn't decelerate and leave the ball there. So that can lead to a lot of chip shots coming out hot and maybe 10 to 15 feet past. So it's gonna. I think the winner this week is going to be someone who can obviously hit the ball well, but I think whose short game and chipping particularly because it's impossible to hit more than 12 greens here at Beldih. They're very small greens, and if especially if you're going for the flags, you could end up missing the green. So I think chipping will be at a premium, and of course bunker play with the thicker sort of sand. So uh, it's adding a lot more components this week.
That's exactly why we see SSP Chaurasia, the man who's known for his shot game, atop that leaderboard.
Absolutely.
Peculiar shaft on current Tonk's putter there. Have you ever seen that shaft earlier? I think it's the stability shaft for the putter.
I haven't, to be honest. You learn something every day, I think. And it's a very colorful shaft. And here, Vikrant Chopra also going with an unconventional approach, a broomstick putter, which is kind of done him well because he's always suffered on the greens, so as to speak. The greens have always been his Achilles heel. And I think finally he is coming around and improving his putting. So you can see him consistently there in the top 20, 25. And now maybe he just needs to move it up again if he's to challenge for a tournament. So I think the putter is trending in the right direction.
I think it spoke too soon.
Unfortunately, this is something that we classically call as the commentator's curse. So, Vikrant, my apologies to you. I'm hoping next time that we don't see you, you make that birdie.
I spent some time last weekend watching SSP Chaurasia practicing at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and it was a sheer pleasure watching him hit some golf balls because I haven't been on tour for about 3 years now, and seeing him practice and also his pretty much swinging in song right now. So it was an absolute pleasure to be able to stand there and get a few tidbits from him as well. And sure enough, we have his scoring also doing very, very well this week.
Yes, absolutely. SSP is a joy to behold when you see him on the range. Diminutive in physical stature, but otherwise a player. His stature is unrivaled. He's a winner of 3 European Tour events, many other events on the Asian Tour, the PGTI. He's an international star, and he's definitely a national icon in what he's done for this game, and even coming from the background that he is. And add to that his ball striking is really good. And talk of ball striking, we have the ball striking maven Jyoti Randhawa. I mean, if you look at him, you really can't guess his age. He doesn't look a day older than maybe 25 or 30. Look at his fitness, and that's something that the young lord should try and emulate. And I think he's almost reaching 50, if I'm not wrong. It doesn't make any sense. He's like the curious case of Benjamin Button.
One of the finest ball strikers that I've ever witnessed, of course. And he he does practice his game anyway, even now, and also most importantly, he does his fitness and his yoga very, very seriously. So that's what is showing right now to you.
I think he's also trending in like how Tiger has made a comeback and seems to be a lot more bulkier. And I think Jyoti obviously has been spending a lot of time in the weight room, it seems. A fine ball striker. He's somebody who started the whole trend of ball striking. I think all of us would remember that iconic two iron that was hit by him. Each time he used to go to Delhi Golf Club, the first hole and his two iron used to take off like an aeroplane.
So this is a good example of how penalizing the Beldih club can be, where Jyoti Randhawa actually pitched his golf ball just about 8 odd feet away from the hole, but the ball didn't really spin up over there and took that trickle off from the right edge of the green below the tabletop which it is perched upon. We have Harshit Singh Sethi, of course, a good day for the young lad playing alongside one of the Indian golfing legends.
What an opportunity for the young boys to play alongside Jyoti. Would definitely be trying to impress their idol, Jyoti Randhawa. And I think I speak for everyone when he has been an idol for all of the golfers, not just here, but I think worldwide. He had some brilliant finishes even on the European tour. I remember that tournament in Italy where he almost won and just lost in a playoff. Definitely one of the best ball strikers ever, but putting definitely again a little similar to Vikrant Chopra, obviously. The ball striking is there, but the putting somehow tends to give up at the most important moment. What's your take on that? A lot of good ball strikers can't sort of putt that well somehow.
Well, not necessarily. It's not something very, very common, but I think players need to develop a lot of feel around the greens, and maybe some of the better players in the ball striking department could think that since they hit the ball really, really well and hit pretty close to the hole, don't put in enough effort in those departments, and that could be the reason why they're unable to sort of use that to their advantage. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, showing superb form this year and has done extremely well on the PGTI. Has also
That's
won a tournament at Dig Boy.
That's a brilliant shot, and he is able to generate so much lag, almost Sergio-esque. He gets a lot of lag on that golf swing, and that's why he's able to generate that distance and that launch angle and compression on the ball. And I think uh, what's most important, I think distance is obviously important in the modern game, but I think something which is probably takes precedence even above that is compression. So you might not hit the ball far, but if you can get your clubs fitted and ensure that you're able to get some purchase on that shot, you're able to hit down on the ball, and there is compression. Because what compression actually does is that it enables you to play in different conditions, wind conditions, so that the ball is able to keep its flight. So compression is nothing but the revolutions on the ball and how hard, how much spin you're able to generate on it.
So actually, the amount of compression that you would have at contact with the golf ball would be the most determining factor as to how far you can hit it. So a lot of people seem to believe that speed is the determining factor of length of a golf shot, but actually it's the other way around. It is not speed; it is actually the quality of contact, which translates into compression, is the biggest determining factor on the distance of the
Is
golf
that
ball.
can you tell us a little bit about the smash factor? What is that like? If for our players, for even the weekend warriors who are out there and following us today, and we appreciate that. We want all different kind of players to improve and also to enjoy the action. It's not just about improving your game. You are looking at the best players, ladies and gentlemen, not just in the country but all over the world. We have international stars. We have stalwarts of the game here, and soon in an hour and a half, we'll see the leaders and the leading players sort of come through. And right now, we have the players who teed off at Golmuri, who we're seeing the lower half of the draw.
So, I spend most of my time coaching now, Shaurya, and I see this all the time where players seem to think that just adding speed to their club head and hitting the ball really, really hard will help them give it more distance. But most of these players actually aren't even contacting the ball from the center of the club. While details from TrackMan research, Harshit Sethi there seems to have a little bit of a plug ball. This is what I was telling you about the bunkers at Beldih, where the bunker sand is so soft that we are unable to understand it very easily. There we have Harshit playing a pretty good
What a
shot
beautiful shot. I mean,
from
that's
that tough
just, yeah,
position.
that's 10 on 10 for execution.
Brilliant shot there by Harshi Sethi from a fried egg lie.
That's not easy at all. I think a lot of the amateurs would do really well if just get out of the bunker and try to keep it in or around the green. And he's given himself a very realistic putt for par. And here we have a look at Jyoti Randhawa.
This will be an interesting shot just under the green and a very less amount of room to play with. I think,
But you see,
knowing his skill level, I think he's going to probably try to make this chip.
absolutely. But what he's done so well because his ball striking is good, that distance control, he's just adjacent to the pin. So he's not really overshot the green. So he has short sighted himself. But I mean, this is a makeable shot, but one must commit to it.
I think a player of his caliber would definitely be looking at chipping it in from here.
Keeping it a little back of the stance, maybe just a pop and run. And there, I think the challenge that is posed this week is by that grass which grows against you. It's not easy. You can see, if you were able to see Jyoti's club, you see a perceptible difference in the way the club head actually went through the grass. It sort of just got a little stuck and then went through, and that's because the grass is going against the player. So it's very tough to navigate that. You can easily run it past the hole. So that's why I say that if you are going for the flag, you should try and make sure to miss it on the easier side. But obviously, that's easier said than done.
One of the things about cow grass or crabgrass, as it's called on these fairways, is that even on a very thin leaf grass that we usually play on the golf courses, when it's running against us, it's very difficult to hit a chip shot and a wedge shot through that grass. The wedge seems to get a little stuck, so you must have a lot of commitment and keep going through that grass no matter what happens. While when you have this kind of a thick leaf grass in front of you, it does, of course, hold the club back even far more. So the players have to make sure that they get superb contact and keep moving through the ball to be able to, actually get the result that they are looking for. So sometimes it might feel to the player that this shot actually might go too far out, and that's why they are unable to, commit to it completely. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu misreading that putt.
So that would have been a birdie, but he'll have to settle for par. A lot to play for this week, and we can't wax eloquent enough about the massive prize money which is there on offer this time. 1.5 cr with close to, I think, 25 lakh going to the winner. So that's a lot of prize money. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is the highest prize money that's ever been here on the PGTI. That's on offer this week. So there's a lot to play for the players.
Harshjeet said he recently turned professional golfer. Currently at the 49th spot on the order of merit. He's played 16 tournaments this year and made half of the cuts.
A word of appreciation also for our umbrella sponsor Tata Group. They've done so much for the game of golf, and culminating into this tournament, which is a crown jewel of the PGTI. Their support and participation has done so much for the game of golf.
I find it iconic that this, the city Jamshedpur is also known as Tata Nagar. In fact, the way the Tata Steel has actually got all the employees from the city, developed the entire city altogether. I think it's just phenomenal what a corporate uh, who looks after the people around them can do for various communities and societies.
Absolutely, and here we have a look at Jyoti Randhawa was stalking that putt, and yes, he makes that. He has a very peculiar sort of walk up to the hole when he's putting. It's a little, reminds me a little of Keegan Bradley. He's sort of walking up very aggressively, like stalking a prey, and so he was able to, catch his prey this time by making par. And coming back to the Tata Group, obviously they've done so many altruistic things throughout their history, the great history of this group, which goes back centuries, and what they've done in terms of nation building, and now they're doing so much in terms of helping sport and specifically golf, apart from others as well. We
Next,
have
we have on the tee Mohammad Sanju from Calcutta playing alongside the money order leader Karandeep Kochar and Syed Saqib Ahmed.
MD Sanju from Kolkata, so he'd be feeling at home in this part of the country. I should stay on.
Good shot by Mohammad Sanju to start the day. Karandeep Kochar.
Here we have a look at Karandeep Kochar, who does still have a realistic chance of breaking Rashid Khan's season's earning record, which stands at 66 lakh 27,650 rupees to be exact, ladies and gentlemen. That's a lot of money. And you too could make that if you turn professional and if you're able to beat these players.
Karandeep, of course, requires two stellar rounds, probably two 10-unders to be able to win this tournament. He's not really in the best of commanding positions as of now, but yes, two deep rounds could definitely make him finish up at least in the top five.
He is capable of shooting low numbers, but I think it's too much of a tall order to shoot 10 unders back to back. But we saw Dharma shot two 8 under pars back to back. I think it was in Jaipur. So it's possible to shoot deep numbers, but I think it's maybe he's not in the best of form. So that's a little too much to expect. Just have a good week. And
He's a good player around the greens. He's also great with his iron play. So you never know, what he can do. He's actually got all the shots in his bag which are required over these two golf courses that we play this week.
I think he could end up breaking the record with a second place position as well. But that itself is going to require a lot of good scores by him on the final 2 days. There he is, just about coming up on the green, about 30 feet short.
Back on that first screen, we are having a look at Mohammad Sanju, Syed Saqib Ahmed, of course, walking up that green now, playing alongside the money order leader Karandeep Kochar.
And I think what we're also seeing is that even given that this has been a hard 2 years in terms of COVID, not just for sport, I think for everyone in general, the world over. But it's commendable for the PGTI and the sponsors involved, including Incredible India, who've done their bit to participate, help the players out, get associated with this great game. and that's enabled a lot of players to still make their living. And we're having a look at the top 60 players, and at 60th position we have Mohammad Azhar, who's at 3 lakh 93. So a decent amount of money for the top 60 players, given the truncated sort of a schedule that we've had. And if all things go well, I think next year should be really amazing. And what better way to sort of end this year than this amazing championship?
Absolutely. I think it's been a tough time for the players as well. It's been, 2 long years with the entire COVID scenario going on. Some players definitely just about getting a breather to get some tournaments to play and get back to their business. Next year, definitely, I think we'll hold much a better number of tournaments as well. Even though we've had good number of tournaments this year, I think the next year will be even better for the players going forward into 2021. So good showing by all of the players who've come back from this whole COVID scenario, and we have seen that the scoring at the PGTI has become superb. And so that goes to show how the players have actually been working very hard in the background.
Yes, absolutely. Many of them are almost like akin to hungry wolves. They're out here attacking the golf course. Very good camera angle to tell you the sort of elevation that there is on the screen. There's a good elevation, and the flag is almost inaccessible. It's towards the back right of the flag, and that's why you'll see a lot of traffic on the center and the left side of the screen today, because that's the safety first approach.
An old school kind of a design on the golf course with bunkers, the lip of the bunker very, very steep, tabletopish greens, very small, almost like a stamp size green as they call it. Very good layout this week. We also see the rough at the back of Mohammad Sanju. This is the way the rough on the Beldih club looks like. So, players, if they're missing the fairway, it's extremely difficult to come out and make a par from there.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's why players are a lot more deliberate in terms of their strategy, because the greens are so small. And if you end up missing the fairway, it's almost impossible to hit the greens, because from the rough, it's very tough to get any sort of spin or purchase on the ball. And you can really be looking at big scores if you miss the fairway. So I think it's quite important this week that the players have on the short stuff and are able to get that spin in order to control their approach shots.
Looking further down the leaderboard, we've got decent start from Kapil Kumar at -2 today from after 3 holes. Harinder Gupta and Divyanshu Bajaj also starting at -1 through 3 holes. So you've got decent starts out there. Om Prakash Chauhan also -2, and Trishul Chinappa also -2 for the day. So good start for a bunch of players on the PGTI playing the Tata Steel PGTI Tour Championship. Was one of the associate sponsors of this tournament is Incredible India, and this is how incredible India is. This old school golf course in Jamshedpur, Tata Nagar, a city which has been, actually come taken shape due to the Tata Steel company at the venue. Syed Saqib Ahmed leaving himself a little shy of the hole.
A lot of changes in terms of the rulings also happening. I recently heard that the USGA is going to ban the use of green reading books. So all the notes and everything else that the players used to make, they'll eventually just have to rely on their touch and feel and preparation. So I think that's going to take a lot away in terms of the players' preparation, and actually add a lot more, a lot more pressure to them.
I personally think it's a great thing because the one thing that a player must have to play good enough on any tour in the world is creativity, and there's no better thing than actually going up to a hole and feeling and understanding and visualizing what kind of a line it'll be. I think that there's far greater merit in being creative than there is in reading a book for a line.
Yes, absolutely. But that obviously makes things a little more predictable. But I personally am of the same school of thought as you are. In fact, I feel that even rangefinders mustn't really be allowed. There must be some amount of creativity, and some of the unknowns of golf have to remain like that. Because if you get everything on a platter, then you're just executing, and I think that takes out a lot of the art from the game of golf. Because if you always, even in the old times, you would have yardages, you would have the yardages put down on the ground, but you wouldn't have yardages to certain obstacles, like let's say if you're aiming for a bunker and all that. So you there would be a little bit of guesswork, so as to speak, and that's what was the mystery of golf. But obviously, I think that's where all the sports are trending. Players are a lot more prepared, and I think the rules are actually aiding that. So that's why you're seeing low scores as well. So the removal of the putting, the guide, so as to speak, is maybe a welcome sign.
I think how you feel and what you see on the track on that particular day. Let's say you have a 4 footer to save par or make birdie. Uh, what you see on the ground and what you feel about it holds more value than what a book might say. In fact, I remember playing a lot of Asian Tour, and I also played a couple of co-sanctioned events with the European Tour, and we got these green reading books. And The first time I got one of those, I felt like I had to, probably go home and do a course to be able to even understand them. I found it much easier to be able to visualize a whole, see it, feel it. The nuances of my stroke are known by me. The way I would hit a putt is known by me. So all of that minute reading of the green that is given in those books, I just felt like made me actually think a little bit too much about how to make that putt and how to start that ball online, or in fact, read too much into those slopes that were shown on those greens. But mostly the player can see everything from his eye and feel it from his feet as well, just before he puts it. Manu Gandas.
I think what that actually does is sort of eliminates any sort of confusion or doubt. So uh, that makes things a lot more certain, because the greens don't really change the way they break over the period of 4 days unless they're cut in a different manner. But that's also very subtle. So I think that takes out some of the guesswork, which is sort of important and necessary. Like if you remember the great stories of Tiger and his caddy discussing many of his, when Steve was on his bag, and how they made that putt in the US Open. Like Tiger was thinking it's probably two balls outside, his caddy said it's one, and so on and so forth. So those kind of discussions are what golf is all about.
I had a brilliant discussion last Saturday with SSP Chaurasia and Gaurav Ghosh from Calcutta. And, we were talking about how the greens break and how, players have to think through the lines and stuff like that. And one of the things that we were speaking about is very similar to what you said. The lines do actually change through the day. The speed also changes through the day. In fact, at a course like Royal Calcutta, as the day moves on, the the grain on the green tends to stand up slightly, which makes the ball curve even more as you progress through the day. Having that sort of a knowledge cannot be given to you by a book. That is something that you can only learn via experience.
Absolutely.
The
I think
green, the books can actually show you where the slopes go, but as we all know, we played enough golf to understand that most of the greens that you play in India and the Asian region are a mix of slope and grain. Gaurav Pratap Singh.
Pratap Singh there going with the aggressive approach, and that'll be a very interesting shot for our viewers. As you can see, the ball is really nestled down in that crab grass, and it's going to be an interesting shot for him.
Very unlike Gaurav Pratap Singh, I actually expected him to be having a good showing over here. These kind of the kind of tracks we have this week are really up his alley, and he started his tournament with 274s. So hopefully he can get a few under pars today to be able to mitigate that loss. Kalin Joshi, Ankur Chadda, and Mithun Pereira now. We're on the fourth hole at the Beldih Club. As you can tell, the green is slightly perched up, to give you that tabletopish kind of a feel. And if you see closely on the bottom of our camera angle right now, you will see the thick crabgrass which is around the greens. Uh, it's a sheer pleasure to be playing off, the old school grass that we have on this golf course. But of course, it does throw its own challenges on the players' wedge game.
Something that would be interesting is how they navigate their tee shots. I remember that we used to use a lot of three woods and rescues, but there were some players who were hitting more drivers. So as the day wears on, it'll be interesting to see what kind of shot selection do these players have. Now look at Kalin Joshi here as players from the previous group walk up, their caddies walk up to the ball. You can see, I think they've gone with a pretty aggressive approach. You can see three balls there in the center of the fairway. As we are back here on hole number one.
I remember playing this golf course quite a bit, and one of the tournaments that I was playing, I remember getting into the bunker on the second hole, and I hit the bunker shot the way I would usually hit, and the club just dug in so deep under the ball that the ball really just couldn't come out. It was almost like hitting an air shot, but
Was
into
that
the
a
ground, the ball didn't really move
was
anywhere.
that a plug lie? Or?
No, nothing. No plug lie. It was a smooth lie.
So,
But
ladies and gentlemen, these guys are good.
Manu Gandas from the bunker on the first
Let's
hole.
hope the same doesn't happen to Manu and it's a good shot. No, I think
No wonder I'm in the commentary box now, because I couldn't get that ball out. But even though I have a fairly good bunker play, it made me understand a lot more about the loose sand kind of the sand texture that the Beldih Club has. In fact, when we go to the front line of this tournament, which is at the Golmuri Club, the sand texture is absolutely different from this. It's much tougher, white sand, and slightly heavier textured.
I think it's a very sort of justified kind of setting for this tournament because it's a massive prize money. There is the final one, so they're trying to throw all the tests at the player which is possible. So they think you got one golf course covered. We have another one for you.
Be an interesting shot for Gaurav Pratap Singh. Let's see how his wedge play shows over here.
He's a very good short game player, and I think he's very wristy sort of player from the short game, and that's required here if he's to impart any spin. A very tough shot, I would say. Look at that.
That's
I think that's one of the shots where you could actually maybe try rolling it up, but then the possibility of hitting it really close is tough, and he went with a more sort of adventurous higher shot. And
I think the aerial route is the only way to hit it from there, especially on tabletopish greens. It's very difficult to hit a chip and run unless and until you were somewhere near the bag that is there on the front edge of the green. So the players do have to take the higher route to be able to get that shot. But as we were talking about some against grain at the back of the green and also the sides of the green, that's the reason I remember players used to prefer, if they were in trouble, to actually leave themselves on the front part of the green if they were in trouble. Of course, players aren't trying to do that when they're hitting shots from the fairway. And when you give yourselves a position like, give yourselves from over the green, it can be a very, very difficult shot to play.
I think that just goes to show you the level of difficulty because I've played a lot of golf with Gaurav and he's exemplary around the greens. And if he's hitting a duff, uh, you can well imagine. And you can see actually, if you see carefully on your screens, the grass, the blades of grass are quite thick and they're growing against you. So it's not easy at all.
I think more than a duff, that was more of the club getting stuck into the grain, not really a duff. So he couldn't really accelerate through it because that cow grass is so big that it tends to hold the club even more.
So what's the way then that a player can ensure that sort of miscue does not happen and he's able to get to 10 feet. I would think that would be a better approach as opposed to trying to go for glory. That if you can have somewhere a sort of a percentage shot, get to about 7 to 8 feet, what would you do? Would you keep the ball in the back of the stance and probably lean a little ahead with your left hand? What is it that you would recommend?
Firstly, I'd like to say the great try by Gaurav Pratap Singh to make that par, but taps in for a bogey on the first hole. I think he made a great effort there to be able to sink that putt. We will look at Arjun Sharma now attempting his par putt. In terms of the kind of technique that I would use would be pretty similar to what Gaurav Pratap did. I would try to make it a lot cleaner approach and have a completely accelerative action through the ball going from these kind of lies. So that would be my approach over these shots.
Oh, that's a brilliant putt there. Oh, unfortunately, breaking the other way. So Arjun would drop a shot as well. So this group definitely not getting off to the best of starts here. They say confidence is infectious. Maybe dropping shots is as well.
Manu Gandas, who's also been in good form recently, is at 3 over for the tournament so far after the first 2 days, starting with 74 and 73. So, slow start for him. There we have the group of Chikkarangappa coming on to the fourth green with two good shots, as we can see. It's the long walk with the putter, as we can tell. There's Akshay Sharma's ball as well as Chikka's ball on the green as they walk towards it. Brilliant setting at Tata Nagar. The two courses, of course, have their own charm. The Golmuri Club is the more modern kind of a golf club, and the Beldih Club is the more old school one. But it's very challenging for the players to, sort of just switch between a course to course within a span of 20 minutes. So they have to completely recalibrate themselves in terms of the kind of wedge play that they need and also the kind of greens that they will face, and of course the speeds on the greens, the texture of the bunkers, all of these things goes to show the quality required to be able to quickly calibrate themselves to get on with it.
And I think another challenge that the players actually have to contend with is that when they're shifting golf courses, the ride can sometimes take, as you said, 20 to 25 minutes, and that your body can cool down in that amount of time, and you're not really allowed to go to the range again. So that's another challenge that the players face. As we have a look at hole number 13 here, and back to hole number 10.
Shivendra Sisodia playing alongside Mohammad Azhar and Gaurav Ghai, former Cadgill Masters champion.
Shivendra Singh Sisodia, long hitter, able to put some spin. That's why the ball actually stopped on the downslope. Mohammad Azhar also has, we've been seeing him in our telecast in different golf courses. So he has been around on the weekends and, has been able to make the top 60 as well. So looking to, move up, improve his ranking, make some prize money. Very important event for a lot of the players. Mohammad Azhar also sporting the pink trousers.
Seems to be the way that the players like to dress up on the penultimate day. Mohammad Azhar just about making it into the top 60 list at the 60th position. Uh, so, good for him to be able to get into this tournament. Of course, this tournament gives the players a lot of opportunity to jump positions on the leaderboard. I remember once myself jumping up at about 8 or 10 positions on the order of merit playing this tournament. So if a player can find some form over here, I think they can end up finishing at a good spot. That definitely goes to help your Asian, your chances of getting into Asian tour events and so on and so forth in the coming year.
Well, the Asian Tour, he is a three-time champion on the Asian Tour. Is Gaurav Bhai still going strong? Now, having turned, I think, 51 years old and still looking in fine fettle, playing well.
He's one of the players I appreciate a lot because every time I've gone to Delhi Golf Club, I've always seen him practicing. He's still at the game on a daily basis. He's out there going to the gym, working out, as well as practicing his skill each of the days. It just goes to show the amount of hunger the man has, and he's been preparing himself to play the seniors tour.
I think he can still hang with the juniors, and definitely the seniors should be beware. And here we're back on
Akshay Sharma.
hole number 13. This hole playing only about 376 yards, so is a relatively short hole, and that's why we saw a lot of the players almost about 30 to 40 yards short with their drive.
Most holes at the Beldih Club aren't very lengthy, but the challenge is the greens, the way the players are able to place their shots on the green because of the stamp size of them and also the tabletop design, which throws the ball away. And then you've got a very treacherous chip shot, as we saw Gaurav Pratap trying to navigate his way on one of those. So it can be quite difficult. We also saw Jyoti Randhawa, again, another player whose wedge got stuck in that grass. The judgment becomes a problem. You don't want to be too aggressive with it because you feel like it might run away from you. While if you're not aggressive enough with it, the club tends to get stuck in that grass. So it's like a catch-22 situation that the players are trying to navigate through.
Yes, exactly. You summarized it really well. It is difficult, but I think it ought to be because this is the big one, ladies and gentlemen. You're live with us here at the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021, live from Beldih Golf Course, Jamshedpur. This is the final event of the calendar year on the PGTI, determining the final order of merit. And currently, we have on our screen Chikka Rangappa. Chikka, at this point in time, is on the second position on the PGTI order of merit. So he's currently sitting at 46 lakh and 4,000. So looking to move up that, was ideally hoping to contend for top spot, which he still might. It just depends. There's so many, mini battles that are going on. So if Karandeep doesn't have a great week, Chika can eclipse him, and followed by Udyan Mane. So both of them do have a handsome lead over Yuvraj Sandhu with 36 lakh
You
and
know,
Udyan Mane as well. So I think realistically it's between these two, unless some of the other players from the top seven can actually mount a challenge and win the tournament.
Gaurav Ghai from that left bunker, spinning it a little too early, be coming slightly short of the hole. As you were saying earlier, Chika has started the third day at a score of even par for the first 2 days. If he can bring in a couple of under pars over the next two rounds, and he's already one under for the day today after three holes. I think it'll benefit him a lot to be able to jump onto the first position on the order of merit. I think that would be something that is on his mind as well.
Yes, absolutely. I have a fond memory of this golf course, as I spoke earlier, and one of the things that I do remember that when you would hit the green, you would feel pretty happy, and that's a different thing about this golf course. That when you're on the green, you're always about 30 feet from the flag because the greens are not so big. So just hitting the green is a good enough target. So you don't always have to go for the flag. Just maybe go for the fat part of the green, make your par, and try and make a birdie. And that's, I think, consistency will also be rewarded this week. A brilliant effort there.
If there are any regular viewers out there, you'd know that we'd always talk about breakfast around this hour. And as we get hungry in the studios, sitting at the ABP News Network, the only thing I can remember right now is the Akuri at Jamshedpur.
Absolutely.
One of the
Well,
most brilliant breakfasts that one could have. It could, it was a tasty egg dish, something like a bhujia, but with a little bit of its own flavor.
I think my mouth is watering as I look at these players putt on the greens, and definitely hunger can get the best of us, and nutrition is also very important.
I think Akuri is nutritious enough.
Absolutely, and I think the players would definitely have had their share in the morning. Shivendra definitely has. That's a brilliant putt by him. We'll make his par and move on to the next while we remiss over Akuri and the other delicacies that we had on the PGT. I think that's one of the beautiful things about the tour is that it travels the length and breadth of our great nation, and yeah, so many different states and cuisines that as players we end up become connoisseurs of food as well inadvertently. Like I think I remember when going to different places, maybe Kolkata, the Sandesh was something that I remember one time we were playing a tournament. I was staying with Vikram Rana, another fellow professional. He actually stole my Sandesh and he had it. I was pretty disappointed. I said, how could you do that? I was waiting for that. So, we decided on having fun, but, lo and behold, he took both of them away. So, a little bit of tidbits. And here at Jamshedpur Golf Club, going back almost 10 years ago, I remember I was staying with the fellow professional Mahadev Patania. He broke the course record that week. I remember shooting a 9 or a 10 under par. And I, that week, had a very different fortune. And he had shot a 9 under par. And he made sure that I knew about it. So,
Unfortunately, Gaurav Ghai needed one more egg in that akuri this morning and left it a little bit shy of the hole. In talking about nutrition, I remember, Bombay and its vada paos. Sorry, but don't take me seriously on this part of nutrition, but definitely something that I look forward to even now when I go there.
I think we could start another channel just talking about food. I think how
Wow,
golf,
foods.
yeah, wow foods. Yeah, maybe we'll pitch that idea to the network. One of the things that I always saw on TV was like apple pie, and I remember the first time that I got the opportunity to play overseas was in Sri Lanka, and at the hotel, I remember staying at the Galadhari. I said, I looked at the menu. I said, apple pie. I can actually eat that. Is it possible? I can order it. And I remember I ordered two or three of them. Ended up having an upset stomach. So yeah, always moderation is the key. We have a look at Vikrant, who definitely does take his nutrition seriously. Let's see if he can make that 8 to 9 footer, which seems to be for par. Back on hole number 10, we have Amardeep Malik, unmissable, very colorful personality, and the T-shirt matches the owner.
Playing alongside Chirag Kumar and Sanjeev Kumar. Chirag, of course, a former Asian Tour winner, and Sanjeev Kumar also multiple PGTI winner.
Amardeep Malik, a very good iron striker, very methodical, spends a lot of time improving his fitness. I see a lot of players with the left foot a lot more open. This also maybe takes off a little bit of load from the lower back.
It does. It absolutely does. It increases the range of motion that a player can make through the ball and helps them open up, and of course adds to their stability. So, of course, if that foot is slightly flared apart, you can turn through a lot quicker. Looks like Amardeep Malik turned a little bit too quickly over there, leaving that ball out to the right of the bunker. That'll be an interesting shot to look at. Chirag Kumar on that 10th tee box.
Amardeep Malik will have an extremely difficult shot.
I'd call it interesting.
Yeah, for us, of course, we are sitting here. I mean, we can't quite tell what the players are going through. I think he'd be cursing himself to land up there. Very difficult par save from there. Chirag Kumar would have learned a thing or two where not to go. That's also as important in life as where to go.
I think center green is the best approach for this whole location. Give yourself a good look at birdie from that spot. Chirag Kumar seems to have come up a little bit short
I think
of the
Chirag
green.
has taken it to the other side. So it's for the third player now to go for the green. There's been one on the right, one on the left.
I remember when we hitting golf balls on the driving range. Sometimes you go one right and one left, and then the next one goes straight on. So I think Sanjeev has that luck on his side as of now.
I think let's look for this to be close. I think if we are right, Sanjeev would be telling them, boys, here's how it's done.
Sanjeev
As we
Kumar
wait.
from Lucknow.
As we wait with bated breath to see whether this looks comfortable and quite confident after that hit. Yeah, so he's safely on the green. It's the only one on the green so far. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This golf course is not easy, even though maybe they only have a mid iron, say a 6 or 7 iron, from what it looks like. The wind seems to be a factor as he's gesticulating. That maybe something that we can't quite perceive from here. Sometimes there are gusts of wind because the greens are protected by trees. So it's very tough to sort of understand which way the wind is blowing.
Wind does tend to pick up at Jamshedpur after about 9 o'clock in the morning, but it's a little bit breezy. And one of the difficult parts of wind on a golf course like this is the protection that it has from buildings and the trees around, which the players are unable to tell exact direction of it. Vikrant Chopra putting for birdie on that hole number 4, not putting in his best foot forward, taps in for the par. Some new kinds of hats this week pulled out by Karan Tong. Very different kind of a look. Looks like that'll be the fashion for the coming few months.
Definitely, he's having a good week. So whatever works for you, wear that hat all the time, I'd say.
So you're one of those who believes in the superstitions that players might have.
Absolutely, I'd try anything. So if I'd have a good round, which was always few and far in between, I'd like to see that what is different, whether it could be a shirt or a pendant or a tee. I'd say, yeah, that's the one that brought me luck. And when the next time it didn't work, I said maybe that's the wrong superstition. It's time for the next one. I'd
So
even
what if you shot a 6 under on day one? Would you repeat that clothing, all the rest of the 3 days?
I think, fortunately, I never had that honor. But yes, once I did manage to shoot a 5 under, and I remember that I had a particular putter that I had changed, and I stuck with it. And after that, it never happened. And I kept on shooting over pars, and I realized maybe it was just a fluke.
As we watch the group back on the 10th hole, Chirag Kumar settling himself into that bunker on the front side of the green.
Having a few friendly viewers here early in the morning. A man's best friend is right there to befriend Chirag and tell him that yes, everything will be okay. You'll make par from here. And now Amardeep Malik. This is going to be very tricky. He's having to use all his prowess here. Let's see if he can call out his inner Phil Mickelson here. Going with a very conservative sort of backswing, not like Mithun Pereira. So it doesn't seem to be.
He has an open club face. He is trying to get that ball a little high up in the air. But, contrary to usually what I see in good short game players, there we have it. He's overshot himself by a good 20 feet over that flag, but probably the better place to put himself, trying to make sure that he puts himself on the dance floor.
But I think he went with a very conservative shot because he was not really didn't have a big backswing. So maybe he was just trying to get to about 10 feet, which I iterated before that maybe some players do that. And this shot for him to get close, he would have had to open that club face a lot more and take a more aggressive swing. So he didn't really do that. So he was going with a more conservative approach where you just try and pitch it on the front edge. If you pitch it correctly, then you make par. Else, just try and make the putt.
Very peculiar action with almost no wrist involvement there in that shot.
That's what I thought as well.
Usually, you'd see, the good short game players use a lot of wrist around the greens. In fact, if you look at Gaurav Pratap Singh, Jyoti Randhawa, you look at Mithun Pereira, all these players do use a lot of wrist around the greens, which Amardeep Malik decided to go with the more conservative approach on that shot.
I think also one thing is there that because the kind of grass that is here, so you could very easily end up sort of going under the ball or duffing it as we saw earlier. Then you sort of compound your error and end up with a double. So maybe Amardeep Malik would back himself up on the green and try to make that 20 footer for par.
Sanjeev Kumar L going for that birdie putt, coming off about 3 to 4 feet shy of the hole. Chirag Kumar seems to have left his bunker shot slightly short of the hole.
There you have it. Let's see if Amar can make his putt. So that should be about 15 to 18 feet. As we have a look at Chirag Kumar, who's trying to understand which way would his putt break.
Beldih club's got very, very subtle breaks on the greens. The slope isn't so much, but the grain has to be read by the player pretty well.
Chirag now referring to his book, a book which might soon be taken away by the rules officials if the rules are changed.
I don't think the rules official can take away the book that the players make themselves. I think what they're referring to is the 3D mapping that is given to the players by a few companies which make green mapping.
Oh, okay. Amar there.
One of those books really made me feel like I had to do a PhD in green reading if I wanted to be a tour player.
They would give so many directions, so many slopes. I would think at times I would overcomplicate the issue. Sometimes I feel just play the game of golf, but obviously the more prepared you are, it's a lot about mental preparation as well. You feel you're more prepared, so you're less prone to make errors, I feel.
I think I gave it a probably an hour or two to understand, and then I soon realized that it started getting into the whole paralysis by analysis mode. So I said, this is probably not a good idea for a person who likes to read his lines and go by the feel factor and what the eyes are seeing on the golf course. So I quickly kept it away and put it into the collection of my yardage books.
Paralysis by analysis was almost my middle name. I hope that doesn't continue anymore. So no more yardage books for me.
I think we must give a memo to the PGTI in case a lot of players. If you are listening to us, in case you are paired alongside or behind Shaurya Singh in the PGTI Q school, please make sure you're carrying a snack or two and keep
A
yourself
khuri
ready
maybe,
for
that would
us.
be helpful. Yeah, khuri
Yeah,
maybe, not just
absolutely.
carry.
But Ahmedabad doesn't have the Akpuri, so that'll be a bit of a problem. Also, if you could, probably carry like a, game, maybe like a board game with you, maybe play chess or Ludo
Checkers,
on the golf
Jenga, yeah.
course. Yeah,
Maybe the
because if you're behind him, you'd want to keep your mind engaged.
maybe this year my commentary, I'll walk back. We might be close enough. If you're playing behind me, I'll just commentate on your shots, and that's how you could forgive me for taking the minute extra. There you have it, Chirag Kumar. So how was your last 2 weeks? I really missed seeing our brilliant golfers in action, and sometimes what happens that there is a gap on the tour, uh, and you do really miss the action. And now that we are back after a hiatus of a week, how was the previous week, Raul? How did you spend it?
I've been having a very busy week. In fact, been busy teaching as well as a little bit of travel involved for work, which took me last weekend to Bombay over the weekend for Saturday and Sunday. And this past weekend, I was at the Royal Calcutta Club again for a work engagement, and it's been quite busy. But it was also nice to go to these places and meet my fellow pros from these places, and it was good fun hanging out with all of them. In fact. Need I say, I thoroughly enjoyed the vada paos in Bombay with our fellow pro golfer Anil Mane, who was gracious enough to get them for me from the best of places with the best of cutting chai, as they call it over there.
Oh,
And then we went to Calcutta, and I hung out a little bit with SSP Chaurasia and my good friend Divyanshu Bajaj and Varun Sahai. So it was nice to catch up with all of my pro golfer friends, considering that I haven't been on tour for a very long time. I think these are the times that I really look forward to. It's good fun to catch up with all of them. And, and talking about food, enjoyed the Singara at the 10th hole at Royal Calcutta Golf Club while watching SSP hit those golf balls shot after shot onto the flag.
you've definitely been having an eventful time, jet setting across the country, hobnobbing with the best of golfers. What else could you ask for? You're living the good
Absolutely,
life.
it's been good fun over the last 2 weeks, especially because of the fact that I haven't been able to hang out with any of my fellow pro golfers. It was nice to be in that atmosphere, sort of relive the pro tour days. In fact, so happened that I also ended up meeting Mohammad Sanju. Jamal Hussain Mola was in Calcutta as well, and so was Akshay Sharma. So it was nice to hang out with all of them and have a little bit of a chatter, and of course the chai.
No, seems like you had a nice time.
Absolutely. Royal Calcutta Golf Club, of course, was looking as plush as ever. So it was good fun, being there. And I wish I'd carried my golf set and got to play around a golf. But I think that'll be definitely something I'll do the next time around.
That was a question that I was going to ask you, but now you already answered it. I wanted to know what you would end up shooting right
Yeah.
after the tournament there.
I think I'd definitely carry my golf set the next time around. This time was a little bit hurried up. Alap Ayal from Mysore on the tee box. Alap Ayal from Mysore now on that tee box.
Playing alongside the legend Vijay Kumar, the Indian Open champion, and Kurush Hedji.
Kurushirji from Tata Nagar on the tee now. playing on a sponsor's exemption this week.
I think they're top 60 players, and there are about 10 to 12 exemptions, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, some top players who play the international tours, and some other players who have been invited by the tour
That's a
and the
brilliant thing.
sponsors.
I think that's a brilliant thing because it gives an opportunity to a wide spectrum of players to try and compete here. And that's the beauty of the tour, that you have the top 60 players as well as the invitees, and really adding to the flavor this week.
Very peculiar looking golf swing there for Kurush Hirji, uh, giving himself on the front edge of the green for that hole. Shouldn't be too bad a place to make an up and down to save himself a par to get the day started. So, talking about what I've been up to for the last 2 weeks, Shaurya, what have you been up to? Have you been preparing yourself for the Q school, or busy doing other things?
No, no, I've not been preparing myself. I like to go in there as a mystery and see whatever comes up. You know, I've just been having a lot of my friends who've been getting married, and friends, their younger sisters, brothers getting married. In fact, a little bit of a shout out to my friend Soumya, and just got recently married, and Weber, both of them. So I was just really reveling in all of that, the sangeet, the dhol, and the marriage, and just really enjoyed this, these last 2 weeks, and sort of in a marriage hangover, attending marriage ceremonies. I think I'll gate crash a few.
So you've been busy partying basically over the past 2 weeks.
Yes, as to put it mildly, it was really enjoyable, and in fact, I tried my hand at one of those sangeet functions where you end up doing those choreographed dances. I think it's fair to say that I'm the one who ruined their performance, but I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Lovely. I remember you showing me one of those videos. You were quite the performer.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. So
Luckily, you danced to the beat over there, and not the other way around, like on the golf course.
I hope I won't be found dancing on the golf course in a couple of weeks' time, but let's see.
I would be looking forward to what you do over there. I'll keep a close eye and do some commentary, and in fact, record it and send it to you later on in the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, that'll be the bloopers reel, what not to do. And that's as important as what to do, because we want to show you some good side of the golf, but I will be there to bring up the tail end.
Talking about the good side of golf, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh has been showing us the good side of golf of late. In fact, he's had a pretty stellar year so far. He's fourth on the order of merit with a total prize money earned of 36 lakhs 19,600, which he definitely has the opportunity to increase by quite a few numbers this week. Interestingly, just Karangapa with 46 lakh 4,630 rupees in his kitty, and Udyan Mane at 36 lakh, who's the Olympian. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Kalin Joshi are all closely following them, just a few thousands shy. Viraj Madappa, another super player, also at 34 lakhs. Jyoti Randhawa there on that fourth green, reading that line very, very carefully. Kurush Hirji back onto that 10th hole, the local lad. Kurush Hirji leaving himself a little bit of work to do to clean up for par. Again, another non-wristy kind of an action from the front part. I've seen that players with no wrist in short game tend to have a very difficult time in being able to play different textures of grass.
I think for our Indian golf courses in these kind of conditions, you do need that play in your left and right wrist, because maybe in America or European tours where there's not the grass conditions are more consistent from week to week, that would work. But I think it's going to be very difficult for players to sort of use that action here, because you need to have that play in the club head to produce the kind of spin to change the kind of shot. So I think that's maybe a style that is suited to more international events.
Over the past couple of years, we've seen a lot of talk about using the bounce, as you call it. For the last few years, I've been seeing everyone says, "I want to use the bounce, I want to use the grind, and I want to grind my club down," and all of that. You can only use the bounce of the club if you've got good wrist action. Otherwise, you can't really use the bounce of the club. Playing in various conditions, be it a harder ground or a softer ground, different kinds of grass condition, all of these require good wrist work to be able to take care of it. Alap Ayal, very upright setup on his putting, leaves himself way shy of the hole for his birdie attempt.
Yes, I think he's quite a tall player as well. So that seems to be a little bit of a hallmark of the taller player.
Good start for Trishul Chinappa, who is already -4 for the day through 6 holes, and -3 is Om Prakash Chauhan. Just now, Trishul Chinnappa is another player that I met at Calcutta last week. He's also been there practicing and working out to prepare himself for the Tour Championship. So again, another person that I caught up with, and good fun. N. Thangaraja also got off to a good start this morning. He's 3 under through 3 holes
That's pretty
with a
good.
total of -7.
Trishul also moving himself up to 5 under par for the tournament, so he's there in the reckoning now. I think it's safe to say that anybody who's within 6 to 7 shots has a shot at the title, this heavyweight championship, so as to speak.
Have you played ever at Norelia Golf Club and the Royal Colombo Golf Club? I think the greens over here uh, and the grass around the greens, I think, would be pretty similar. And I think N. Thangaraja could use that to his example, to his advantage.
I think that's what he's doing. I've played at the Royal Colombo, and it's pretty similar, the kind of grass that we have. I think it's something to do with the region, or I don't know, maybe people who are more into horticulture can understand that. But there are some golf courses that have this sort of thicker crab grass, as it's called colloquially, and that kind of grass does pose its own difficulty. I think it makes it very difficult around the greens, and even when you're approaching your approach shots, there's because if you're against the grain or with the grain, that could make a lot of difference. And so that's something that I have noticed, that these kind of course conditions do change things.
Kurush Hirji on the green there with his father looking at him very intently. Farzan Hirji there in the purple sweater, hoping for his son to make that par. Was standing alongside Harmeet Kalam, another veteran on tour.
That's a beautiful moment. In fact, one of the other things I did over the last 2 weeks, that I took my son for golf,
That's
and
amazing. How old is your son, Shaurya?
he's 2.5 years old.
Lovely. So you've got
And
a tiger in the making.
I don't know. I mean, he really enjoys the game. I won't put any pressure on him, but he really, what I see that whenever I take him to the golf course, he's overjoyed by the whole, the whole setting of a golf course and seeing golf balls. He runs away and throws the ball at people. So I don't know if he enjoys golf as much, but definitely the golf course. So, one thing, children do bring a lot of joy in terms of how they play. And, each time that I would try and hit, he would say, "No, I want ball." So he would take the ball and run away and throw it. So it was very entertaining. I think maybe my idea is maybe take him to some tournament to see some of the players, because it's a great thing to see. As I've said, that golf is such a melting pot of so many different diverse cultures, thoughts, people from different parts of the world. And I think to our viewers, that golf can teach you so much more than just the sport. I mean, here you have Kurshiji on our screen. I mean, it can tell you a lot more about patience, and I think that's something as we grow up, especially with children, that you need patience, because there's so many things that you contend with once you sort of grow up. You look at sport, academics, life, future, and I think golf sort of helps you understand how to sort of control yourself and just enjoy the moment. So I think everybody should definitely give a shot at this game. Go to any of the golf courses, like even on our screen we see Beldih. Just go to the range. You don't always have to go to the golf course. I think it's a very accessible game. And for more details, you must head over to our website pgtofindia.com, where you can also see the live scoring, and that's I think that's very important. You and I have obviously been fortunate to get that access to the game. A lot many people must understand that there are more public facilities that are coming up. So
Second last group of the back nine coming up now. Amandeep Johal and playing alongside Manav Jaini and Maniram Sharma. Amandeep Johal, of course, a veteran on tour, another gentleman golfer who keeps himself very, very fit. He's from the. He's also had a good career on the Asian Tour and one of the most long-standing ones at that.
I remember there was this advertisement for the Asian tour, and I remember that used to say that the thing that keeps us together is a chicken tikka and masala. I don't know if you remember that advertisement. It was Amandeep Joel now. Manav Jaini looking like a mafioso. He's looking very stylish there with his beard and hairstyle. And obviously, having dropped a few pounds, he's been working on his fitness, and it's paying dividends.
One of Jenny got great iron play, super putter. I remember playing a lot of golf with him. He's formidable from about 10 feet and out. If he was 10 feet out, whether be it for par or birdie, I would always be rest assured that he'd make it. In fact, one of my first rounds as a pro that I played with Manav was at the Beldih Club.
Oh, it's
And
a
this kind
decent
of a
shot.
course really suits his game because of his accuracy as well as his putting prowess.
Well, he'll need a couple of good rounds here to climb up the leaderboard, not having the best of week so far. And Mani Ram here. Mani Ram is, he's very diminutive in his sort of stature, but he's able to get a lot of good rounds in, and he's very unassuming in the way that he goes on about his game,
Yeah.
and but still has a lot of low scores in his kitty.
Maniram Sharma with a little bit of a homemade action hails from Karnal in Haryana.
A very jovial character, I must say. He's a joy to be around.
Absolutely. He's a fun character. In fact, whether he plays well or whether he doesn't play so well, he's always got a little smile on his face and a little bit of playfulness. I remember he used to always keep pulling my leg every now and then.
Maniram Sharma, based out of Karnal at the police golf course, I think. So he'll be hoping that the long arm of the law is able to help him this week and shoot a low score.
Good shots on that fourth hole. That seems like Mahu's ball and Karandeep coachers.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. That's us, your commentators. And as we look at the rest of the day,
So it's been an interesting showing so far at the tournament. We are waiting for the groups to come up on this back nine of the tournament so we could have a lot more interesting scoring to be seen. In fact, the players who started off Golmuri also would be collecting a few shots and coming up, as I can tell right now, Rashid Khan already -4 for the day through 6 holes.
I think Rashid definitely is somebody to watch out for. The kind of record that he has, not just here but everywhere. I mean, he's been catching form. If you've seen that, there've been so many tournaments this year that he's just been at the cusp of victory, but unfortunately has not been able to win.
Yes,
So he would be looking to make amends.
yes, I had a word with Rashid very recently. I bumped into him at Noida Golf. I was telling him that it was I've been watching his golf and how he probably is just about losing out a little bit of luck to close in. And he said, yeah, things have been trending, but he's been working on a lot of things in his game. He says that soon they should all start to show their true colors. So that's a great thing that he told me the other day. He's like, I've been working on those changes, and they finally seem to be coming together after about 2 years.
I think, I mean, to be fair to him, to be there for a playoff in a tournament and just losing out by a shot or two in the other one, his game is right there. What our viewers must understand that it's so tough to win a tournament. I mean, it's easier said than done. You're looking at 126, 130 players teed up, and to emerge even in the top five, I think it's a victory in itself. And for him to be knocking at the door, I think then the margins are so thin. It could be just a stroke of fortune, a gust of wind, anything. I think if you're there in a golf tournament where you're contending for a playoff, you as good as one, but then you have to hold your nerve, and I think lady luck also has to shine upon you. I think Rashid has had that many times at the Delhi Golf Club. I remember that there was the Asian Tour event where he was trailing and he hit a driver and made birdie on the 18th. So uh, it can go either ways. His game is definitely primed for the big stage, and having missed out on the Olympics also last year, I think he would, he'd be smarting from that in a bit. He's not happy about that. He missed a lot of tournaments because the Asian Tour, not being in operation at that point in time. So he would be looking to make amends on a lot of things. So look for him to go big in the next couple of years.
Absolutely. Rashid's always had a good career graph. In fact, even on his downtime, he has still managed to stay atop the leaderboards. But one of the things that I think, we outsiders or spectators do not know is what is happening on the inside of a player's life. And, how much that can affect the way you play and the way you perform is also something that bears a huge amount of value. And so I think the personal lives and what is happening outside the golf course does also play a part. So you never know. So I think we have to be a lot more empathetic towards what a player is up to, even though they might be seeming like they're playing well and putting whatever they are putting on the leaderboards. But there's a lot more than meets the eye.
No, absolutely. A lot of champions here this week. This is a constellation of champions, ladies and gentlemen. This week, what a brilliant field! Such a feast of golf.
Manav Jenny from the left side of the green on the 10th hole, putting all the way about 40 to 50 feet away for birdie.
Break from his left, right, and then come back the other way is like a crab's tail, and he's done pretty well.
Leaves himself about 3 feet short. Not too bad for the first hole. Amandeep Joel now getting ready. Another player using the broomstick putter. He's always used that.
Amandeep Joel. For all his years of experience and age, he still hits the ball very long. And obviously, he says that he spends a lot of time on fitness, and that just shows he's still able to clock almost 300 yards. And that's something which is sort of a defining feature now in this day and age. Maybe 20 years ago, you wouldn't have players who are at that age and still that fit and strong. So obviously they've kept up with the younger lot, and players like Jyoti Randhawa are probably still better than maybe 99.9% of the younger lot. The way that he still hits the ball is a feast to watch.
I know that Amandeep has been preparing himself to go for the seniors tour, and talking about fitness, he does spend a lot of time on his fitness. I'm very well aware of that. And one of the things that I was just thinking while I looked at him approaching that putt with that broomstick putter, talking about his fitness, I was sort of relating him to Bernhard Langer.
Yeah, Bernard Langer is definitely the Iron Man of golf. He's 65 and winning
Another one,
tournaments.
he's fit. He uses the broomstick putter. That everything was seeming to be very reminiscent with that
Yes,
when I was looking
absolutely.
at Amandeep.
And I think that's a very worthy comparison. And Namandeep Joel would be happy that you've compared him with none other than the great Bernhard Langer, the Masters champion, the timeless golfer. I think Bernhard Langer he defies all logic. Yeah, he defies anything that you can have common sense that he can go by at the age of 65. I mean, if you look at him, he's still fit, and he's able to belt the ball 270, 80 yards and is winning tournaments on the senior tour. And also when he plays in the Masters and so on and so forth, he makes the cut. So he's definitely, I think that's something that maybe someone like Jyoti Randhawa, you never know when he's 65, it could be pretty similar to Bernard Langer. They have the similar kind of build and strength and ball striking. It's very similar.
Absolutely. In fact, I think also what you do in terms of recreation also makes a huge difference. As we know, Jyoti Randhawa does like to do skydiving and fishing as his outdoor activities outside of the golf course. And all these things that you pick up as your hobbies also play a huge part in keeping you fit, keeping you healthy mentally as well as physically. While we look at the inverted tiger, Saqib Ahmed cleaning up for par on the fourth hole,
Absolutely good.
13th hole, my apologies, fourth hole off the back nine.
Good hobbies are very important, and that's why I use my spare time to play PlayStation. So, play virtual golf will prepare you for the real game. I feel that's an easier route to get there. As you're back on the 13th, we have a look at Karandeep Kocher.
Currently, Kocher now putting on that 13th hole. Going back onto the tee box on that 10th hole at the Beldih Club, we have our 950 tee off going now. Harmeet Kalan playing alongside Sarthak Chibbar. Very peculiar way of swinging the club. Harmeet Kalan, again, another meticulous player, and always continuously keeps working on his game, always honing his skill as best as he possibly can. So, wind can be sometimes a determining factor for a player. Unfortunately, it can't be very, very easy to judge, especially when the tees are slightly hidden between trees. It becomes difficult as the sun seems to be coming out now at the Tata Nagar Beldih Club. Very peculiar way of lining up the shot there for Harmeet Kalon. Very meticulous golfer, very careful. It's like a fluid swing there for him, leaving himself shy of the hole, but not too far away, about 18 to 20 feet away for birdie. A nice shot by Harmeet Kano, leaving himself a good shot at birdie. I think he would need that with scores of 78 and 74 on day one and two, respectively. Sarthak Chibbar now. Sarthak Chibbar also playing on an exemption this week. Started this tournament with 76 and 77. So a little bit of work for them to do going into the third and the fourth round of the tournament. as we've now got all of the groups of this 10th tee box. The second half of our leaderboard already on the golf course. We also have the top of the leaderboard has already teed off on the Golmuri course, which is the front nine of this tournament. They would be coming and joining us at the Beldih Club later on in the day. In another few minutes, we should be starting to see the other players come in. We look at the group on the fourth hole. We have Manu Gandas on the right side of the screen with Arjun Sharma at the center of the fairway. Manu Gandas coming up short of the green there. Very difficult to judge again. If you miss the fairway on this kind of a golf course, it's probably been a little bit difficult for Manu Gandas to judge what the ball will do. It can sometimes seem like the ball will come off like a jumper, but sometimes your club could get stuck in the thick grass, and it just works the other way around. While we look at Gaurav Pratap Singh now coming up from the fairway, placing himself quite well, about 15 feet away, pin high to the flag. That's a good place for Gaurav to have left himself to give himself a shot at birdie. While we look at Arjun Sharma now, Arjun Sharma from Greater Noida. Seems like he dug that club a little bit, but the balls come up quite nicely, about 6-7 feet away from the whole location. Gaurav Pratap Singh at 1 over par for the day through 3 holes. We take a look at Sarthak Chibbar from the front portion of the green on the 10th hole.
A look at Sarthak Chibber here on hole number 1. Some of the notable scores today so far. Rashid Khan at 4 under for the day, 6 under for the tournament. And then we have M. Thangaraja, who's moved up to 7 under for the tournament. Trishul Chinnappa moving up to 5 under for the tournament and 4 under for the day. Adil Bedi at 2 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament. So there are many low scores here as we have a look at Harmeet Kallon on our screen navigating his putt on hole number 1. Harmeet currently at 8 over par for the tournament, so not having the best of 2 days, but would be hoping to turn his fortunes around on these final 2 days. And he does have the capabilities. He's a winner on the Asian Tour before, so let's see what he does over these final 2 days. Harmeet, again, somebody who spent a lot of time playing the game of golf and has achieved a lot of success. And Arjuna awardee would be now looking to ply his tour on the senior tour. Look for this putt to break a little from right to left and should be able to make that one for his par. SSB Chaurasia currently leading the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, at 12 under par. As we have a look at Sarthik Chipper. So the leader group will be teeing off shortly. We just have a few more groups and the leader group would tee off. They would be teeing off at the Golmuri Golf Club, so we'll probably see them in a few hours' time over here as Sarthak misses that putt for his par. I'm back at hole number 13. Gaurav Pratap Singh here.
Birdie putt.
Oh, that's a brilliant birdie by Gaurav Pratap Singh, moving in the right direction here.
Pratap Singh, that putt would take him to even par for the day. So I think most of the players would be looking forward to bringing up probably finishing the Beldih club at even par to better. And while they go to the Golmuri club, they're probably looking at catching up more shots, as many shots as they probably can, because the Golmuri club does give you a little bit more freedom to be more aggressive. So I think the players would be looking at the courses like that.
Yes, absolutely. If a player is able to go under par from here, then there's no limit to what he can score that day, because obviously Beldih is the more challenging of the golf courses.
Arjun Sharma also making a birdie on hole number 13, while Manu Gandas now preparing to make par.
As we can see in the foreground, the players have teed off and the caddies are walking down. This is a pretty generous fairway. There is a water tank on the right, so the players need to navigate that. But all in all, a very birdieable hole.
Good
Manu.
save for Manu Gandas. He was coming off that left rough and misjudged the way that ball would come out and left himself on the front edge of the green. Manu Gandas, of course, a player of great caliber, not having the best showing this week. He's at 3 over par for 2 days. Well, we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Karan Tonk. The local lads seem to be picking up some shots on the golf course. They are both -1 for the tournament for the day. Well, we look at the players who've started off from the other side of the golf course, the Golmuri Club. We've got N. Thangaraja at -3. We've got Rashid Khan already at -4 for the day, and Trishul Chinappa as well, joining him at -4. Om Prakash Chauhan also getting off to a stellar start at -3 for the day through 6 holes.
All eyes will also be on Shubhankar Sharma. He's enjoyed a lot of success, had that breakthrough victory in South Africa, and from there, he's really went on to achieve greater heights. He's played at all some of the big majors, and obviously still a very young man. I think all of maybe 22 years of age. So much success so young, and that's so important that he's a very even-keeled fellow, and I'm sure that he'll be able to go on to greater heights.
Absolutely, Shubhankar is at -6 for the tournament, so has had a steady start to it. And of course, going into the final 2 rounds, I think we are going to see some interesting golf coming up. Of course, Gaganjeet Bhullar, another international player, he's recently shared that he's also won the putting championship. Putting is definitely going to be a key to this golf course. Gaganjeet also shared with us about how he's actually got family history back in Tata Nagar, where his father has also won athletic championships.
So obviously, a lot of strong sporting heritage in the family, and that's definitely passed on to Gaganjeet Bhullar.
Absolutely. Looking at Arjun Sharma there, I don't know what driver he's using. That looked like quite a big driver head, didn't it?
Absolutely, I think it's the maximal permissible 460 cc, and this quite a tight fairway for a driver.
This is the fifth hole. Blind looking tee shot because the players are unable to see the landing spot, although you can see the line that you want to hit on, but you can't see the landing spot in the fairway. Gaurav Pratap Singh.
All of them going with the aggressive approach. The driver would be able to fly that tank on the right. I think there was a tank at about 280 yards.
I think Gaurav can fly that tank, and I think this is one of those greens which is even smaller. The fifth hole's green, even smaller. I think it's slightly higher up than the other greens, so makes it a little bit more tougher. I'd say that the players are definitely looking at getting the shortest wedge shot that they possibly can in there to give themselves a look at birdie. The players are trying to get as far up the leaderboard as possible, so they definitely have to be choosing the more aggressive but smart approach for the golf course. Divyanshu Bajaj getting off to a good start. Is at -2 through 6 holes of the day, jumping up about 3 positions on the leaderboard. Pavan Kumar, Adil Bedi, and Sunil Chaurasia also jumping up 4 spots on that leaderboard early this morning. They're all two under through 3 holes of the day.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, it's called the moving day. The third day is always called the moving day, where players try to move themselves up and above on the leaderboard.
The third day had really become my nemesis at one point of time. I wanted to try to move the way that it's supposed to be moved, but clearly I used to move the other way around. I had to really tone myself down on day number 3 because I was thinking it's moving day, and then I just move the other way.
I for one was just happy to be on the third day. To be honest with you, whenever that would happen, I was like, move here or move anywhere, as long as I'm getting to play on the third day. Oh, what a brilliant shot! Look at that spin. The ball is dancing all around the flag, and that's what these guys do. They're good. You're there with maybe a 60 to 70-yard shot, and what a beautiful showcase of how a wedge is supposed to be played.
That appears to be Shivendra Singh Sisodia from the fairway on hole number 4. A stellar shot by him. That should give him a good chance of making that birdie. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwala also having a good showing at -2 through 3 holes, jumping up 11 positions on that leaderboard this morning.
Rajiv has been playing well of late.
It's good to see him, getting the game that he wants. He had a good finish at Chandigarh as well, Chandigarh being his home club. Finished, I think, in top 10 or top 15 position. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal just about making it in to the tournament. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal has actually received one of the sponsors' exemptions this week to compete in the tournament. He just finished at 61st position, so we'll have to go back to the qualifying school. Even if he finishes in top 10 position this week, he will still, that money will not be able to be counted for him to get inside the top 60.
But that money will still be counted in his bank account, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what he would be concerned about.
That's exactly what he should be concerned about. He would be going back to the qualifying school in January alongside Shaurya Singh, my fellow commentator.
We have a look at Gaurav Ghai on hole number 13.
It would be interesting, Shaurya, to have you on the screen in January, and I'd be sitting here and commentating on your slow play.
Yeah, I know that's the only thing that he'll commentate on. Even if I make a birdie, that's you know, that's
The
the
amount
only
of
thing
time
that
you take to make that birdie, we could have gone and run a few miles.
I know, but I'll have a few tricks up my sleeve now. I have a rollerblade skating board that I'm carrying with me.
I think that's what was happening. I think you were standing on the ball at the driving range when you took your son with you, and you'd be standing there for so long. Your son was like, "Let me just pick this ball up and throw it away.
Yes, I think that's one of the thing. I
Let me
don't
just
know.
help my father
Yeah, I
get this
think
ball out of the way.
that's the whole thing. That's what children are there for, to help the parents. I've told them the next time you see me play a tournament, you try and help things up.
Just pick up the ball and keep throwing it."
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't do that on the golf course. You will be disqualified, even if you're a slow player.
I think interesting spot for Gaurav Ghai on the top left of that green. I think he also would have a good shot at making birdie.
I think they're waiting for somebody to play through.
Muhammad Azhar coming up.
That water tank in the foreground. Is it still there? Can't quite make out from here. I think it seems to be there if you can make out. But yes, so the players have flown it. Obviously, these guys are hitting the ball a lot further.
Mohammad Azhar not making that birdie on hole number 4. We'll look at Gaurav Ghai now. Or a guy coming just off the green from the fringe of it. I think he has a good chance of saving that putt. Adil Bedi also getting off to a stellar start with -4 for the day through 6 holes. We have another friendly campaigner there, man's best friend, there to support Gaurav Ghai, but clearly it's been a bit of a disturbance for him.
And that's the lovely thing about a golf course that yeah, flora, fauna, wildlife. It's not just a golf course; it's the habitat of a lot of animals, creatures, birds, so on and so forth. So that's
Have
something.
you started referring to golfers as animals by now?
Not really. I mean, we're all animals, but I mean, I'm only talking to the wildlife, referring to them as animals. A lot of the golfers are, in fact, playing as animals, shooting these deep numbers here as we are live at the Tata Steel Tour Championship.
That tournament, of course, is iconic, and it's a great place to be. Jamshedpur, which is a city where the Tata Steel's biggest factory is placed right in the middle of the city. So, I think the facility itself spans off over kilometers. The size of that factory. Shivendra Sisodia just about finding the lip there and making birdie after that stellar shot. He seemed to be a little worried about leaking that ball out towards the right.
I think our viewers would also have seen that Shivinder was able to impart some spin, backspin. That's such a, I mean, it's such a thing that a lot of the players yearn after. And I think backspin is a function of speed at which you can hit the ball and hitting down at the correct angle. Also, the conditions being right. In fact, if Shivinder was to hit that shot in maybe another golf course, more of a parkland golf course, he'd get more spin here because of the crab grass. The grass actually grabs at the club head, so the spin is actually reduced. So just because he's a longer hitter, he is able to impart that amount of spin.
Talking about backspin, I think he also made sure he did a little bit of a backspin with his feet after hitting that putt to make sure it doesn't leak out towards the other side. While we look at Gaurav Ghai now cleaning up for par.
Oh, and that's a four par by Gaurav Ghai, missing par there, unfortunately.
Gaurav Ghai has been struggling with that putter of late. Remember, we were watching him in Chandigarh, and he was having a good start to the tournament. He played well for the first 2 days, and I think he struggled to keep that putter going.
I think it's time for him also to experiment with the putter, maybe those light saber colored, those Star Wars saber colored putters, or maybe go with a broomstick. I think the putter is one thing that if it doesn't work, just change it.
I
Because
mean, I tried that for quite some time, changing putters and trying to find more feel in a different putter. But one of the advices that C Munyappa gave me back in the day, he was noticing that I was switching between putters because I was struggling with my putting. I think it was one of the best advice any player has ever given me. He's told me that find a putter, stick to it, and work hard on your stroke, and to get the feel back alive. He said, don't keep switching putters because you're actually having to unlearn and relearn every time you pick up a new putter. And I thought that was the best advice that I've ever gotten for putting.
I think whatever works, I guess. There you have a look at hole number 18. What a beautiful setting. And you can see the sponsor board there and the Tata Steel Tour Championship looking resplendent there. What a view on the challenging 18th hole. A dog leg to the right. This is where a lot of the action will culminate.
Taking a look now on the fifth tee box. My apologies, fifth tee box of the Beldih club, but 14th of the tournament. We have Shivendra Singh Sisodia going with driver again. That, ladies and gentlemen, that you see behind him is actually the driving range of the Beldih club.
Shivendra, a very long hitter. One of the new breed of power players.
It's amazing how a great posture on the golf ball actually gives even the viewer the confidence that the player will swing the club pretty well. Uh, as you see that the player is standing strong on the golf ball, you also tend to get that confidence yourself that yes, this ball is going to probably end up straightish. Mohammad Azhar.
Absolutely. I think Mohammad has a lot more relaxed posture. Yes, I think body, the way you carry yourself and the kind of energy that it sort of emanates from that is also very important. I think you'd always see that somebody like Tiger Woods is always has a very strong, positive, aggressive body energy even when he's dropping shots. Maybe that works for a lot of players. Whereas on the contrary, there's a player like Fred Couples who you never really know if he's having a stroll in the park or playing a competitive tournament. So again, I think it's up to the individual.
Talking about having a more of a relaxed setup, I don't think Mohammad Azhar would be very relaxed. He's at 4 over for the tournament and needs to bring up a few shots to make that a little bit better. While we look at Gaurav Ghai now, who is finding it difficult to find form with his putter of late.
Seems like he's going with a 3 wood, so a safer sort of route here.
I think probably experience, you would say, keeping the ball in play on this golf course would definitely be the first thing. And, having a little bit more of a blind approach into the fairway, I think some players need to feel more comfortable that they definitely can keep that ball in play. Uh, Definitely, I'd say it's a far better approach to be keeping the ball in play and then going for these greens because off the rough, it is going to be very, very difficult to understand whether this ball is going to be a jumper or is the club going to get stuck in the crabgrass? While we look back at Kalin Joshi, the group of Kalin Joshi, Ankur Chadda, and Mithun Pereira. They're on hole number 18 of the Beldih Club. Nice shot by Kalin Joshi. Just a wee bit shy off the hole. Ankur Chadda had three top tens so far this year with 17 starts and made 10 cuts on the PGTI. He's finished. He's so far at 24th position on the order of merit, and definitely has a chance of actually giving himself if he puts in two good rounds, which he's been in good form to do so. Should be able to give himself a nice top 20 finish on the order of merit, which would be his best so far on his in his pro career.
Definitely having a great year so far, but would be looking to take that game to the Asian Tour. I know him; he has great aspirations for his game,
And
and
great potential as well. He's
absolutely,
the hard worker. He's got the fitness, nutrition, as well as the swing aspect, everything taken care of. And seemingly, he's also being able to put all the pieces together and get in the good scores that he needs to.
I think one thing which is so important for these players because there's so many of them young talented players all over Asia and the world. So when they go for the international tournament, it's so important to really peak at the right time. We saw Shubhankar win that one big tournament and how that's actually changed his fortunes. Now he's rubbing shoulders with the best of the world because that opens up gates. You get exemptions and so on and so forth. Otherwise, I think from the conventional route, if you play on the Asian tour and you get the smaller events, it's extremely difficult to crack it big, then get on the bigger tours. It's also important to peak at the right time for these players.
I think Shubhankar and Anirban both showed us the right way to do it. We saw Shubhankar winning in Malaysia, then in South Africa, and then going on to play his next tournament with Phil Mickelson in the same group. That was phenomenal.
Yes,
I think it was a WGC.
yes, in Mexico, and he was leading by 4 shots going into the final day. Unfortunate finish on the final day, but obviously experiences like that. I think it's not just always about winning and making money and rankings and all that. It's also about the experience. I think a lot of players will probably look back and when you grow older and look back and say, yes, I played with Phil Mickelson, and videos or photos from that day that you're competing with the greats. That is something that builds your legacy because a lot of these players are playing to build a legacy as well. They're thinking of the likes of Jyoti Randhawa, Jeev Milkha Singh, Arjun Atwal. They want to build that kind of legacy and be remembered for eons.
In fact, talking about hard work, I in fact, even met Sunil Chaurasia at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club last weekend, and good to see all of these guys preparing themselves for this tour championship coming in this week.
We have Mithun making some notes in his book. All odds.
Absolutely. I think, looking at the quality of play today, I think Mithun Pereira would have to amp up his game to be able to keep up with the younger lot. Definitely not the old school of play wouldn't really work. There's a lot more length required today to be able to compete on the tour. Looking at the kind of winning scores that we have, we've got anywhere around the 20 under mark is what wins a golf tournament today on the PGTI. And the courses, the length of the courses is going up, the players becoming lengthier and even sharper. I think a lot of our older players have a lot of work to do to catch up with them.
Yeah, but I think sometimes I feel, what are you going to do? I mean, you're born with a certain few abilities, and not everybody can hit the ball long. Everybody aspires to. So it's also to take a conscious call that, this is the best that I can do in terms of ball striking. So you'll have to maximize other areas and be more consistent. And that's where I think a tournament golf is so different because it's over 4 days. So if you're a player who's maybe not blessed with the natural abilities of being able to hit the ball a mile, then you must look at other ways that maybe on 4 days you try and reduce the number of mistakes you make and sort of hang in there and then beat the. It's like the rabbit and the tortoise. You'd probably have to adopt that kind of thinking and just be there and cumulatively over the period of days and weeks is how you beat the more talented players. So there are ways how it can be done. Obviously, it's a lot harder.
I think the playing field does get evened out on a golf course, like let's say the Beldih Club, on a Delhi Golf Club, a little bit so on the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, but not so much. Royal Calcutta still requires a lot of length. On the Golmuri Club, also the longer hitter might have an advantage, but the shorter hitter also can make a lot of birdies. So, all in all, there are golf courses which actually act as equalizers. But all in all, if you look at golf courses today, you look at an ITC, you look at even Kalhar Blues and Greens, you look at DLF, you need length, accuracy, as well as a great short game to be able to mitigate the challenges out there. The courses are becoming lengthier and lengthier, and each of the players is getting sharper and sharper, and COVID has given them enough time to make it even sharper.
Yeah, I think they've used adversity to their own benefit and they've put in the time. And, coming back, the phrase horses for courses, originally obviously came about when Seabiscuit was making his famous comeback, the horse. So I think what actually goes to show you that there are different kind of golf courses where a shorter player can compete, but I think it would be incorrect to say that there is an advantage ever for a shorter player. I always feel that there's not a level playing field. The long hitter will always have an advantage, whether it's a short golf course or whatever. But the only thing is that there are certain golf courses where a short hitter can compete on level footing. So when you have a tour which has so many tournaments, so maybe a shorter hitter can pick and choose tournaments, which also happens on the US tour. You see a lot of the guys, no, medium hitters, do not even try to compete for the long golf courses. So that's something where a short to a medium hitter can sort of see what suits them and just play the tournaments that they feel they can win.
I think that's easier said than done because a lot of the players over here are still trying to make a living through the sport. So picking and choosing really is a luxury that players have.
I agree.
So it's not something that a lot of the players who are especially below in the pack can try to do, or even in the middle of the pack can try to do. But yes, of course, once you get to the higher echelons of the sport, I would say yes, you should be picking and choosing the tournaments, saving your energy and your form for the weeks where you can actually capitalize on it.
I think, but it's a sport, so we can't. At the end of the day, it's a competitive professional sport. So if you look at a 100-meter sprinter, I mean, you have to be a certain way to try and compete and win that. I mean, unfortunately, if you're not born like Usain Bolt, you're never going to run that speed. So golf at least gives you the ability to compete at a level playing field. But it's, I mean, it's fair to say now it's definitely an athlete's game, the way the game is played. So if you are a medium to short hitter, then you need to invest a lot more time and energy in the weight room. Maybe add a few pounds and add speed. So at least golf is giving you that opportunity to compete. But obviously, it's trending in the right direction. It's become an Olympic game, and with the advent of that, you're looking at a lot more youngsters who are looking to sort of stamp their name, on the rich history of golf. And when changes like that actually happen, you see that it's sort of a multi faceted kind of change that happens across the game. Since it's become an Olympic game, you've seen the scoring has actually gone lower because more younger players are there. There's a lot more pressure on the entire field. It's become a lot more bunched up. So changes like that will keep happening as the game gains in international stature. So maybe the shorter players will obviously find it difficult, but they're also very smart at what they do. And I think golf equipment has come a long way, and you know a lot about that. So you can get fit the right way, and get the correct kind of shots and gain 10 and 15 yards on your opponent.
I think definitely equipment does help the players hit it a little bit longer, but using the equipment is far more important than owning the equipment. So to be able to have that skill set, which can actually maximize the potential of the club, is something that I feel that players need to do way more than buying a club.
Okay. So we're definitely going against consumerism. So first hone your skills and then look at the golf clubs. I thought a good golf club would be the key for me, but I think no, you've just broken my heart there. So, yes.
I think it's an absolute myth to think that just because I have a certain golf club, I will get the distance. I mean, I know that the bunch of people who have tried picking up Bryson DeChambeau's equipment have been taking up a few loans at that.
I think it'll be quite a task to pick up that equipment. Bryson DeChambeau uses some very heavy, long clubs.
There seems to be a lot of fallacy around equipment, that equipment alone can help you. At the end of the day, it is the man behind the gun, and of course, if you have a good gun, it helps the man behind the gun. But if the man behind the gun doesn't know how to fire it, can't really do anything much with it.
I know. So I think it's safe to say that I might be firing blanks, but let's see. I'll go down fighting. Back to the 18th hole, or maybe back to the 13th hole. We'll take you back to the 18th. We never know. We keep switching. We try to keep it interesting for you. We'll never let you settle down. We'll keep you
On your toes.
on the guard.
Clearly, the cameraman plays a lot faster than Shaurya does.
Maybe he's going to be there as well.
At the Q school, you
Yeah,
think
you
he's
never
getting
know.
inspired?
You never know. Everybody wants a shot of glory, and I think what it really does for me personally, to be honest, I think when you work a lot, and now my present career, my time is almost spent 10 hours a day in front of a laptop. So I find that to take this time out is so essential because otherwise there are a couple of things that you love in life apart from obviously your family and everything else. You
Lovely
need
shot by Kurush Hirji from the right bunker on the 13th hole. Should have a good 5 to 6 footer to save par uphill going towards the hole. While I give the mic back to Shaurya telling us about his family life.
speaking more philosophically, I think about a higher plane, about higher calling. So you realize, everybody is looking at hearing these self help videos, how to be more productive in life. And I think one thing that definitely gets drawn from that is that you have to do something that you love. And being somebody who is really loves the game, I think a week in a year is not too much to really get those juices flowing again, compete, meet everybody else, give them a hard time, slow the things down.
No, I think it's interesting to see what is happening on the PGTI today, and if you can go out there and compete, and yeah, put your best foot forward, and can put in a little bit of preparation before the tournament. I think you have another month to go.
And also an opportunity to try and learn a little bit more about the players so that
Yes.
when we do get the opportunity to talk about them,
Yes.
it's a lot more personal.
Absolutely. I mean, you can also pick up some nuances from them, and over the next 1 month, if you prepare yourself well, not only will you get yourself a card and some commentary tips from the players, but also I would be commentating more on you when you're on that TV screen competing alongside the other players.
Believe you me, that is something that will keep me motivated. Now let's see how that turns out as anybody's guess. But
The
I'm
only thing that you want to do, Shaurya, is to make sure that you play fast enough, because if I'm on the mic and you're on the screen, you're going to have a tough time.
oh, that's I'm already having shivers thinking about that. We're back on hole number 13, if I'm right.
I think, yeah, we are on hole number 13. I think instead of the Greens book, players should start getting a stopwatch for themselves. It's not easy today. Come to think about it, jokes apart, hitting a golf shot in 30 seconds. That's the time given today to a golfer. I think to be able to put your best foot forward, think it through, prepare for the shot, and execute the shot as well. All these three things have to be taken care of in 30 seconds. I do not think it is the easiest thing to do. So there is a lot more pressure on the player today. As back in the day, it used to be 50, 40, 40. It used to be first player, second player, and third player in the seconds count. Nice putt by Alap Ayel
That's a
on hole
brilliant part
number
there.
13. But today, the time allowed by the tour is only 40 seconds for the first pair and 30 seconds for the other two. And it's not the easiest thing to do, to be able to. I mean, look at reading a line, checking the wind, making sure what kind of a lie you have. You've got to get your yardages and your practice swings, all of that bunched into 30 seconds. So the players have to be more reactive today than they had to be in the past. I mean, 10 seconds might not seem like much, but those are the seconds that actually do make the biggest difference.
I think that also tells you the role that a caddy has to play now. A caddy has to be a lot more professional, have his have his yardages, understand his player, make sure that there's no confusion in terms of the line, or what they're planning to do. So that can actually take away from that can actually cut down the preparation time and things like that. And I think it's a very welcome sign, because golf, as it is, takes a long time. It's a sport that takes almost 4 to 5 hours for a round to finish, and we want to make it more viewer friendly. As Kurish misses that putt and chuckles a little, maybe he got it wrong. That's a good demeanor to have on a golf course, not to take it too seriously, because they say golf, if you take it too seriously, it'll break your heart, and if you don't, it's no fun. So I think it's somewhere to be in the middle, oscillate there, and who better than to embody that spirit than Vijay Kumar?
Oh man, what a brilliant golfer to have played with. He's been on the tour. He's a veteran. Obviously, he's about 50 years of age and still competing on the tour. I've had some of my most brilliant memories playing alongside him. Such a great character to be playing alongside. He is fun, keeps it upbeat, never gets too bothered by what is happening on the golf course, and always likes to keep it like that for even his fellow players. Always encouraging to play with a senior golfer who keeps it light around him.
I remember when I started out in professional golf, almost like I think 14 years back, and the first thing I did, like I think I was paired with him and I asked him, "How do you prepare?" Because obviously, being a youngster, you want to understand that what are the best players doing, and he was so relaxed, and he'd always sort of had this unassuming kind of characteristic about him. And he said, "Nothing. I just go in the morning, have a cup of tea, and then I stand up on the tee off." I said, "What? You can't be serious. I mean, that's not how you win Indian Opens, but apparently that's what he did, and that's how you win Indian Opens." So maybe that's something that players can try.
I think just keeping your mind easy also is a huge part of it. And for some people, for some players, keeping the mind at ease is the key thing. This kind of a modus operandi could really work for them. I remember the first time I saw Vijay Kumar. He was a golfing legend. I think I was about 18 or 19 years old. This was at the Kutub Golf Club, one of the first pro events that happened over there. I was caddying for a friend of mine because I wanted to learn what the pro tour is like. So I was caddying for this friend of mine, and the first 2 days we played alongside Vijay Kumar. And so Vijay Kumar used to have a white and blue colored Mizuno bag, if you remember back in the day. So he was out there, came to the tee box, and he was all nice and fun and frolic, and being very chatty and fun, and very eased out personality. Got a little bit of like a flair to himself walking atop that tee box, and you will not believe it, but that his caddy actually pulled out the cover of the golf bag on that first on the first day. He took off the hood of the bag. There was a little bit of dust on the clubs. He just cleaned them up. Vijay Kumar held two clubs and made a few swings and shot 4 under for the day.
That's really, that's praiseworthy. A lot of people might think that's a laid back attitude, but sometimes you just gifted. And I think Vijay has been one of those people who have been gifted by the golf gods. And it is, at the end of the day, it is a game. I mean, it might be a profession, but it's still a game, and it's there to make you feel better about yourself, to enjoy the outdoors, and a lot of players who embody that kind of an attitude actually end up playing better, because it's not so easy to always play your best. It's always important to just enjoy the game.
There
And
we
that's
have him back on that tee box on the fifth hole, which is the 14th hole for the tournament.
So he'd be looking to hit a left right cut, aiming at that left bush and then hitting a slight cut. He's done that perfectly well.
There we see the ball dropping right in the middle of the fairway.
Consistency, the king of consistency.
You know, nice putt also there by Chikkarangappa. Actually, I'd like to also give Chikkarangappa the award for the inverted tiger of the day. I think
Absolutely.
making that putt cements that even further on. Kurush Hirji.
A good thing, obviously, that Tiger Woods is now back playing alongside his son, and that's such a heartwarming thing for him to be back from all his trials and tribulations and to be back on the golf course once again. So it shows you that adversity can strike any one of us unbeknownst at any time, but it's how you bounce back from it. And who better than Tiger Woods to embody that? And that's something that all our viewers can learn from. That you
Kurush
might be.
Hirji not very happy with that tee shot, looking very intently at the ball, checking the nuances of his golf swing as he walks by. Seems like he wanted to get a little under that, but couldn't. Yeah, back on the 10th green, we are looking now at Shankar Das, the group of Shankar Das on that green, playing alongside Divyanshu Bajaj and Harinder Gupta. Divyanshu Bajaj is at -1 for the day. Shankar Das is at even par for the day. Amandeep Johal on our screens with his broomstick putter coming off the front part of the green on hole number 4. Seems like he's just short of the green. A very different sort of a choice of club. You usually see a player using a pitching wedge or a sand wedge from there to get the ball slightly airborne. Seems like he has it all figured with his broomstick putter. Amandeep Joel, with a long standing career on the Asian Tour in the past, he's now preparing himself for the Seniors Tour in Europe. Great to see these the veteran golfers from the country preparing themselves for even higher tours at this age. Getting their fitness in order, keeping up with the young guns. So Amandeep Joel definitely would be one of the leaders in that aspect, alongside his good friend Jeev Milkha Singh, also, who is also preparing himself to get onto the seniors tour, and Gaurav Ghai. It seems like it's becoming quite windy at the Beldih Club. These weather conditions with a little bit of wind plus the cold should add a little bit more of an interesting challenge to the Beldih Club. A lot of gust picking up over there. It seems like it's become huge amount of tailwind on this 13th hole. That flag really is fluttering, almost giving me the jitters sitting here in the studio itself. Control of the iron shots would be very difficult in these kind of wind conditions, especially on stamp sized greens as we have at Beldih.
Agreed.
Amandeep Joel now has some work to clean up for a par on this hole.
It seems like the afterburners are on. The flag is really fluttering.
Almost appears like the wind might help the putt as well. See if that's the case.
Definitely helped the putt miss the hole.
Clearly not the best of choice for Amandeep Johal to have picked up the putter from the front part of the green, not going the way he would have wanted it to go. A lot of the groups from our Golmuri start, which is the front nine of this tournament, will be coming on to the Beldih course now, while we already have the first group on the 10th tee, which is Shankar Das, Divyanshu Bajaj, and Harinder Gupta, apologies, on the 10th green have arrived.
Look at the 18th hole. The 18th hole is a little bit of a dog leg to the right. It's definitely going to be the site of some interesting battles that are going to happen today and tomorrow.
Vikrant Chopra on that 18th hole, showing his stellar iron play, leaving himself about 6 to 7 feet for birdie. Great shot by Vikrant. I mean, he's always been on song with his iron play. Great ball striker. Just should be shooting way more under par numbers than he really does, actually. Don't you think, Shaurya?
Yeah, I think it's a twofold thing. Obviously, just to sort of simplify it and say that the putter is something that is holding him back might be only partly correct. But I think I mean there are two things. I've always found that he's a very controlled player and is sort of very calculative and does not take unnecessary risk. And I feel in golf at times to really reach the next level, you have to be able to pull out the driver a lot more, and that's something that he has sort of throttled himself back, and he always shoots at 2 or 3 hundreds. But I think in order for a player to really break the glass ceiling, you have to be willing to take some risk, which can actually backfire as well. And as we've seen with the likes of Rashid, so Vikrant obviously does have that capability, but I think he errs a little towards the side of caution in terms of his approach to some of the tougher holes. So uh, maybe that is something that he could look to change, and that can go either ways. Obviously, he's there each week for the top 10, top 20, and that's no mean feat in itself. The putter was something that was holding him back, and he's been able to sort that a lot. But I think definitely have to take on a little bit more risk, I feel.
I think today's golf is not a timid kind of golf unless and until you're okay with being in the middle of the pack. I think you have to be an aggressive golfer. Scores, deep scores, are very much needed to be able to salvage victories on the tour. That is definitely something that I think most of the players would be wanting to do. Uh, I'm not sure if playing to a timid approach is anywhere going to benefit any of the golfers in the long run at all.
Uh,
I think passive aggressive is something that I think would be nice. So, passive in places where you probably need to be, where the hole doesn't suit you, maybe the approach shot doesn't suit you, but aggressive in places where you have the opportunity. I think you must take it up. That's just the way the game needs to be played today.
But I think, coming back to your point, Ali, if you think you can pick and choose your holes which don't suit you and you can be more conservative on that. But I don't think even that is going to be good enough to win a tournament on the PGTI, because if you've seen the better players, there are no real holes that really disrupt their play. They're able to navigate each tough shot. Like an example is Kalin Joshi hitting a driver on the first hole at the DGC. Now that is something that that's the stuff of what nightmares are made of. If you have to hit a driver, even in a club championship, let alone such a big tournaments, that is the kind of confidence and execution in ability that they have. So I think unless you have that, if there are holes which will trouble you, you
Stellar
might win.
putt by Karan Tonk on the 18th hole to make birdie.
What do you feel? I mean, you really need a game that you should be able to hit the ball both ways, a draw, a fade. You should be able to take on the tough shots, maybe one hole in a tournament or one odd hole. Otherwise, you have to take the tough shots on. Like, without that, you will not be able to keep up, I feel,
I
with the
think I think
pack.
players must have both kinds of shot in the bag, but most of the days of their golfing career, they can play with one side of the shot, which is their bread and butter side, and that can help them shoot really really low numbers. And if they just stick to that much, make sure that their misses are controlled. I think players can give themselves plenty opportunities. There are always the way the courses are designed. You can you know that there are six holes where you will have an easy pin location, then six with an intermediate, and six with a tough flag location. So players can pick and choose depending on the shape of shot that they hit, which side do they want to play it on.
I think another thing which obviously comes to the fore is the pace of the putts that you hit. Like, see this one. I mean, missing a putt like that. I mean, you're not gonna win a tournament if you do that. To be honest with you, and do that often. So obviously, it's a twofold thing with him. He's always struggled with putting, and maybe that's just the only thing. But it goes to show you that you have to be a very confident putter. You can't be nervous or jittery on the green. We've seen the best players in top.
Sarthak Chibber coming on to the 13th hole. He seems to have pulled it left and looking at it very intently. It's like he's got not the best of contacts there. Harmeet Kalon, the veteran playing alongside him, has given himself a nice look at birdie from 20 feet away. Talking about being confident along with the putter, I think we've already seen Vikrant missing about three putts this morning. We have also seen him do that in the past, and I just feel like if the guy had a lot more control on that putter, he would be winning tournaments very, very regularly. In fact, if anything, he'd definitely be in the top five, considering the proximity to the hole that he actually leaves himself at. I think he would do phenomenally, being top five pretty much almost every week.
I think obviously that's something the putter he's not been able to tame that. He's somehow been able to maybe mitigate the losses from bad putting to maybe become an average to sort of medium kind of putter, but that's still not going to be good enough. You've seen the best players in the world, even they work a lot on putting, like like Dustin Johnson and so on and so forth. So, and for putting, I think eventually you have to find a way that you're not so mechanical, you're not so rigid. You just have to go with the flow. It's like how children putt. You just stand up on a green and you enjoy that, and that's what Ben Crenshaw used to say. But it's so much harder to do that in real life, and that's the maze that Vikrant has to somehow crack. He has to sort of understand what's the best way. Maybe get a putting coach or work alongside the best players. Maybe play more rounds with the likes of Rashid Khan. How they approach putting is very different. The best players are so much more confident. I've seen Gaganjeet Bhullar, who we'll see today later, Shubhankar. Their body language, their putter, the way the putter flows through is so much more smooth and natural.
Sarthak Chibbar seems to be having a little bit of a tough time, a tough lie. So I just about hacked it out on the other side of the green. That'll be another 50 footer or so to save par on that hole. Didn't take any time at all to judge that shot well. Talking about putting again, going back, you're absolutely right. I think it's a fine mix of, looking at it as a child, but also it's almost like, it's almost like karigari.
Like I think a good example is also somebody like Harmeet. He's also very rigid and not a very fluid kind of a putting motion. Very thoughtful and trying to calibrate a lot of things. I think some parts of the game, especially putting, has to be natural and free flowing for the ball to go in the hole. There's no other way about it, because maybe we as golfers try to overcomplicate things. Putting is just about seeing the line. You see it, roll it, hold it, as Francis Scaddy said in the greatest game ever. And if you try to overcomplicate it, it's not going to work.
Good to see C. Muniappa back in form. He is at -9 for the tournament at seventh position. SSP Chaurasia, of course, getting off to a start with one under for the day already, followed closely by Gaganjeet Bhullar, Veer Alawat, who is at 11 under par. It's good showing by a lot of players. Shamim Khan, also, another player who's tending to find form again, is at -9. Shamim hasn't really been finishing atop the leaderboards of late, but he is no stranger to success. Shubhankar Sharma also at -9.
I see this leaderboard and it just makes me think that the cream always rises to the top. You're seeing the Indian Open champion there, right at the top of the summit. I mean, what a man SSP Chaurasia is. What he's been able to do for the game of golf, from where he's coming, and he's just, outshining everyone else. It's fantastic to see him there leading the pack and back with Harmeet.
Very
And
meticulous and peculiar way of doing things around the golf course. Harmeet Kalan.
so as you see, if you keep it free flowing, I feel putting definitely. Maybe in ball striking you could have technique and all that, but in putting it's a lot about. It's almost like shooting. You have to just see your target and shoot. If you try to overcomplicate it, that feel is something which is sort of imperceptible, but it is there. It's something like going on a run. Those few things are there which you can't quite perceive, and and the more you think about it, the more it keeps going away. It's like they used to say that how to putt. If you hold your putter only as tight as you're holding a bird, so it's a lot of things. Now let's see if Harmeet, with his unorthodox setup and approach to putting, can actually.
But the one thing about Harmeet, even though he's very meticulous and has his own way of doing things, he still is a very, very confident ball striker. He's still a very confident putter. So even though he might be doing a lot of technical stuff that we all have seen on the golf course, but at the same time, I'll tell you that he still hits that putt. He still gets in enough punch on the ball, even in his ball striking. Like on the first hole, on the 10th hole, as we saw him hitting that iron shot, he also managed to do, managed to have the kind of strike that he would have wanted to have. A confident go through the ball kind of an approach. So even though he was meticulous, he wasn't. He only did that pre-shot. He didn't do that on the shot.
Yeah, so I think in ball striking that does work if you're meticulous in good ball striking. But I feel like in putting is so difficult from so different. My apologies, from the rest of the game, that it's not so much about technique. Putting is a lot about feel, and no technique can assure you that you will get the ball in the hole. But on the long game, a lot of good technique and good execution can almost ensure you of a good ball strike.
Sarthak Chibbar would go on to make a six on that hole. Harmeet Kalon now lining up for his par. There used to be, back in the day, if you saw a blue line on the putting green, on the practice green, you knew that Harmeet Kalon had been there. It was almost like a mark that he left for all of us.
Yes, now Harmeet surveying and trying to find that blue line, maybe. And
So it's kind of moving as if like he's moving the steering with that putter.
yes, very unorthodox, very different. Obviously, he's tried a lot of different techniques, and you see, he does not want to follow through. He has a pre-shot routine where he wants to stop the putter at the ball. Maybe that's to have more of a hit on the ball. Yes, and that works perfectly for him.
Flogging his lower body with the grass on the golf course. Harmeet Kalon, the veteran on tour.
The first of those light green trousers that we're seeing today, and as you know, we're seeing all different flavors of clothing today.
The top start by Gaganjit Bhullar and
I
Veer
think
Lawat already.
both of us are very subtly dressed. We are all in grey, and maybe we should add some more color as well, Rob.
Only if you were on a golf course, maybe yes. Not sure if here in the studios people would look at us very very nicely if we were dressed up in fluorescent
Maybe try
brands.
the pink trousers tomorrow. You never know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think the guard himself might just tell me to shoo away from here. So having said that, I mean, good start here for top guys. Angad Chima, Veer Lawat, and Gaganjit Bhullar already to a top start through three holes. They're all at 2 under par. So capitalizing, Shubhankar Sharma and C Muniappa at 3 under for the day already through three holes. I mean, those are stellar starts on the golf course. In a few more, that would be just absolutely superb for them. While the wind gusts seem to be picking up, and I can already almost feel it sitting here in the studio.
The golf gods always make it difficult for the leaders. No easy lunches here, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the Tata Steel Tour Championship, and this is the final tournament of the calendar year on the PGTI with a massive prize money of 1.5 CR. That's just that just shows you the level of which the game has grown, and obviously the support of Tata Steel and the other associate sponsors. Now we're
Harmeet
back.
Kalon beating the ground on the fifth hole.
Yeah, we have a look at Harmeet, veteran golfer, champion golfer, has won an Asian Tour event as well. Many events on the PGTI, a very stellar amateur career, Arjuna awardee, and obviously still going strong. Something that can be learned from Harmeet is being meticulous and following through on what you believe in. His routine and the way he hits the ball technique is quite different, but he's very repetitive, and that's why he's still here, ladies and gentlemen. Likes to favor a left right fade.
He still hits it a far way. For the he's not on the tour very often anymore. He plays only select number of tournament, but still works pretty hard and still hits it a pretty far way.
He's still fit and strong, and obviously from that factory of golfers from Chandigarh, he's one of those strong golfers who hits the ball long, and obviously he keeps himself in shape and keeps working. So that's something that stays with him.
Talking about the factory of golfers from Chandigarh, we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who is also on the top of our order of merit. This year has been nice for him. He has picked up pace uh, on his play. We are also looking at Jyoti Randhawa on our screens, who is of course multiple time Indian Open champion and one of the best golfers that India has ever produced.
Yes, absolutely. Jyotirindava can give anyone a run for his money. I think he'll still be playing on the regular tour for a long time. I don't see him really switching over to the senior tours with the kind of game that he has. I think he'll still continue to ply his tour on the Asian tour, maybe the European tour and Indian tour.
You think he picks up a little bit? He's probably hits that ball just like a bullet. Like he also has a shooting hobbies. He almost shoots that golf ball.
Absolutely. I think that's something that he's being born with. Obviously, he's honed it and he's been a prolific hard worker, but that's a talent and skill that he always had. Again, his father is an army officer. In fact, grew up seeing him when I started. I had one of my first few lessons from him, but his father, obviously, a very keen golfer himself. But Jyoti he is the embodiment of a sportsman, to be honest with you. He's a sportsman all around. He plays every game, and I think had he picked up any other sport, he could have been world level in that as well. So that's actually goes to speak volume about how he's maintained himself. Still, I believe goes to the gym twice a day.
Wow, wow! I go to the gym like once in 2 days.
Yeah, I don't know what the gym is. So that's
Lovely
that's why
putt
where
by
he is,
Yuvraj
and
Singh Sandhu. Should make that birdie putt. He's even par for the day so far. Should take him down to red figures.
Yuvraj Singh doing his best to impress Jyoti Randhawa, and I'm sure Jyoti Randhawa is impressed by the onslaught of the youth, as he called it, because they're such good golfers. I remember having a chat with him. He said they're phenomenal. The younger lot is just better than what we ever had previously, because you're seeing the numbers of players that are coming up. The good thing is that sport is a lot more accepted and acceptable as a career now in India. And obviously, with the corporate houses coming into pitch in and support the golfers, there are many players who can actually make a living of the game and around the game as well. And that's really important if you want to see such talent come through. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are obviously doing your bit by watching us live, and there you have it, another beautiful
Harshjeet
putt.
Sethi making birdie also on the 18th hole. He's holding the putter like a broomstick, just like his mentor Amandeep Joel, although his putter is shorter than the broomstick.
Now we see Jyoti Randhawa's peculiar pre-shot routine. He'll come up on one foot a little bit and then twist to the other side.
There we have him,
There
starts
we,
swiveling off a little bit, off to
yeah,
the
there he
left.
goes, and then on the other side, I think that's something that helps him understand the line and the break.
And maybe just visualize in the routine, just sort of sets up in his eyes very well.
He's a good putter from about 15 to 20 feet, but I remember always from the short putts, he's a little suspect within about 3 to 4 feet. I don't know if that's improved over the years.
He's got a very solid putting stroke, very much like a pop action that you must have seen on Brand Snedeker, and seems like he's pretty good from 4 feet. Shaurya, contrary to the popular belief that you're trying to spread across the world.
No, but I mean, obviously, given that his proficient ball striking, he's reeling off low rounds one after the other.
We have Trishul Chinappa on our screen. Trishul also gotten off to a good start for the day. He's at -4 for the day through 9 holes. So he's got a little bit of work on this back nine to do, as the Beldih club does throw in more challenges than the Golmuri club does. So he has capitalized on his start, and hopefully he can continue this and make a couple more birdies over here. That'll help him jump atop the leaderboard and, of course, give him a good chance on the next
Oh,
day to finish atop that a nice position, even on that order of merit. He could definitely do with a little bit of jump up there.
so close yet so far.
It's always the case, isn't it? Playing alongside Om Prakash Chauhan and Amrit Lal.
Trishul takes his fitness very seriously and reaping the rewards of the same. Om Prakash Chauhan, very wristy action, similar to his colleague from Mao. Mukesh Kumar.
Om Prakash Chauhan also this year has worked very, very hard on his fitness, and you can tell that he has not only lost weight, he's been doing single-legged squats on the tee boxes, and really, I'd be sitting over here and watching him do those single-legged squats and be like, "Oh my God, this guy is turning into a beast."
I think could that be that golfers are understanding that it's an Olympic game? Maybe they can go for gymnastics. You never know. Once you land up there, you could be doing the steeplechase.
I don't know if the golfers are thinking that, but I don't know what Shubhankar Sharma is up to out there. He's at 6 under through 6 holes. Mind you, he is showing us why he is where he is.
6 under through 6 holes. I think I'm kind of going to revisit my decision to try and go for the chase course. I think I would rather utilize my time here and enjoy my week off from work and not come back with pain. Seeing these players at 6 under for 6 holes, am I right, or is that an illusion?
Think let's see if that's a typo or is that for real. I think knowing Shubhankar's prowess around the game of golf, that probably is very, very real. So whatever he is thinking and doing, it seems to be great. It's good to see all of this, and in fact, good for the the junior golfers who might be watching right now. That what golf is today, professional golf today, is very different than let's say about a decade ago within India. And scoring patterns are so deep. Players are shooting birdie per hole.
Absolutely.
Yeah, some other good scores also, down the leaderboard there. We've got a couple of scores at -4 through 9 holes, including Trishul Chinappa, whom we had on the screen just now. We also have at -4 Rashid Khan for the day, Pawan Kumar and Adil Bedi also at -4. So, good scoring out on the golf course. Definitely moving day. I think all of the days in this kind of a tournament are moving days.
Absolutely. I think it starts from the first tee because you have already made the cut. But what Shubhankar is doing, you could easily threaten the course, the cumulative course record that we have at this tournament, and with 6 under par through six, and maybe another birdie and shoot a few more under par here. There's no telling.
I'm waiting for that scoreboard to get updated so I can see what has he made hole by hole.
I mean, he's really stamped his international pedigree on this tournament. That's something that we always see that these bigger players come back. Look at that leaderboard. You have European Tour player SSP Chaurasia, European Tour player Gaganjit Buller, European Tour player Shubhankar Sharma.
I mean, that's why they are where they are. I mean, this is very, very clear to us, and this is the versatility also, right? So you could be playing international golf at the top level, but the versatility that you have to keep in place. So even if you have to change the kind of a track you're playing, you are already you don't take that much of time to get clued in because that's the amount of versatility you have learned. Look, talking about versatility, we've got now on the tee box on the 10th hole at Beldih Club, Digvijay Singh playing alongside Aman Raj and Rashid Khan. Aman Raj at -2 for the day. Digvijay Singh at -1 for the day, total of -3. Aman Raj with a total of -4. And Rashid Khan with a total of -6, -4 for the day. Aman Raj in his customary hat, closer to home this week. Very good iron striker.
Seems to have, yeah, that's about 15 feet. Good shot by him.
Aman Raj very consistent with his iron play and also very, very good with that flat stick. He's also had a pretty decent start to his pro career over the past couple of years. Also
Also,
had has played enough on the Asian feeder tour as well as a little bit on the Asian tour.
I've also seen him on the range, and he's able to extricate each ounce of power from that body. He gets it to almost 290 yards with roll. So he's no spring chicken, but he can still hit it far enough. Now Rashid Khan with that very steep, handsy backlift.
Rashid Khan has been working on his golf swing. He's trying to move the ball left to right. That's the kind of shape that he wants to put on the ball. So he's been working on a lot of changes, and that's what he was telling me the other day. That those are the changes that seem to be coming together now. When you make a change, getting them on the longer clubs, especially the lower lofted clubs, is a little more difficult than getting them on wedges. So that is the part that has been taking time, and he hasn't been able to do that very well. So he was telling me that how that has started to come together now. Talking about things coming together, we have Digvijay Singh on the tee
Flamboyant
box.
Digvijay Singh, or lovingly called Diggy by his friends. Let's see what Diggy can do here, or as Diggy Bhaiya by a lot of us. Very fluid kind of an action, always keeps moving.
I think it's great to have that sort of an action where you are more dynamic. The golf ball is not a dynamic thing, which usually in other sports the ball or the shuttle or the football, everything is coming towards you or you are running towards it. So it's easier for a player to be dynamic, but in golf it's very difficult for a player to be. The player has to be dynamic because the ball cannot move. So it's always good to have that little bit of fluidity and keep moving around. It keeps the club in motion, easier to swing through.
Absolutely. There you see the cars actually passing through. Very unique feature of this golf course. A couple of bikes as well. So maybe just hit your shot or hop on a ride, but don't do that. You get a two-shot penalty.
Inverted tiger. Syed Saqib Ahmed, dressed up in the red pants and the black
Yeah.
shirt, like inverted tiger, because the tiger dress code is the red shirt and the black pants on the final day.
There you have the referee, which is accompanying them. So that could be a couple of things. Either they've asked for a ruling, or maybe if the group is behind time, then the referee is accompanying them, and that's what the referee does: accompanies you for a couple of holes. I would know that.
Is that
Me and
nostalgia for you?
Absolutely, I'm feeling like I'm missing a good old time. Me and referees, we used to have a lot of talks while I was playing my round, and so maybe that's what's happening here, or the referee is just there for a ruling. We hope it's the former and not the latter, because nobody likes the referee to be there. Sort of unnerves them, and then they have to play a little quicker and get out of the rhythm. So all three players have to keep up the speed, and let's see if Sakib can keep up the standard of golf that we've seen so far and stick it on the pin. Not quite visible where he's gone. Some of the other notable scores: Om Prakash Chauhan, 2 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament. We have Mohammad Sanju, 1 over for the tournament, 1 under for the day. And we have Sangha Raja from Sri Lanka. He's at 8 under for the tournament and 4 under for the day. So having a brilliant run. So is Veer Alawat, who's 4 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament. Gaganjit Bhullar tied alongside SSP Chaurasia at 13 under for the tournament. So obviously, there's a lot of movement happening atop the leaderboard, and it definitely seems like they're close to 10 players in the fray. And at this point in time, we have Hani Besoya, who's tied 8th at 9 under par. So there are 11 players actually who are within 4 shots. Obviously, this is going to be a very, very exciting tournament coming down the stretch. As you have a look at the 18th, the wind has definitely started blowing a lot more. You can see the flags fluttering there in the background, the leaves rustling as well. So it's going to be very interesting how the players are able to traverse these conditions. I assume that the tournament would be won at something around 21 or 22 under par the way these players are going, because they're able to gain shots on the Golmuri Golf Club, which is a considerably easier as compared to the Beldih Golf Club that we are having a look at. So unfortunately, we only have coverage for you at the Beldih Golf Club, and soon we will be showing you a little bit of a highlight package from Golmuri as well later in the day. Here we have on our screen Digvijay Singh, the champion on the Asian Tour and a veteran on the PGTI, has been a professional for almost over 20 years now, and has always been a very consistent player and very good whenever the Asian Tour tournaments used to happen in India. In fact, up until I think last year, he had never missed a cut playing an Asian Tour event in India. That's not his best effort. We'll have about 4 to 5 feet for par. On the top of our leaderboard, we have Shubhankar Sharma going great guns, 6 under par after 6. Veer Lawat, who's 4 under after 4. So obviously these players are able to make the most of Golmuri Golf Club. Udian Mane is at 10 under par. So Udian Mane alongside SSP Chaurasia, who's at 13 under par. So there's definitely an Olympic flavor to the leaderboard. We have Udian Mane as well as SSP Chaurasia, the Olympians, who are at 13 under, who are at 10 under par and 13 under par respectively. So there's a lot of pedigree on that leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. We have Gaganjeet Bhullar, who's won over 10 tournaments on the Asian Tour, and even he's won on the European Tour as well. You have Veer Lawat, a very upcoming star player who won multiple tournaments on the PGTI. You have Angad Chima, winner on the PGTI, the young man from Chandigarh. And Karan Pratap Singh, Udyanmane Muniappa, the former Indian Open champion, is also having a resurgence of sorts at 3 under for the day and 9 under for the tournament. It's really heartening to see him make that return to form almost after 12 years. So he's been lost in the lurch, but now making a comeback, and that's really good to see. You want good players to be able to redeem their games and be back to where they belong. Shamim Khan, the short hitting player from Delhi, also in the fray. The, Shamim Khan is a multiple two-time PGTI Order of Merit champion. He's at 9 under par. And Hani Besoya at 9 under par, the player from Delhi. Kshitij Nawat Kaul as well as 9 under par. And Thanga Raja adding some flavor, international flavor to our leaderboard. He's at 8 under for the tournament. As we go back to Digvijay Singh, very good with these putts, and that's something that our viewers and even part-time golfers can enjoy and see that how good he is with the putter. Very fluid. He is doing his research work before the putt, maybe discussing the line, the lie of the land, the speed, the grass. There's so many things that a player must contend with in order to get the ball in the hole. And that's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Golf, for those of you who are uninitiated, has 18 holes, and the score is a cumulative score of all of your 18 holes. And normally a par is 72. So when you add those 18 holes up, now if you score less than 72, then it's considered under par. And if your total score is above 72, it's above par. And all professionals always aim to go under par. And Digvijay Singh, no stranger to under par, makes that putt and moves off to the next hole. You're having a look at how the wind is howling now. It's going to make proceedings in the afternoon a lot more difficult for our leaders. And that's what happens. The golfing gods never make it easy. And why should it be easy when you're playing for such a big, massive prize fund of 1.5 CR at the Tata Steel PGTI 2021 Championship? Back again at hole number 18, where we have Sakib. This putt would break a little from his left to right uphill. We need to put some steam on that. Oh, he seems to have run it by. Should be able to make his par. The 18th hole here measures at 397 yards. It's a little bit of a downhill dogleg to the right. There we have a look at MD Sanju making his par. Trishul giving that putt, sorry, Sakib giving that putt a lot of respect. These short putts tend to get away from you if you don't focus. So that's why the professionals take it very carefully on these putts. There we have a look at the players walking up on the 10th hole. Amritinder Singh, who's visible there at 2 over for the day and level par for the tournament. Amritinder Singh playing alongside Mari Muthu R and Abhijit Singh Chadda, who we can have a look at now on our screens. Now that's the tricky shot that he has facing himself. An uphill shot. He's overcooked his approach shot to the green. And the players are allowed lift, clean in place, preferred lie this week. And the rules of preferred lie state that you can mark your ball, place it 6 inches or one club length, as the rule may be that week. And then you have to keep the ball down. And even if it rolls like it did, as we saw there, then you must still play from where it lies. So that's normally done if the fairways are playing a little wet or picking up mud, if the ball is picking up mud as it is happening this week. So in order to provide the players a fair playing ground, they were given the luxury of taking a preferred lie in the short stuff. That's the fair. I think Abhijit probably discussing with his playing partner that the ball moved after placing it, and that's totally fine as long as it's a preferred lie. So you can only place it once. I'll look for this to be. We already saw Gaurav Pratap Singh sort of making a meal of this shot, not the easiest shot. Let's see what Abhijit can do. He has some green, but as you can see, it's a very steep embankment, and if you overcook the shot, you could well end up on the front edge of the green. So he will have to really maneuver this shot. Hit a high, soft shot. But as you saw, the players are having difficulty with the grass growing against them. And that's why you're seeing he's going and surveying the green again, and he's not quite sure of what to do. Maybe him and his caddy have a strategy, but the player has to be very confident on a shot like this. There you go, going with a putter, the safer approach. Maybe the putter, you can confirm yourself to about 10 feet, and then try and take your chances from there. The chip shot will definitely get you closer, but the putter will mitigate the risk of having a bad shot. So the player is obviously choosing between the two evils here right now. The chip shot, which can go bad, or the putter that can go to about 10 feet. It's obviously a more conservative approach to go with the putter from off the green in a lie like this, but sometimes you have to take the approach of caution first. You don't want to drop more than a shot here, and you want to give yourself an opportunity for par. As you can see, the ball is trundling up there, and that was a pretty good effort, and he's able to get to about 5 to 6 feet. He's done really well from there. And as you saw, when the player hit that putt, it bounced up 3 or 4 times because the grass is actually growing against him. It's a very difficult shot with a lob wedge or a sand wedge. I think uh, it'll be fair to give him maybe 9 on 10 for execution there. Chuckling about that. Obviously, he's happy with that effort. As we have a look at Mari Muthuar, a very long hitter of the golf ball, the man for Bengaluru. This putt would break a little from his right to left as it comes up. Seems to have underread that. Should make his par and move on to the next hole with a yellow ball. So, ladies and gentlemen, mind you that obviously golf balls can be of any color that you may wish. But normally you see professional golfers play with white balls. But obviously these days you're having new companies and new designs, and they come up with the yellow golf ball as well. Anything to add more flavor to your day, as we can see the veteran Amritinder Singh going with a fluorescent t-shirt. So obviously it's a long day and you don't want it to be dull or drab, so you dress accordingly. Let's see if he's been able to get a good learning from Mari Muthu's putt on similar line. I think he should be able to make that.
Amritinder Singh leaving that putt shy of the hole. Not the best of attempts, I'd say. Tapping it in now. Amritinder Singh, of course, a veteran on tour, playing this week on a sponsor's exemption, playing alongside his fellow Chandigarh lad Abhijit Singh Chadda. Abhijit Singh Chadda at -1 for the day, the total score of -4 up until now in this tournament. It's quite a surprise that even -1 on this leaderboard has dropped 4 positions through these holes today. So it's quite a challenging tournament for all of these players. We see Anura Rohana right under him at even par for the day has dropped 8 positions. So the quality of play, of course, is stupendous on the tour. Looking at the scores of Shubhankar Sharma, who is -6 through 6 holes, he has started his day with birdie, eagle on the second hole, a par on the third hole, and 3 birdies back to back on hole number 4, 5, and 6. So quite an incredible start there for Shubhankar Sharma to jump up multiple positions to get himself just one shot shy of the lead. We have 3 players tied on the lead right now: Gaganjeet Bhullar, Veer Alawat, and SSP Chaurasia, all at -13. Looking back at the 18th green here, while Arjun Sharma getting ready to line up his putt, playing alongside Manu Gandas from Gurgaon and Gaurav Pratap Singh from Noida. Arjun Sharma about 20 feet out. A nice attempt for Arjun Sharma, just coming off slightly extra read on the hole. Pretty looking putt for him. While we watch Manu Gandas now on our screens, Manu Gandas at even par for the day, playing alongside Arjun and Gaurav. Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow also off to a good start at -2 for the day through 6 holes. Manu Gandas at even par, attempting his putt for birdie runs that by and seems like a bit of a misread for him. Arjun Sharma is at -1 for the day, and that's the kind of start that one would look for at the Beldih club because he'll be going into his back nine, which is the front nine of the tournament, at the Golmuri club 20 minutes later. And that would, could be a good place for him to gather up a bunch of birdies and maybe even a few eagles at that. While we look at Gaurav Pratap Singh attempting his birdie putt, Gaurav Pratap Singh at even par for the day, a total of +4 for the tournament. Birdie putt on the 18th hole for Gaurav. A little bit of an extra read. Gaurav did give it a good go. Unfortunately, would have to settle for par. Manu Gandas, after that aggressive birdie attempt, has about 4 feet to save his par on the 18th hole to stick around at even par for the day and move into his back nine at the Golmuri club. Ankur Chadda also off to a good start. He's at -3 for the day, which has taken him up to -3 for the tournament. And so is the young lefty Karthik Sharma, -2 for the day, which has taken him up to -3 for the tournament. Veer Lawat now in sole lead at -13, while Shivankar Sharma, Gaganjeet Bhullar, and Karan Pratap Singh alongside SSP Chaurasia are at -12 for the tournament, followed closely by Angad Chima and the Olympian Udayan Mane at -11 for the tournament. And Tangaraja from Sri Lanka also off to a good start with 4 under par on his score today and 8 under par in total for the tournament, jumping up 10 positions already. We are back onto the 10th green, looking at the group of Sunil Chaurasia, Adil Bedi, and Pawan Kumar. Adil Bedi appears to be coming up to the green from the bunker. A famous personality among junior golfers, Adil Bedi. Second shot on hole number 10. Pretty good shot by Adil Bedi with an awkward stance. Seemed to be standing just outside the bunker with the ball just about inside the bunker. He should have that putt about 5 feet away for par. Should be able to save that. Interesting start to the Beldih club. Pawan Kumar also off to a decent start this morning at -4 through the Golmuri 9 holes that he has already finished playing, which was the front nine of his tournament day. He is now at a total of 7 under par for that event. And so is Adil Bedi at 7 under par and also at 4 under par for the day. Sunil Chaurasia playing alongside them is one shy of the other two playing partners at 6 under par in total and 3 under par for today. So these gentlemen have picked up a lot of shots from that front nine of theirs at Golmuri, which is exactly what is required on this course. Pawan Kumar coming off for his birdie putt from the left side of the green. Pawan Kumar, a very affable personality, always smiling. He was that way shy of the hole, but 4 feet away to save his par. A lot of players coming short of that hole. I think there's a subtle slope of the grain of the grass which seems to be not so visible to the players. Almost each player coming from that left side of the green has left the putt short of the hole so far that we've been following this tournament this morning. Sunny Chaurasia now lining up for his own birdie putt. With very less time taken on that putt, Sunny Chaurasia would make birdie on hole number 10 to get himself up to 7 under par for the tournament. The peculiar way of he just stood up on the putt and just ended up hitting it. Very nice to see that less amount of time taken also actually, ladies and gentlemen, can help you to actually hit better shots and better putts, because standing over there for far too long could just add extra thoughts to your game. Adil Bedi, with his long time trusted caddy on his back, travels with him pretty much everywhere. Very famous among junior golfers.
Adil being having a lot of good form recently.
Just coming off a wrist injury, I believe.
Yes, and I think, but he's been able to put that behind him, has been able to get back to good form, and also won his first tournament, I believe, in March, right before the lockdown. I think the tournament where Udayan was second, Adil actually chipped in to win that in Toliganj. So he's obviously a winner at a very young age. I think still would be all of maybe 20 years, I think.
I think you're absolutely spot on. Probably about 19 or 20 years of age, while Pavan Kumar is trying to hold out his 4 footer for par.
Pavan, a very campaigned, seasoned campaigner. Pavan currently having a good day at 4 under par for the day and 7 under for the week. So he's obviously in the thick of things. Now we have a look at Gaurav Ghai, who's on the 18th hole. Gaurav Ghai at 2 over for the day and 6 over for the tournament. Now Gaurav will be finishing his round at the Golmuri Golf Club. So he's going to have a little bit of a drive after this. So I'm certain that if this putt goes in, that drive would seem a lot more soothing. This putt would break a little bit from his right to left. Little uphill, so speed is going to be important. Confident putt should do it. Oh, I pulled it a little bit. So obviously, having a lot of trouble on the putting green. Would be looking to work on that after this week. Gaurav Ghai playing alongside Mohammad Azhar and Shivendra Singh Sisodia. As we go back live on the 10th hole, we have the group of Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal and Thangaraja and Anura Rohana. So Rajiv finds himself sandwiched between two seasoned Sri Lankan professionals. There you have Rohana, likes to shape the ball from the right to the left. And there you can see our cameraman is doing a brilliant job, and so is Rohana. What a shot! That's the best we've seen so far, but you can see the steep slope, and that's really unfortunate. And that's just showing you there is no margin for error for these players. A brilliant shot, and now you'll have to make an up and down for par. So that, ladies and gentlemen, shows you that how good these players have to be in order to make birdie. This golf course is not going to give you an inch. Now we have in our view Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal from Chandigarh. Having a good day, 1 under for the day, 5 under for the tournament. Nothing spectacular about Rajiv's game. Everything is decently good, medium hitter. But look at that. What a shot. What a brilliant shot, but so unfortunate again. Ruled off the back edge, and this just shows you that how treacherous this green is. Now he's going to have his work cut out for par. So that's because the wind has been blowing, and as the wind blows, ladies and gentlemen, the greens tend to firm up. So it's very difficult to get it close. And there were two good shots there by Rohana and Jatiwal. Now, both of them will try and make par, as we have in our view Trishul Chinappa. Trishul currently at 5 under par for the day after 12 holes. So he's having a brilliant run today. Good shot. Has an outside chance of about 20-25 feet for birdie. As you can see, the wind is definitely picking up, so the players will be more circumspect of that. Will have to cater to the wind and definitely aim for the safer side of the greens, because if you end up missing the greens, it could be a tough time to make par. Now you have OP Om Prakash Chauhan, likes to hit a left right fade and is devastatingly good with the shorter irons, and I look for this to be within 10 feet. Likes to lean a little on the left side.
So a nice swing by Om Prakash Chauhan. Very steady. Great shot as well.
Brilliant shot to about 10 to 15 feet there, leaving himself a birdie. Now look at that flag. He's really picking up speed. It's almost as if somebody's put a fan or a blower there.
Absolutely. In fact, it's funny how when you go onto the 18th green, when the camera pans to the 18th green or the 10th green, you will hardly see the flag moving because it's protected by the big trees on both the sides. While you can really tell how gusty it is out here because of the openness of this particular hole. So it's not like those holes the ball does not get affected by the wind. It does. It's just that very difficult for the players to judge it from where they are standing.
Yes, absolutely. But the wind is favorable on this hole. It's all of 378 yards. This is also a good strong drive, can get them to about 40 to 50 yards of the flag. As you can see that a lot of these players were just having very short flip shots onto the green.
Absolutely, that's exactly what the players have been doing. Been seeing a lot of good shots on this hole. I think OP has also left himself in a superb spot. All the way uphill onto the hole should give him a good chance to make that birdie. Kshitish Naved Kaul also, playing well today at 3 under par through 7 holes. Total of -9 on that leaderboard. SSB Chaurasia seems to have dropped a shot there and has fallen down to 11 under for the tournament. Anga Chima playing well at 2 under for the tournament through 6 holes and 10 under for the tournament so far. Udyan Mane, the Olympian, has joined Veer Alawat for the lead at 13 under par, but we have 1.5 rounds to go before we can actually say who is the champion.
With Karandeep Kochar and Chikkaram Rangappa not having the best of tournament so far, Veer, if he wins the tournament, would probably move up to about 56 or lakh in prize money, and then he might be able to win unless Udyan Mane can finish runner up. So this is very, very interesting. I think even then he would win it. So if Veer is able to win this tournament, I think he will win the Order of Merit.
I think Udyan Mane also has a good chance of winning the Order of Merit.
So shows you how much there is on offer this week.
I think
The world ranking points as well would really have been augmented by the presence of these stars this week. So a lot of world ranking points on offer as well for the players.
winner of the Tata Steel PGTI Tour Championship will be winning in prize money 22 lakhs 50,000 rupees, and the second position will be winning 15 lakh rupees. So that's going to be a huge jump for any of these players who will take the first few positions. And as you move down that leaderboard, you will see that the prize money keeps getting chopped off bit by bit. Of course, the last position would be getting just 51,750 rupees in prize money. But the third and the fourth also will be gaining 9 lakhs and 7 lakh 20,000 rupees in prize money. So hopefully we will see a lot of movement atop that order of merit. Good attempt there by Om Prakash Chauhan for birdie, just about brushing the hole on the side. Amrit Lal and Trishul Chinappa. Amrit Lal at +2 for the day and +1 for the tournament through 12 holes. Trishul, of course, has gotten off to a decent start and is at -5 for the day and -6 for the tournament. Be great for his order of merit finish if he can finish up probably in the top 10 or so.
As we have a look at the official world golf rankings, so this week the highest ranked Indian is Shubhankar Sharma, who's ranked 285th. Obviously, a lot of the Indian players have suffered due to lack of tournaments on the Asian Tour, where they actually gain a lot of international points. So I look for this to really rise up soon. You're looking at Anirban Larry at 288, Chikarangappa at 411, Veer Alawat here at 489. So if he is to win this tournament, he could really catapult himself up maybe in the 300s. And Gaganjeet Bhullar at 497, Yuvraj Sandhu 500 and 8. So there are a lot of players. Udyan Mane at 512. And so obviously there are a lot of points to be gained if they are to have a good week. And just to give you an example of how the world ranking points that are on offer this week, like Om Prakash Chauhan at the end of 2020 was ranked 1039, and now he's 573 in the world, and that's kind courtesy due to his performances on the PGTI. Even Kalin Joshi from 900 has moved up to 510, 514, mind you. So there is a lot. That the players can actually gain by performing well on the PGTI. And I'm sure that they're looking at the rankings this week and hoping to win or at least gain a lot of those top 5 ranking points. We have a look at Amardeep Malik on hole number 18.
It's like Amardeep Malik will be finishing up first And Chirag Kumar will be waiting to make his birdie putt.
Chirag now, his putt would move to his left, all of about 14 feet from there. We've not really seen anyone make that putt so far.
Let's see if Chirag Kumar can change that.
Oh, he's really run that by about 4 to 5 feet.
Rather aggressive with his attempt. Chirag Kumar not having the best of starts. He's 3 over for the day and 8 over for the tournament. Dropped up 4 positions on that leaderboard and gone way down. So I think he wanted to push that ball in a little bit hard into the back of the cup, but clearly hasn't gone his way. I think he should be able to catch up a few shots on the Golmuri club, which will be his back nine for the day, but the front nine for this tournament. Jyoti Randhawa and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also at -1 for the day and even par for the tournament. You also have Divyanshu Bajaj at 1 under for the day.
Scores have just been updated. Shubhankar Sharma has shot 9 under par for the 9 holes that he has played. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not an error. I mean, it looks like one. I many times have shot 9 over for 9 holes, but 9 under par for 9 holes. I mean, I just don't know what to say. Words fail me right now. I think this has to be some sort of a world record. I think 9 under par for 9 holes will definitely be a world
I think
record.
that definitely is a world record in a tournament golf, and we have world ranking points here as well. So this will definitely be going down in the record books.
Absolutely. Look at that kind of performance. He has just tumbled down. And what has he done? What he has done is stamped his authority, shown his class. He's like, I might not be here all the time, but when I visit, I mean business. The name is Sharma, Shubhankar Sharma. And he's 9 under par after 9 holes, and there's no telling where this train is going to stop. Ladies and gentlemen, he's atop your leaderboard. He's a leader as we speak at 15 under par and a stupendous effort at 9 under par for the day. That's phenomenal. And trailing him is Udin Mane at 13 under par, the Olympian there, and Gaganjit Bhullar, the lad from Punjab at 12 under par, tied alongside Veer Alawat. There's going to be a little bit of a break for Shubhankar Sharma till the time he reaches the 10th hole. Short little ride there. I'm hoping that he'll have all his form in the same exact in the exact frame when he lands up here on the 10th hole. Obviously, that drive can take a little bit of that away with a 20-minute wait time between 9th and 10th hole, but we hope that that would not be the case. There we have a look at M. Dharma.
So the 9 hole record score is actually held by Corey Pavin at a score of 26, which should be 10 under par, but we will only have it confirmed very soon depending on what
Depends
the
on the
par
golf
of the course.
And so I think here it'll be 26 as well.
I think I've seen the best. I'm ready to retire.
But this is very fantastic. And the kind of golf that Shubhankar has shown us. And he's done that on a lot of occasions. I shot these 10 under pars. But obviously, the youth brigade, they're mind boggling. Look at how good they are. You saw previously Yuvraj Sandhu shoot 10 under pars, and even other players shoot 8 under pars. But this is sort of uncharted territory, even for us. As commentators, as even as players, 9 under par after 9 holes, just it doesn't really happen.
Such a treat to even be able to witness this, right? So, I mean, we haven't seen Shubhankar yet on our screens, but to be able to see that our leader for this tournament is at 15 under par and has shot 9 under in his front nine attempt at the Golmuri Club, it's just phenomenal.
And the world record for low scores in golf is always a 59, which normally culminates into a 13 under or a 12 under, depending on the par of the course. So it'll be interesting what Shubhankar can end up with.
This course is playing to a past 72. Shubhankar would be coming in one shot shy, if I'm not wrong, of Corey Pavin's world record. Nonetheless, in my eyes, this is already a world record.
I think it is because Corey Pavin would have played a US Open where the par would have been a 70. So it's a similar 9 under par. So it's a brilliant effort by Shubhankar. Obviously, he's still, it just shows you the depth of golf that we have on the PGTI. That even though he's 9 under after 9, he's only 2 shots ahead. So it's not quite done yet. Obviously, he's on the right track. I mean, look for him to shoot at least double digits under par. Beldih is a lot more challenging than Golmuri. There will be some holes where you'll have to sort of maybe take the more prudent approach. But at this point in time, I don't think he'll be thinking that. He'll be going all guns blazing. Let's look for him to shoot a 12 or a 13 under par today.
Absolutely. In fact, Shaurya, I think that Shubhankar might be in the gunning to even break the world record of the best score that has been played in tournament golf of 59. He might, in fact, end up breaking it today,
So he needs to shoot a
considering if he
4 under
can
par.
continue in that form or not. Having said that, to be very honest, I'm a little baffled and I need a moment of silence to be able to digest what Shubhankar is up to.
Yeah,
It's a little worrisome what is happening on the tour these
we
days.
sure do. But that's what he's doing. He's bringing his international pedigree here. And I think 2 weeks ago it finished third or fourth on a European tour event, I believe, if I'm not wrong. So obviously he's in a rich frame of form. And that's something that he's been able to, carry over to his home visit.
My sincere, advice to all of the junior golfers who might be watching this tournament on WAR Cricket by the ABP News Network on either YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, going live right now, or in fact on the ABP News Network's website, is that a professional golf has gone leaps and bounds in terms of improving over the past few years. It only goes to show how much more hard work is required by all of the players who are gunning to become professional golfers. Shubhankar is a great example. Anirban, Rashid, of course, our older players like Jim Milkha Singh, Jyoti Randhawa, all these are great examples. And Rashid there, spinning that ball just in one bounce, leaving himself a nice look at birdie from about 12 feet away. Superb shot for him. It's a good amount of spin he put on that golf ball.
Of course, it's what you're saying is right. Shubhankar has just shot the lights out, and that's what these players are doing now. They're good, they're hardworking, and obviously they're very extremely talented. And I think it's obviously the stage and the world ranking points. A lot of things have actually added, and the support from the corporates. It's many things that have added for the youngsters to come through. I mean,
Digvijay Singh playing from that rough, miscued his chip out and ended up hitting one of the branches to just about pop back into the fairway, while we see Aman Raj with his customary hat from the right, first cut, judging that shot.
Aman Ra seems to have quite a big drive there. Maybe he left with all of 50 yards to the flag.
That's the hazard that you were talking about right behind him.
Absolutely. So it does sort of come into play even on this hole.
I think the wind is now today. It's a little bit of downwind, swirling between left, right, down, and right, left, down. But it's a downwind nonetheless.
We are waiting with bated breath to have our first look at Shubhankar, who should be with us in about 15 minutes' time.
I think one of the toughest things to do when you have a lot of downwind is to control wedge shots and to be able to get them close enough to the hole as you would like to. The ball tends to lower down on the spin. So I wonder how Rashid managed to put that much of spin on the ball, but usually downwind ends up reducing the spin that a player is trying to impart on the ball.
Yes, of course, you're right. I think he also has a lot of wristy play, and obviously, I think that also there's a lot of hidden talent there, what he's able to do right at the time of impact. So that's why he was able to impart that spin. Now we'll have Aman probably going with a different approach. He'll be looking to roll it a little more because coming out of the thick stuff, and this could come out with a little bit of top spin. Seems to have a lower club as well.
It's interesting how much we practice our full shots and our swing, while when you actually on the field, how much the creativity of the player comes into play. Just like what Rashid just showed us, Aman was trying to show us the same thing. How much of the creativity factor comes into play? I think no yardage book or no range finder can actually give you that sort of feel factor as what a player actually learns on the field itself.
think what has happened now, already things have changed a lot more. I read Greg Norman's book. I remember they used to play with three, four golf balls. Never used to practice too much on the range, but take three, four balls, just throw them on the golf course, hit one in the trees, try to play the hole from there. So a lot of those kind of things actually add different components to your game and let you know how to deal with adversity, especially if you're out of position on your tee shot and so on and so forth. So those things are important as well. It helps you have a more rounded golf game.
Dhruv Shoran seems to have changed his caddy this week. He's playing alongside M. Dharma and Arjun Prasad, so clearly his coach isn't on the bag this week. He's now playing the 10th hole alongside Dharma and Arjun Prasad. Again, two good players, three good players in that group, including Dhruv, Dharma, and Arjun.
I think Dhruv and Dharma have played a lot of golf together now, it seems. In the last 6 months, a lot of tournaments they have been paired together.
I think M. Dharma is at 2 under for the day at a total of 7 under for the tournament, while Arjun Prasad is also at 2 under for the day, but 6 under for the tournament. And Dhruv Shoran as well is on 6 under for the tournament.
A good putt by Dharma there.
We aren't sure if that is Dharma's birdie or par putt. We will know very, very shortly what that was for. Camera panning into Dhruv Shoran's golf ball. It's very different. He's playing a yellow colored golf ball, usually not found on the tour.
Even saw Mari Muthu going with that, so maybe that's something that's a trend that is catching on.
Think that might be some new golf ball, is it?
Maybe.
That the tour has started.
Good putt there by him. So he should make his par and move on to the next hole.
I think I will also try one of these fluorescent golf balls in case you can make putts with them.
Anything that works. A golfer will try absolutely anything that helps you shave off a couple of shots of your game.
Skurush Hirji just about making his putting stroke over the ball, kind of making me a little jittery if he knocks it by.
Oh,
Just lipping
good
out,
putt there.
not happy with his effort. Kurush Hirji from Tata Nagar, playing on a sponsor's exemption this week alongside Ala Payal from Mysore. Third playing partner is Vijay Kumar from Lucknow, the veteran golfer. So a former Indian Open champion.
Yes. Goes
One of
about
the
his business.
coolest persons that you can play with. It kind of almost reminds me of Freddie Couples.
He is India's answer to Freddie Couples. Freddie Couples still going strong, playing a lot of good golf on the US Senior Tour. And Vijay here, having the best of weeks, but still, he is still playing golf and enjoying it.
But that would be a heartbreaking lip out for Vijay Kumar. But as you can tell, he doesn't really get baffled. Didn't spend too much of time on reminiscing on that lip out. Just went by, tapped it in, and moved through. Alapai lining up for what seems to be his par putt from about 3 feet away. It's incredible to be back at the Tata Steel Tour Championship. This is the second year in the running where it is being played at Jamshedpur, a city which, the community built around the city is completely done by the Tata Steel uh, and the Tata Company. So, they've been great supporters of the game of golf and other sports as well. Tata has always been at the fore of helping to develop sports in general and helping sportsmen. In fact, Tata also has their own sports training facilities in Tata Nagar itself, and some of the best athletes have actually come out of there. They do their fair bit in training and supporting all of these athletes. Now we look onto our screens. We are looking at Abhinav Lohan playing alongside Viraj Madappa and the veteran Ranjit Singh. Nice shot by Abhinav Lohan. It's a little bit short of the hole, but nonetheless is on the dance floor. And
I think that's the only place where we could have stopped it on that line. We've seen other players pitch it flag high and go over the green, so maybe that's the better of those two evils.
I was actually quite surprised by Anura Rohana's shot. Anura does pack a good punch on the golf ball. So it was quite surprising that his ball didn't actually spin up. He puts in a lot of compression on the ball, so he should have had a lot of spin there.
Maybe it's a little downhill after the flags. It's a little tough. I think you need to have that first bounce, maybe at least 3 or 4 yards before
Right,
the flag.
right. We look at Viraj Madappa, who's been working on some swing changes himself, but at the same time, while working on the swing changes, he has also been winning tournaments.
That's quite the change. I must ask you what kind of change it is that helps you win tournaments and while
I
still
mean,
changing.
Viraj Madappa was predominantly a stack and tilter, till now, and he is moving more towards a conventional side of playing golf back again, and seems to be working in his favor. And he's uh, doing well, and while making the changes, also has been able to win the tournament at Delhi Golf Club.
That's brilliant. I think that shows you that he has unbridled ability. That even while going through these sort of changes, he's able to win the tournament.
Not the easiest of changes to make. At the end of the day, a player's feel factor gets tremendously affected working even on the smallest of changes. So it's almost like a relearning of things.
A very good golf swing that he possesses. Seems to have missed it a little to the left. Viraj currently at 1 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Now Ranjit Singh, the effervescent player from Chandigarh, a great personality, a very positive player, and has been on tour for almost 2 decades now. Very established name on the Indian circuit. Never has he won a tournament, but has been close many a times. Very consistent iron striker. Good shot. Experience really coming to the fore here, not going over the green and just leaving himself 25 feet for birdie. I think par is definitely a good score on this hole, and a lot of players understand that as we go to hole number 5. You can see the t shirt of Rashid Khan fluttering there in the wind. Really goes on about his business in a quick manner. Very confident individual on the golf course. Knows that he can back his ability. Now here we have Digvijay Singh. We're just seeing definitely teeing up to the right side of the tee. Would be looking to hit a fade from left to right. There's a hazard at about 280 yards on the right side, so that's obviously in his range. So my assumption is that with the wind playing from left to right, headwind, Digvijay would be looking to align that on the left side of the trees and then fade it back to the fairway.
It's quite a surprise, right? Because Digvijay is predominantly a draw player. As far as I've played golf with him, he seems to
Left,
be going with a fade this time
left
around.
foot is open as well behind the right.
Be rest assured, when a player is teeing up on the right side of the tee box, he's looking at shaping the ball left to right. Seems to have
Anxious,
overcooked it
yeah,
slightly.
anxious moments that could be in the tank.
Seems to have overcooked it slightly. We have Aman Raj now. Looks like he's also taking a similar approach. Anytime a player tees up on the left side of the tee box, you're really looking at him opening up the right side to draw the ball inside. Seems like I think this is the modus operandi that the players are taking so that they can hold the left side of the fairway. And even if they sort of overshape it a little bit, it won't reach the tank, maybe.
I think also because the wind is from left to right headwind. So
Right.
maybe the tank is not reachable in this condition, and that gives them a little bit more room that they can stand on the left side and just let the ball sort of peel back into the fairway.
Absolutely. Very interesting to see how things change day to day on a golf course.
Again, a very handsy swing by Aman Raj.
Yaman Raj does have a handsy approach, but at the same time, his ball striking is quite solid. And I think it's not only hands; he does use enough of his body. There's a good sync up of both the motions. That's what I think gives him the impetus to be able to be more consistent. He's actually been quite consistent on the PGTI as well as playing any of the higher tour events as well. Manav Jenny running that by very aggressively, about 5 feet away now for par. Look at
Amandeep Joel with the broomstick putter.
Amandeep Joel not having the best of days. He's at 5 over par for the day. Manav
Joel,
Jenny at 1 under par for the day.
Amandeep Joel, Vikrant Chopra, and Ranjit, I think, are the only three golfers that we've seen using the broomstick.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
I think the broomstick is quite tough to wield. I've tried it personally. I find it very cumbersome, and in fact, you get so much more further from the golf ball.
Yeah,
I feel in putting, you want to be closer to the ball because then there is less leeway and there's less action, so each error doesn't get magnified. I feel that the broomstick putter somehow does that. It takes you further away from the ball. This will be a very slippery putt from his left to right. Will have to be inch perfect for that to go in the hole. Yeah, he's done well.
solid putt by Amandeep Joel. And clearly, the broomstick putter is comfortable for him. At the end of the day, in putting, it's all about what you think is right. There is no one way to do it. In fact, I've seen some of the best putters in the world having actions and putters which you'd be surprised that they still use. Look at Steve Stricker. He used to use an Odyssey putter, which was probably, if I'm not wrong, about 15 years old. He's been using that same putter, and he used to putt with the heel above off the ground.
Yes, I remember.
And he was one of the most formidable putters on tour for an extremely long time. He's still a very very good player. Uh, Also, and we've had also other people like Thavon Virachand. I mean, you look at his putting stroke, you'd be baffled if this guy could even make a single two-footer. But this guy has won multiple times on the Asian tour. He's won tournaments on the seniors tour. So it's phenomenal what repeatability can do for a player. Understanding your own nuances is very important, and I think Thawan Virachand was an embodiment of that. We look at Jeev Milkha Singh. Also, he's got an unorthodox sort of a putting stroke, all homemade, but the repeatability factor, and of course, his career stats go to show that there's no one way to do it. While we look now at Ranjit Singh, Ranjit Singh does use a longer putter, but he does not use it as a broomstick.
Interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021 being played at Jamshedpur at Golmuri and Beldih Golf Club. And at the moment, we have Shubhankar Sharma, who's atop our leaderboard at 15 under par total and 9 under par for the day. After 9 holes, so stay with us because we are going to be showing you the back nine of the leader. Udyan Mane, the Olympian, at 13 under par. Gaganjeet Bhullar at 11 under par. Veer Alawat at 11 under par. It's almost like a heavyweight championship. It's the thriller in Manila, and in the red corner we have Shubhankar Sharma, and in the chasing pack in the blue corner we have Udyan Mane, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Veer Alawat, Karan Pratap Singh. So this is going to be exciting, folks. And SSP Chaurasia, the overnight leader, is slipping down and is a 10 under par. Will need to resurrect things and take control of his round. Otherwise, his challenge would be cut short.
Absolutely, I think, and Golmuri is the place to pick up the shots, and clearly it's going the other way around for SSP Chaurasia this morning. He definitely needs to make amends over there, but knowing SSP's prowess around the greens, I think he's one of those players who could actually come down to Beldih and also pick up plenty shots over here. While we look at Shubhankar Sharma's score, I'm looking forward to what is it that he can pull off over here. Can he pull off a 5 or 6 under par on the Beldih track? That would be a surprise and a pleasure and a treat to watch.
Just looking at this tournament, I'm feeling a little nostalgic. For this was my fourth event as a pro, and actually SSP Chaurasia won it, and Gaganjeet Bhullar was tied with me at sixth. And that time the tournament was only played at the Beldih, and I remember the winning score was, I think, maybe three or four under par, and I was at one over or one under for 4 days. So it was a very tight scoring week. But see how things have changed. Like the scores are so low now.
Do you remember this one tournament that was played at Tata Nagar? That time, it wasn't this tournament; it was another tournament that we used to play. And on the eighth or the seventh fairway on the par five, Digvijay Singh and Jyoti Randhawa had done a skydive.
Oh yeah, I wasn't there that time.
Yeah,
I think I'd already packed up my playing boots by that point in time. But I do remember seeing that they actually landed in the golf course.
yes,
I
they.
thought that a fairway was very hard to hit as it is. Then to land on it is a different achievement altogether.
It was like a hero landing for the two of them.
I think he's one for grandstand finish, and Jyoti and his brother-in-law Digvijay Singh, they've been just phenomenal in terms of their adventure and action sports that they do. I mean, this landing from a plane on a golf course is, I mean, it's like the stuff of what Mission.
Absolutely. In fact, all of them are Digvijay Singh and Jyoti Randhawa are still having their adventures on the golf course, both of them at one under par for the day so far.
There we have a look at Abhijit Chadha, the long hitting player. He's in the center of the fairway, so maybe he doesn't move that ball too much. He doesn't need to move that ball because he's so far. He can just pierce the wind.
Abhijit does have a stronger ball flight and he has very, very less movement on the golf ball.
Does that correlate normally that if you're a long hitter, you have less movement on the ball, and shorter hitters sort of tend to move the drivers more? Is that
Not necessarily, but I would say the movement in the air, definitely, I think the carry distance would be affected. But in totality, you could have a long hitter who doesn't carry it that far as well,
okay?
right? But if you talk about carry distance, yes, lesser movement would correlate with higher carry.
Okay.
Amritinder Singh, veteran golfer, with a very peculiar finish there, saving the day in that follow through. He seems to have just about hit the ball and used that club as a sword almost. Now we look at Mari Muthu, another strong hitter off the golf ball. Mari Muthu are from Bangalore. Mari Muthu also a strong hitter of the golf ball, very solid ball striker, hits it a far way. Seems pretty happy. Seems like he's drawn that back into the fairway as we saw that ball dropping just right off the flagstick, which shows us that he has dropped it in the fairway.
We have a look at Shubhankar Sharma, the man of the moment, the man on fire.
Looking at Shubhankar Sharma, the
Let's see the shot
man.
that he hits. He's a 9 under par after 9 holes. That's uncharted waters even for him. Should be looking to hit a high fade here.
Would love to know what's going through C. Muniappa and Mukesh Kumar's mind right now. Mukesh Kumar must be feeling like he's playing plenty of over par at 1 under for the day. And C. Muniappa at 3 under for the day also must be feeling the same. Shubhankar, I'm sure, making it appear to be extremely easy.
Shubhankar going with the prudent approach there. That's what shows you that he's a great player. He's hit it to about 20 feet, has not taken too much risk because he knows that it's not that easy to birdie this hole right of the tee. He'll have to make a putt in term to get his birdie.
I think that's the difference between a good player and a player who was just having a good day. Uh, to understand where you are and what are the requirements of that hole, what kind of challenges that hole can give you. Uh, Only a good player, a player with good head on their shoulders, can understand that.
Now see the risk that you have if you're aggressive. You can just go over the green, and now your work is cut out. Like Muniappa will find it very difficult to make par from there.
Absolutely. You've got a little bit of a ridge on the uphill. Definitely that there is a There is a tabletop, and then you have a little bit of slope on the green, and then you must pitch it past that to be able to stop it close enough.
I feel that making a par here is actually maybe gaining half a shot on the field.
Now we have Mukesh Kumar, another Indian golfing legend.
This hole will be perfect for Mukesh Kumar's left right fade. You can see that, yes, it's moving towards the flag. Good shot, a little short there. Needed some legs.
Good shot. Is that what you meant? Good shot?
Either ways, I was right.
Adil Bedi reading into the details. Pawan Kumar in the fairway alongside him on our screens. Pawan, more of a field player. Adil Bedi, I know, works a lot with the TrackMan, so likes to do the whole number game.
It's very interesting to use a TrackMan. It can tell you a lot about your game and the numbers, how far you're hitting it, how much you're spinning it, and so on and so forth. Pawan also is able to put a lot of spin on the ball. So look for this shot to be close here. Oh, that's a brilliant shot by him, almost holding it out there. What a shot.
Or a shot by Pawan Kumar.
Great control in the tailwind.
Pawan Kumar has also jumped up 14 positions on that leaderboard today for a total of 8 under par with 5 under par for the day so far. And looks like that shot will take him up to 6 under par for the day. While we look at Adil Bedi. Adil Bedi is 3 under par for the day. Adil Bedi had started the day from Golmuri and came in at 4 under par, but seems to have made one bogey on the first 3 holes at the Beldih club, taking on this second shot at hole number 4. Steady swing there for Adil Bedi. Doesn't seem like it is a favorable result. You look at Sunit Chaurasia, who is 5 under par for the day and 8 under par for the tournament.
That's a good drive by Sunit there. A big lusty blow, well over 300 yards.
Sunit Chaurasia trying to catch hold of his uncle SSP, while SSP is helping a little bit on that aspect, but Sunit also is pressing on the gas.
Quite a little tussle going on there between uncle and nephew. What a beautiful game this is. Generations colliding.
All 3 players on the dance floor. Pawan Kumar leading the way with that shot over there should give him a superb chance to make birdie. And of course, Adil and Sunit Chaurasia have also given themselves a chance for birdie. Not close enough, but the putter could do the job.
Here we have a very interesting shot coming up.
It's like he's going with a conservative approach there. Simple little shot.
Yes, that's the one to play, I feel.
Not aggressive enough, is it?
Oh, that's perfectly done. Just sort
Very
of rolled
nicely
up
done
there.
by C. Muniappa.
That's where his experience came to the fore, because he understood that take too aggressive a shot or go too safe. It's the conservative yet aggressive approach.
Has
Just the
made
one.
sure that that ball had a little bit of release on it and get it up to the hole. I think he saw that bank and made sure he didn't put spin on it.
What a brilliant par by him.
Super par by C. Muniappa kept it quite simple for all of us. There's a lot to learn from that simple approach that he took. Nothing fancy about that wedge shot, nothing fancy about that tee shot. Everything done, saved a 3, moved on. While we look now at Mukesh Kumar, the Indian golfing legend, winner of around 100 tournaments.
Hunched over the ball. It's a very unorthodox kind of a. He's almost like a crane over the putting surface, but it works. And now let's see if Shubhankar can continue his wizardry on the green. 10 under
Nine.
after 10 holes would be something.
Oh my God.
So this putt should break a little bit from his right to left. And the greens, because the sun being out, they're a little firm. So he doesn't really need to hit it too much. So I think if he's able to start it above the hole and then sort of feed it back, I mean, it's a pretty difficult putt to be honest with you. Maybe a 20% chance of making it from there at best.
Well, I wouldn't count it out because, when you're on song, you can almost see every putt going into the hole. Dressed up fairly sharp. What's that putter? I've not seen one of those in a while.
Yeah, it sounds like the hosel has, and the head is kind of joined at the hip. Intense focus there. You can see dressed in black, dressed to kill, and kill he is. All right, that's a good putt and making par there. So a little bit of a break in birdies.
Almost all putts from that side have come up short, but Shubhankar's putt was almost up to the hole. Most of the putts I've seen from that side so far have been about 3 to 4 feet short.
But a good par nevertheless.
Easy peasy.
Realistically, if he shoots, I think there are some birdie holes here. 2 or 3 under on this nine is easily possible for him.
I think this golf course really demands you to keep your pace, pace yourself up. Don't have to try to push too hard. That's the kind of track this is. If you try to push too hard, this golf course can start throwing surprises at you. So
Exactly.
keep it simple, keep putting yourself on the dance floor. Even if you're far away from the hole, you will surely start to make a few birdies.
Exactly. This is what we call the KISS matrix. Keep it simple, silly. And that's what the players will have to do it. Here, especially, you can't get too adventurous or aggressive on this golf course.
I think if you keep yourself in play throughout these 9 holes, you will give yourself enough number of opportunities from 20 feet or in, and that if you do that for 9 holes consecutively, I'm sure a person like Shubhankar will end up making 3 or 4 of those at
I think the
least.
third hole is a good reachable par five for him. He would probably get like a driver and a 5 iron maybe. So
Sunny Chaurasia making a birdie on hole number 13. This would take him up to 6 under for the day and 9 under for the tournament, getting as close as possible to his uncle already. His uncle is at minus 11 now. SSP Chaurasia picked up one shot back from the golf course, is at 1 over for the day.
uncle is like, nephew, you're getting too close. I need to make a couple of birdies myself. That's brilliant. Family is doing really well. Both of them at one is at 11 under par and the other at 9 under par. While our leader Shubhankar Sharma is still at 15 under par.
Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola also off to a good start. He is at 5 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. So good showing by all these gentlemen. Now the Sri Lankan N Thangaraja, who comes from a similar kind of golf course like Beldih, actually is at 5 under par for the tournament. He's got a superb story behind him. Actually used to be a tailor back in the day until he started finding golf as his passion. Now we have Pawan Kumar putting for birdie, and he sinks that putt to jump up even further. He is also having a stellar round.
Look at
Pawan Kumar now would go to 6 under for the day and a total of 9 under for the tournament. Adil Bedi to clean up for par.
Adil has done well to come back, and from his injury, it's not that easy, especially in a young burgeoning career, to be, besieged by an injury which is as serious as a wrist injury. So, just that proves that he does have the mettle to sort of sustain this professional life.
I think practicing on mats, uh, the turf mats that we see these days on driving ranges is very harmful for a person's wrist, arm, and their elbow. And I remember I had a wrist injury myself, and the only thing that the doctor told me was take some rest and make sure you stop practicing from mats.
Yeah, I'd say because the mats do have concrete under them. So, as far as possible, only use the mats to hit maybe your woods and driver and maybe a couple of lob wedges, but never hit your irons or practice of mats, especially if you're looking. I mean, if you're just a fun golfer or a weekend warrior, then it's fine because you still need to warm up and so on and so forth. But for anybody who's looking to take up this game professionally, we would definitely advise against hitting too many balls off the mat.
I think
And
for even a junior golfer or even a club golfer, in case you're just using the mat to warm up, I'd in fact suggest just hit some balls on the from the tee of the mat instead
yes,
of hitting it off the mat itself. So
exactly.
even if you're hitting a bad shot, there's not much of friction, and you can get through, get your body warmed up, and go out on the course and play around.
Yes, I would never recommend hitting like hundreds of balls off the mat like we do of the dirt. Just hit it off the sand, the grass, wherever. But definitely, mat is not for long term use. Here we have a look at Sunit.
In fact, the other downsides of the mat, Shaurya, is that if you remember back in the day when we all started playing golf, there was maybe a fairway or a practice range that we had at our golf club. There would be turf, mud, or whatever that we would start hitting off. These days, everyone starts from the mat, and the mat doesn't really give you the right picture of where contact is supposed to happen. While if you're playing off the ground, it sort of
Because
like self teaches you
yeah,
where to impact the ball, while the mat doesn't really give you that
I think
idea.
the mat is really good for your ego.
Absolutely. I mean, you could be hitting 1 inch behind the ball and the ball still flies off, so you think it's
Exactly,
all fine,
but it's
right?
not.
But
Yeah,
for a novice, he does not know what the good impact feels like
exactly.
until he hits it off the grass.
Sunit there again favoring a left to right fade on this hole. I think you're going to see a lot of players doing that.
I noticed Sunith also at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club last weekend, putting in a lot of work on his short game and all, and clearly seems to be coming together.
Right in the center of the fairway. Perfect.
Playing left right wind, as you were saying earlier, you can see the flag fluttering at the green. Closest competitor right now for Shubhankar Sharma is another European Tour player, Gaganjeet Bhullar, at minus 13. Shubhankar leads the way at minus 15. Pawan Kumar. As we are getting to the players who are playing well this week atop the leaderboard, Pawan Kumar has gone up to 6 under par for the day. Adil Bedi on the tee, going with a 3 wood. Smooth operator there, just picked up the tee straight after hitting the ball. Clearly, was confident enough of where that was going to land up.
A look back at hole number one. Sorry, hole number 10.
We are with a group of Yashash Chandra, Sudhir Sharma, and Badal Hussain from Bangladesh. Yashash Chandra is from Mysore and Sudhir Sharma from Greater Noida. Yashash Chandra currently is at a score of 7 under par for the tournament. Badal Hussain at 6 under par for the tournament. Sudhir Sharma at 5 under for the tournament. That is Sudhir Sharma on the screen right now. Sudhir Sharma, one of the few professional golfers who actually plays with graphite shops and clearly works for him,
Oh,
just
yes.
running it through almost like Jyoti Randhawa's ball, but that one
Better put
stays
it.
up top, should give him a good shot at birdie if he chooses to be a little aggressive with that approach. Anura Rohana on hole number 13.
Oh, almost making it.
It's always a game of a little up and a little down, a little left and a little right.
These directions can drive someone mad. This game does that. Trying
Absolutely.
to seek perfection in this game is like chasing a chimera. You'll never find it.
Absolutely. Actually, not even a game of inches, a game of millimeters. I find putting to be really like, fine category, what you would see on, let's say, uh, uh, some of the artifacts that Indian artisans make. It's pretty much like that. You're putting on a thread. That's exactly what pro golf putting is like. You're trying to make everything, each putt has its own value attached to it.
Exactly. And now to extract that value, we have lesser time. And Goody reminded me of that. But I'll tell you one thing that this game of golf, if you ever played it as a child, you always want to go back to it when you grow older because it's really enjoyable. All the stresses of life, and I think just for general health. I mean, we take things for granted. Obviously, these are sportsmen, but for the general population and everybody else, it's really advisable to play golf because that's a sport that you can always still enjoy comparatively, even in your 30s and your 40s, and you'll breathe out the fresh air and you'll really revitalize yourself.
Someone was telling me the other day that the friends that you make, lovely putt there for N. Thangaraja making birdie on hole number 13. I was going back to this someone that I was talking to a couple of days ago. He said that, the friends that you make on the golf course at a younger age, like 11 and 12, uh, are the friends that you will have for life. He said that you can hang out with those people and play golf with them even when you turn 50 and 60. I mean, I wouldn't have as much experience so far. I haven't turned that age, but I found it a very, very interesting thing for that person to have told me.
Yeah, I don't have much experience with having friends on the golf course either because they all turned fours after they saw me and my playing speed. Only the loyal few remained, and only on the condition that they don't play around a golf with me and trail me.
It's a little friend of the man running around that fairway.
And we have Mr. Rohana.
Rohan also must be late 40s by now, but look at the fitness level that he has. Just look at him
I think
going
it's
around traveling the world, playing tournaments about good amount 25 to 30 weeks a year.
I think it's imperative that you keep yourself in shape because especially if you have to travel the world and live in a different place, it's not that easy. It's easier said than done. There's so many moving parts to it when you're sort of shifting home and trying to find places to stay in a foreign country, play tournaments, try and understand your exemptions, your tickets, your taxes. Then the game of golf is right at the end. Prior to that, there's so many other things that players have to manage. So it's not just that you have to stand up and just stand up and deliver. There's a lot of other things that you have to take care of, and I think that's where maturity also is a great part. That's why I don't see too many youngsters. I mean, previously you did not see too many young players playing well because of these factors, but now you're seeing that I think the generations are maturing so much faster that you're seeing that younger players are very smart. They're adept at handling their life, their finances, their taxes. So he's saying that players as young as 20, 21 are actually dominating golf or sport for that matter.
I think it's way more than meets the eye for the people who might be viewing this, especially junior golfers. It's way more than meets the eye. Everyone seems to have this thing that traveling and playing golf tournaments is what a dream job to have. But actually, playing like, let's say, Anura Rohana as an example, or let's say Jeev Milkha Singh as an example, playing the number of tournaments that these players play, the number of countries that they have to travel to, they are adapting to food, they are adapting to different weather conditions, they're also away from families, they have to keep up their games. all of these things also play a huge part, and especially if, to week after week, if you're traveling, a lot of these players are spending 12 hours in a flight each weekend.
Good you point that out. One thing that I always thought was fraught with a little bit of risk and dangers, like when you're traveling to another country or a long flight, you sit in a flight or you travel, you end up pulling a muscle or something there, and then you have a tournament to play. How do you do that? So there are a lot of inadvertent injuries also that just happen during that week. Like in a normal course of life, you might wake up in the morning with a stiff neck, but in a tournament, if you have a stiff neck, you have to withdraw. You can't even play. So it's very, you really have to shield yourself and do a lot of things so that you're there and able to perform and compete. Not just getting there, you have to get there in tip top shape. So I think being physically fit is the most important thing. Maybe I think sometimes I feel that's even primary before your golf game, because at least you can take your golf game to
That
another
was a hard
place.
luck for Yashish Chandra. What a stellar attempt by him for birdie on that 10th hole. That ball seemed to be doing a little bit of Harbhajan Singh on him. It was really moved from left to right, then right to left, and then left to right again.
So there's
Just
been a little bit of googly for him.
we look at Sudhir Sharma. He's left his birdie chip or putt, whatever he chose. We couldn't see it, but 2.5, 3 feet short.
I think we're seeing people from that side of the green leave it short, as did Jyoti Randhawa.
Good par by Sudhir Sharma. We're looking at our next group coming shortly on hole number 10. Kshitij Naved Kaul playing alongside Shamim Khan and Hani Besoya. While we go back to the 18th hole, we are looking now at Divyanshu Bajaj and Harinder Gupta and Shankar Das. Shankar Das on the right side of our screens, and Divyanshu Bajaj on the left side of our screen right now.
What club are they using off the tee?
I think these players are mostly hitting drivers and three woods off the tee box.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they would be getting about 110, 120. What kind of
It
yardage are they
seems
supposed
like the players are getting in something like a 9 iron. I couldn't be sure right
to?
now.
It's
It
playing
seems
very
like,
long then, this whole.
yeah. So I'm assuming that this one's got a little bit of headwind going. If you see the trees behind, it does seem like headwind. Been struggling to find back his ball striking, which has been his advantage. Hopefully, he is back to form. He mentioned last week that he's seeming to find that again. Unfortunately, hasn't seemed to find the green on this one.
I think left it short there. The wind definitely putting paid to his chances of hitting the green. The hole is playing a lot longer. Normally, I remember that a drive would come down a lot further down. Sometimes I remember even hitting sandwiches on this green. So it's obviously the wind which has changed the hole the way it's playing right now.
Shankar Das. Score of even par for the day and total of 1 under for the tournament. Coming into his 18th hole of the day. Harinder Gupta seems to have hit a good amount, about 20 yards past the other two players in his group. Shankar Das finding the dance floor, leaving himself about 35 feet short of the hole. Going back, we are looking at Harinder Gupta now, approaching the 18th pin. That was a fast play by Harinder Gupta, not wasting too much of time on the ball. And a good shot seems to be working. Not take too much of time on the ball. I think Shaurya, you could pick up a leaf from his book,
I think I'm going to
or
do
just take
that.
the entire book, please.
That'll add more weight and I'll get slower. I look back at the 13th hole. This week, I presume that the winning score could be somewhere in the region of 22, 23 under par. What do you reckon?
I think we're already at 15 under. I think 22 probably is the number. Anywhere between 22, 23, somewhere around that figure should be able to cut it. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if there's only no. Okay, in hindsight, I'd like to change that to 20 under par.
Okay. But I mean, unless Shubhankar Sharma has his way.
Of
That's one thing
course.
which. But you're seeing that scores are getting lower and lower each year. Like each tournament, the winning score tends to be lower than what it was the previous year, and that's a very linear kind of trend that has been happening for the last 3 4 years, and that's been exacerbated more so by the Olympics coming in. I think each year you're gonna see a lot more players actually coming in, and this year you could see a lot more players at the Q School. So, and that's just showing you the depth of Indian golf.
I think the Olympics, the COVID coming in, giving the players time to think and reflect back on their careers and their lives and the way they were going about their business. I think all of those things have together helped all of this come together. It's not just one thing or the other.
It's like a perfect storm. Let's see if Arjun can have the perfect putt here. Arjun Prasad, the Delhi lad. His father is also an army officer and takes a lot of interest in his game. A lot of the children of army or defense personnel actually having to, come through the ranks and play well on the professional tour. I think the reason being the access to the game.
Yes, absolutely. I think easy access to the game is the reason that they get into it. And of course, they stick around because they are very, very disciplined and have a good head on their shoulders.
Absolutely. I think we had no choice but to be disciplined even if we didn't want to be.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember if I tried to be too casual, I used to get it the next day.
Same here. I think
That was one thing my father was never okay with. He said it's okay to play a bad game, but it's not okay to not be disciplined.
till now my father's saying, don't be casual about commentary. So, I'll tell you this, we can't really be afford to be casual about anything, even when we are supposed to be casual. So that's the thing about,
Arjun Prasad surely can't be casual with that putt on hole number 13.
otherwise that'll go past in the blink of an eye, and maybe he's paid that too much respect, but
It's
he's
a fairly
just,
good putt, though.
good putt.
He's just about going to tap that in to save his par. I think that's very, very well judged for Arjun. He is at even par for the day
playing
and four
alongside
under for the tournament.
playing alongside Dhruv Sharan, who also hails from an army officer's family. Dhruv, in fact, has been really improving in the last year and a half after working with a new coach. Is paying him dividends. Let's see if the yellow ball can be on cue. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to update you that we are live from Jamshedpur for the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021, being played at two golf courses, Golmuri and Beldih Golf Club. And currently, the leader is Shubhankar Sharma at 15 under par. This tournament also boasts of a handsome prize fund of 1.5 CR with over 22 lakhs going to the winner, and the rest of it being distributed amongst the other 70 players. So there's a lot to play for. There are world ranking points up for grabs, and then obviously a stellar field here. We have the who's who of Indian golf, including Gaganjeet Bhullar, Shubhankar Sharma, Olympian Udayan Mane, Olympian SSP Chauresia, Veer Alawat, Indian Open champion Muniappa, Sri Lankan N Thangaraja. So it's just a melting pot of talent. We have all the big guns. Jyoti Randhawa is here as well. Of course, and the usual suspects like Adil Bedi, Viraj Madappa, the young lot, they're all here. And this is definitely shaping up to be one of the best tournaments. And this is the final tournament on the PGTI calendar for the year. So we're witnessing some of the best golf that we have seen this year so far. And Shubhankar Sharma is on course to set history. At this point in time, he's 9 under par after 10 holes. So that's something that we have never really witnessed. So it's quite possible that Shubhankar could walk away with a 12 or 13 under par today. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay glued to your seats. And to follow the latest scores, you can go to our website, pgtofindia.com. You can also go to our channels on VAR Cricket on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. ABP VAR Cricket. That's where we are live right now. And ladies and gentlemen, not cricket, but golf is what you're watching at this time. But our players are playing like they're playing in a cricket match, and they're playing phenomenally well. And on our screens right now is M Dharma, the player from Bengaluru. M Dharma currently at 8 under for the tournament and 3 under for the day. Some of the other honorable mentions today for the players who are playing very well is Rashid Khan, the former number one, who incidentally holds the record for the maximum prize money won in a calendar year on the PGTI was 66 lakhs. So shows you that you can make a lot of money here being a professional golfer on the PGTI. And he's 6 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament. So he's definitely in the thick of things. I feel that anybody who's about 6 or 7 shots off the lead tomorrow is in with a realistic chance to challenge for the title. And Chikka Rangappa, he's at 8 under par for the day and 7 under for the tournament. So a fantastic effort by him, and to tell you a couple of the backstories which are also going on right now. Karandeep Kocher, who's number one this year at 49 lakh and 59,000. Chika Rangappa is at second position at 46 lakh and 4,000. So I mean, he's really made a good challenge here, and if he has to contend for the number one spot, then he really needs to finish in the top five or top 10 of this tournament at least. And there are a lot of other mathematical permutations and combinations. It's very interesting, and at any point in time, you can see 7 or 8 players who are in with a realistic chance of finishing as the numero what that number one rank brings with it, apart from just the honor of being the highest ranked professional golfer on the PGTI, you also get starts on the Asian Tour. You get country exemption on the Asian Tour. In fact, you even get some other starts on international tours as well by virtue of being number one. So, and a 4 year exemption on the PGT of India. So there's a lot to play for. As we go back on hole number 5, we have a look at Arjun Prasad, who's teeing up on the left. So maybe going looking for a right to left draw. Let's see where it's gone. There's a water tank at about 280 yards. No, Arjun has picked up his tee. That's a telling sign of a player that if he doesn't really look too anxious, just hits the shot and takes the tee out of the ground. That means he's happy with that. Now we have Dhruv, who's lined up on the other side, on the right of this tee. So that means he's favoring a left to right movement. And the wind, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, is into the face of the players from the left side. So it's blowing from the 10 o'clock direction. So that's why the players are lining up on the right and using the wind to get the ball back into the fairway. Seems to have started a little bit to the right, but is quite confident with that. And yes, there we have a look at it. Brilliant work by our camera team. And for our viewers, you must also know that golf in India has been featured live for the first time, and the PGTI and ABP News have got into this historic partnership, and that's what's allowed us to show you live golf and some exciting, scintillating action live from Jamshedpur. M Dharma going with the more conservative approach, a 3 wood there, right in the center of the fairway. As we are back on hole number 1, we have a look at the group of Viraj Madappa, Abhinav Lohan, and Ranjit Singh. No, I'm sorry, beg your pardon. That's another group. We'll just update you shortly. That is, in fact, the group of Kshitij, Navid Kaul, Shamim Khan, and Hani Besoya, who we just saw on our screen. Kshitij Navid Kaul at 4 under for the day and 10 under for the tournament. So, right in the thick of things. Should be able to make that putt. Yeah, well done. Cleans up for his par. Now, the group following him on the first would be Angad Chima, Gaganjeet Bhullar, and Veer Alawat. That would be the second leader group. Now, back on hole number 13. Brilliant shot there by Viraj. We have a look at hole number 18. You can see Om Prakash Chauhan, who's at 5 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. The group comprised of Trishul Chinappa, Om Prakash Chauhan, and Amrit Lal. See, in the summer, you'll see a lot of players carry a towel because there's a lot of humidity, but even in the winters, in the wee afternoon, you can have the players actually perspiring a bit, especially when you're on the green, because the more you focus, your palms get sweaty. So it's very important to have clean contact with the putting grip. So that's what you saw Om Prakash Chauhan do over there. Oh, that's a miscue by him. Unfortunate miss for him. Maybe have a look at Trishul lining up for what seems to be his birdie putt. So break a little bit from his left to right. Will be a quick putt because it is downhill. Maybe take about an inch and a half outside and just dive into the hole. Trishul would be looking to make that putt. A lot of low scores in the offing today. He's done brilliantly well there. Makes a birdie. He's elated, rightly so. So would be finishing his round. and he should move up into a tie for 17th position. So he's done well. Amrit Lal shooting 1 over for the day and remaining at level par. Look back at the 14th hole. We have Abhinav Lohan. This putt would move a little bit from his left to right, and with the wind gusting from the back, that would make a little bit of difference. Let's see if he's able to hold it, and he is. Beautiful. So he's able to make his birdie. The wind is really picking up right now, and that's going to add a component of difficulty to the players, especially on the last few holes, which are quite demanding here on this golf course. We have a look at Ranjit, the longer putter, which seems to be somewhere between a broomstick and a normal length putt. And as you can see, the grip goes almost halfway down till the shaft of the club.
Back on that 10th tee box, we are looking at the tee shots of Angad Chima, Gaganjeet Bhullar, and Veer Lawat. That was Gaganjeet Bhullar leaving himself at the back of the green. Now we have Angad Chima on that tee box taking his shot. Chima at -1 for the day and a total of 9 under for the tournament. Chima also has been showing great form of late, just hasn't been closing in on a tournament. Nice shot by Anga Chima. That's stellar place to be at. About 15 feet left of the hole. Should give him a good chance for birdie. Viraj Madappa on hole number 5 now, taking on his tee shot. Viraj also going with a hybrid club, unlike most of the players who are taking this on with a driver. In fact, surprising that Viraj has chosen that as his club. Uh, People who have been playing the kind of length that Viraj hits it to
Some
usually been hitting drivers.
fantastic angles as he's there aligned.
That's another good thing to note over here. We were talking earlier about how a good setup almost seems like the player's always going to hit a good shot. Uh, his setup did appear like he was primed to hit a great one.
Yes, that actually, I think that's half the work done because if you set up well athletically and then your body's in the right angle, so even if you do miscue, it'll be lesser of a miss hit. Otherwise, there's so many more moving parts because if you're standing correctly and your muscles are tense in the right places, then you can actually reduce the sort of lateral movement that you have if your body is sort of loose and too languid. So there's a little bit of a soft, a sweet space between that.
Ranjit Singh, the veteran from Chandigarh, checking his distance from the ball, a very old school way of doing so.
Yes.
Going with a bunt down driver, he's knocked up a little bit of ground. Looks like he's going to hit a stinger with his driver now. There we have
Yes,
it.
that's very yeah, that's
And
very
he likes
fun
it.
because it's very windy. So I think that's the ideal shot. Brilliant by him. Ranjit is a grizzled veteran and he knows how to handle these situations. He's been here before and he's going to be here again.
The fellow player Abhinav Lohan walking on the right side of the fairway. We go back to the order of merit.
Look at Angad Chima.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I think I caught the wrong ball there. Angad Chima is on the front of the green. Looks like it was his fellow player's ball. A bit of Lohan is on 26 on the order of merit with a prize money win of 11,56,933 so far. Hopefully, this tournament can fix that up a little bit better. Angad Chima leaving himself shy of the hole by about 5 feet to save par.
Not his best effort for sure. Shubhankar Sharma has made a birdie and moved up to 10 under par after 12. So birding the par 5. He's not done yet. Not by any measure.
I think that is Gaganjit Bhullar's ball, which I mistook for Angad Chima's. Peter Lawat from the back of the green. Veer Lawat also has been a steady golfer on the PGTI. He's always been up there. He very simple looking golf swing, very simple way of playing the game, and seems to go a long way for him. In fact, I think I'd be surprised not to see him at much higher stages of the game. I think he has that sort of capability that can take him to the higher tours, and by that I mean highest of the tours in the world. We'll allow it right now at 12 under for the tournament, and today's score is 3 under. I think he's got the kind of head on his shoulders, the kind of game that is required to be at some of the best levels of this game.
Absolutely. All the ingredients that are required at the highest level. He does possess all of them in abundance. And so does this man. And that's why he's been a prolific winner, has Gaganjit Bhullar. What a
Karanjit Bhullar at 3 under for the day. That putt can take him up to 14 under for the tournament, and two shots close to Shubhankar Sharma. That could be one good fight that we are going to see over the weekend, but not if Gaganjit Bhullar leaves that putt short. Super shot, but left that putt too shy of the hole.
very strong ball striker is Gaganjit. A strongly built individual, hits the ball a mile.
You think players like Gaganjit Bhullar, Shubhankar Sharma, they are here on a sponsor's exemption. They are players who are of the pedigree, which are who are playing outside of the country, mostly on European tour events and big prize purses, and playing against some of the most stars of the game. So, do you think that they use these kind of tournaments as sort of stepping stones to build their confidence and sort of warm themselves up and test their games, be a little more aggressive, see how good they can be in terms of like let's get really aggressive today and see how many birdies can I really make in the day. You think they can come into a tournament like this and actually have that sort of a bent of mind and not be
Um,
worried like sort of a middle of the pack player
I
over here.
feel I feel maybe an event like this where there is no cut, but to be honest with you, even these players are not guaranteed their place on the weekend. We've
Right.
seen how competitive the PGTI is. The cuts are going at under par, and they themselves have said that the quality of golf has improved so a lot.
Yep.
But what they do bring to the table is that they obviously have self assurance. They know they are better than 99% of the players. And they are not arrogant about it, but they know that. So when they know that fact, I think the confidence is a factor that goes up. It's not just the game of golf. When you level up, what really matters is who are your colleagues, how good are they, and that's what actually really tames a person's performance or makes it better. So when they move to a better tour, when these players move internationally, they know that everybody is as good as them. But when
Angad,
they come here, they know that they can dominate. So that mental dominance is something that they already have over the field.
that putt would take Angachima's score back to level par for the day and 8 under par for the tournament. So Angachima dropping a shot on the 10th hole at the start of the Beldih 9. Veer Alawat for par on hole number 10. This putt should keep Veer Alawat at 12 under for the tournament. Steady. So Gaganjeet Bhullard stays at 13 under par. Veer Alawat would stay at 12 under par for the tournament. And Angad Chima would drop a shot to 8 under par now for the tournament after the 10th hole of the day for them. We are moving back to the 10th tee box for our final group coming in SSP Chaurasia, Karan Pratap Singh, and Udayan Mane.
Now we have a look at Shubhankar Sharma. I think he always favors the all black look on the final few days of a tournament. Does it have something to do that he won his biggest tournament in South Africa, where Gary Player hails from? You never know. There could be a connection. Very important putt. Very short putt. Not sure if this is for birdie or for par.
Yeah, the way he's going, he's probably putting for birdie itself.
Could be. Oh yes, good putt by him.
We'll know shortly what he has done there.
I think he's made birdie because he was receiving the applause from his playing player. Let's see and acknowledge that. Money Yappa.
C. Muniappa, former Indian Open champion at the DLF Golf and Country Club.
I remember the wedge shot that he hit. What a beautiful shot that was. Right next to the flag.
He's been going through injuries and trouble in finding form again.
That's what
Been
makes.
tinkering with his clubs as well to get it
I
back.
think that's one of the things that makes a career in sports somewhat daunting, if you may. You've just won the biggest tournament of your life, and rather than going on the ascendancy, you kind of go downhill from there. So it's so unpredictable. I mean, just one injury and it could just spiral. Everything can come undone, and that's what's happened to him for the better part of a decade. He's almost just been in the shadows searching his game. But if you stay adamant and stay at it, now he's sort of making his resurgence, and maybe he can get back on the Asian tour.
But hats off, right, to that sort of perseverance to continuously keep searching for the form back again, continuously keep searching for all this time. And one of the other things about C. Muniappa, during this whole COVID lockdowns, and I we're looking at Karan Pratap Singh on the tee box playing alongside SSP Chaurasia and Udayan Mane, both Olympians, SSP Chaurasia as well as Udayan Mane. Yeah, one ball on the green. Can't be sure who that is. But one of the other things about C. Munyappa, which is worth admiring, I feel, is that during all of the lockdowns last year and this year, he has been in his village, I think in Tamil Nadu, uh, introducing the game of golf to the villagers, the young kids over there. So he has actually made uh, a temporary golf course in like a muddy patch in the farms and the marshy lands, and he's put up flags over there. And he's been teaching the kids how to play the game of golf with simply handmade clubs and all he has done. And that is just absolutely phenomenal for the sheer love for the game, and taking his mates from his village to learn the sport which is known as the rich man's sport.
I think what's really important, and goes to show you here that obviously there are so many ways of social upliftment in our country or worldwide. But if you look at it, sport also plays its part in that. I think it gives you an opportunity for people to be on a level playing field. I mean, I would think over more than 50% of good golfers in the PGTI actually hail from very humble backgrounds who are caddies. So not only are they becoming great sportsmen, but they're able to sort of lift themselves and their families, out of that maybe that sector, and then come up and rise up in life. And that's a big thing, and golf can actually help that, and even any sport for that matter. And another thing, I think, when they're taking this kind of a sport to the masses, it does help in spread some positivity, because Chinnaswamy Muniappa is a star from where he's an Indian Open champion, you know. So obviously, young ones look up to him, and that, just adding that sort of color of sport in their life can, really help you stabilize youth in the young time, and maybe they focus on other games. And I feel sport is a brilliant outlet for young minds, and they can just focus in their studies and sports, and they don't get distracted. And the lower you are able to seep this message through, the better it is.
Shubhankar Sharma leaking out his tee shot out to the right side of the fairway on the fifth hole. He seems to be a little concerned about that. While we look at C. Munyappa, who is not wasting any time to stand up on that ball and fire away.
Let's see if his swing still looks a little restrained. I feel it's not a very fluid motion. He's still sort of not turning fully. What he was in his yesteryear, he had a lot more fluid turn to the ball.
Absolutely. One man who still got the same action as he always did is this Mukesh Kumar.
Yes.
He still goes at it, whether he gets the same distance or not, but he still goes at it. Hit a three wood off the tee box, absolutely perfectly crisp down the fairway, with a
Yeah.
little bit of fade on it.
He still pays his dues, hits a lot of balls, works on his fitness, does everything that he's supposed to, and that's why he's still here. And now here we have a look at Digvijay Singh on the final hole. Digvijay Singh at level par for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Playing alongside Rashid Khan and Aman Raj. He would be here in two, so might have chipped out from the rough, and now we'll have an up and down for his par.
Digvijay Singh from short of that bunker on the 18th hole. Digvijay is known for the good chipping action and pitching that he does. Look forward to this one being close. Very well played by Digvijay Singh. Short putt left for him to save his par.
He's a short game wizard. Beautiful shot by him.
It's amazing that he uses his wedges and creates such nice low trajectory with them and superb control. Phenomenal stuff. Always a treat watching him practice these shots.
Yeah, that's the hallmark of his game. He has very good trajectory control and is able to hit low bullets from 60, 70, 80 yards. Almost like hold them on a string.
Not holding them on a string. Let's see if Aman Raj can hold this putt on a string. Looks like a left-right break, slide downhill.
These are tough putts to hold because there has to be a perfect marriage of speed, direction, as well as slope. Let's see
Talking
if he's.
about perfect marriage. There's something called as that. Aman Raj almost perfecting that putt.
That putt was almost a perfect marriage. What a beautiful putt there by him. I think these putts where there's a lot of break and change of levels, so as to speak, they're pretty tough. You have to navigate a lot of things.
I think is that why you call it a perfect marriage?
I think so.
Because
That might be the phrase, I think.
just like a
Where,
perfect putt,
where a
there is
lot
no
of,
perfect putt and there is no perfect marriage. Is that what you meant?
I think you got to work at everything in life, whether it's a putt or a marriage. As long as you keep playing, that's what matters. Rashid Khan. This should be bread and butter for this player. Fantastic putter. I really like seeing him on the greens. His confidence, his aggression here. He never dies them and they're always firm. And that's what I want the viewers to see that.
Om,
Right
pra-
in the center of the cup.
Om Prakash Chauhan has finished his round with 6 under in today's card and a total of 8 under on the leaderboard. Rashid Khan is on the course and is at 6 under par through 15 holes. Another player who's finished at 6 under par for the day is Trishul Chinappa to get his total up to 7 under par for the tournament. We also have Chikka, who is at 8 under par for the day and total of 7 under for the tournament. He's jumped up 28 spots today and he is still on the course. So I think he still has room for one more birdie because he has finished 15 holes so far. Some superb rounds out there. Zamal Hussain Mola has also finished with a 5 under par today. Chikka still's got 3 holes to play, so I think wouldn't be surprised if that 8 under turns into a 9 under soon. And of course, Shubhankar Sharma is at 10 under for the day and 16 under for the tournament. Yashash Chandra from Mysore playing to 8 under for the tournament and 2 under for the day. SSP Chaurasia on hole number 10. SSP has got a couple of the shots back that he needed to. He is at minus 12 for the tournament, but not the start that he was looking for today.
Good putt by SSP. He'll have a lot of positive vibes in this area. Obviously, having won here previously should feel. I think that makes a lot of difference. Having won at a particular golf course, you always feel a lot better when you're playing there.
I think just makes you feel a little more familiar with the spot.
It feels like the trees also owe you allegiance. They'll give you a good bounce here and there.
Looking at Sudhir Sharma coming up to hole number 13. Sudhir Sharma has left himself a decent look at birdie, about 15 feet uphill from a little bit from the right to the left. We have Badal Hussain coming up onto the green and Yashash Chandra also walking up. It's good to note that how the player has actually gone walking around the playing partner's golf ball because He doesn't want to step in the other person's line. So it's an important aspect of mannerisms and etiquettes of the game. Make sure that each of the players you respect each other while you're playing. That's exactly what Sudhir Sharma was doing over there.
And for those of you who have just joined us, we're live at the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021 being played at the Golmuri and Beldih Golf Club here in Jamshedpur. And the tournament boasts of a handsome prize fund of rupees 1.5 CR. And currently, the leader is Shubhankar Sharma, who's at 10 under for the day. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me correct. 10 under par for the day after 12 holes, 16 under for the tournament. He holds a three-shot lead over Gaganjeet Bhullar and the Olympian Udyan Mane. So it's a very interesting tournament. It's the final tournament on the PGTI calendar year, and this is the one that will determine the order of merit champion. So there's a lot to play for. There are world ranking points, the international stars, a constellation of stars who have descended on this golf course. So there's a lot to look forward to. And as you join us, we are live here on the 14th hole. And I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, alongside my co host, Rahul Bajaj.
And that on our screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, is Badal Hussain from Bangladesh attempting his birdie putt on hole number 13. Badal Hussain has a little bit of an uphill task over here with this long birdie putt. It's at 6 under for the tournament, an even par for the day. Sudhir Sharma as well is on the same score as him. While their playing partner Yashas Chandra is 2 shots ahead of the two. It's at tied for the 12th position at 8 under par. Windy day out here at the Beldih Golf Course in Jamshedpur, playing the Tata Steel PGTI Tour Championship worth the prize purse of 1.5 crore. And on the course, we have got the top 60 professionals of the PGTI, which includes international names. And we also have top names from sponsors exemptions like Shubhankar Sharma, Gaganjeet Bhullar, SSP Chaurasia, all of these players coming out to play the biggest prize purse tournament in India. The final event of this season, after which all of these players move on to 2022 season, while the players who have finished outside of the top 60 will have to go back to qualifying school back in Ahmedabad, which will be held starting the middle of January.
Absolutely. Interesting times ahead. And this tournament is shaping up to be one of the best that we've had on the PGTI so far at 10 under for the day and 16 under for the tournament.
The winner of this tournament takes home 22 lakh 50,000 rupees.
That's a lot of money. And 10 under is just the kind of score you need to get that money.
Absolutely. I think 10 under is the kind of score that deserves to take that kind of money.
Absolutely.
Yashas Chandra left himself short with that birdie attempt. Abhijit Chadda coming off the back of the hole. Lovely chip there for him. That should be good enough for him to tap it in for par on his 18th hole. Playing alongside his fellow Chandigarh gentleman, veteran Amritinder Singh and Marimuthu from Bangalore.
Marimuthu at level par for the day and 3 under for the tournament. So tied 35th. Would be looking to move up. I think these positions are also quite important. The players are hoping to improve the prize fund that they can win this week.
Great putt there by Marimuthu, just going by the side of the hole. I think it was a superb attempt. Got almost the right line and the right speed on that. One-handed tap in. Please don't try that at home. These guys are extremely skilled, but usually these kind of antics don't do very well. Amritinder Singh has had a good career on the Asian tour back in the day. Also helps out his friend Jeev Milkha Singh, and it helps him out with his game.
Amritin, playing pretty well for the first 2 days, shooting 1 under on the first 2 days. Now today he's at 5 over for the day. Then I think he'll drop a shot here and finish at 4 over for the tournament so far. So not too bad by him. Look back at hole number 13.
Kshitij Naved calls group coming in on the 13th hole. Kshitij Naved call is playing alongside Hani Besoya and Shamim Khan. Shamim Khan, as you can tell, is the shortest hitter of the lot, but don't consider him to be any less of a player.
He might end up the closest to the flag. One thing which is sort of conspicuous by its absence is the viewers, the gallery, the patrons, and unfortunately, due to COVID and the protocols and so on and so forth, you don't have many people here who are in the gallery. And we are hopeful that in the times to come, things will ease, and you'll finally be able to get over this pandemic, and then you can see a lot of viewers once again. Because I remember tournaments where there would be a lot of galleries, maybe in the thousands as well, because one of the great things about the PGTI is that you can actually go and watch these tournaments for free where they're being held. You just need to inform the golf course beforehand, or just register on the PGTI website, or just give us a call. Uh, but most of the times, you don't even need to do that. Just land up to the event, and at the gate, you'd be allowed to enter as given a guest pass and just watch and enjoy the game.
Shamim Khan coming up the 13th hole green.
That's
Not
a
too
very
bad, giving himself a 20-foot uphill right to left putt for birdie. I mean, speaking about that, if you're not in the same town, you can always log into YouTube or Facebook and watch WAC Cricket channel. We are live on these channels. These are the channels which have been brought in by ABP News Network to support Indian golf being shown live to all of you. So you can log into YouTube and check out. Also, you can also check this out on Facebook, Twitter, and the ABP News Network's website to be able to view these players playing this stellar quality golf.
Now on our screen is Honey Besoya. Honey currently 2 under par for the day, 8 under for the tournament. Another great defining characteristic of this channel is that it's free to watch. You can watch it on YouTube, Facebook, as you said, anywhere. And not just golf, you can see some scintillating cricket as well. A lot of the top cricket tournaments are covered on this channel, and golf obviously is a welcome addition. So, ladies and gentlemen, we also urge you to tell your friends, colleagues, everybody else who love this great game to watch us here live on this channel and enjoy this feast of golf that we are witnessing at this point in time.
Absolutely. This is no less than a PGA Tour or a European Tour tournament. We have our own homegrown Bryson DeChambeau. We have Kshitij Naved call on the screen, who has just recently won a tournament.
What you're witnessing are some of the best golfers, not just in the country, but globally ranked golfers. We have winners from all tours. We have Jyoti Randhawa, Gaganjeet Bhullar. Look at that golf shot right at the flagstick. So there are many good players that you can watch and learn from.
Absolutely. In fact, the game in India has been changing so significantly over the past couple of years, and I think you don't need to log in today to watch a PGA Tour event and stay up late in the night. While you could do this, you could watch these players and have a look at how good they are. They are as good, if not better, than any other higher tour in the world.
I think what you can also do is, follow these players on Instagram. They're very approachable. A lot of these players are very methodical in how they follow their fitness routines and even other things and how they prepare for sports and even their life outside. Players like Gaganjeet Bhullar, upcoming stars like Adil Bedi, who's become almost a household name. And he's had a lot of fame earlier in his career, and he's been able to navigate that and keep his head on his shoulders as well. So you'll find constellation of players here to follow. Of course, you can follow Jyoti Randhawa. He's a name that is synonymous with excellence in sport.
If you have any golf related questions, you can always go over to the YouTube channel of Far Cricket and type down your questions into that comment box, and we would be very very happy to take them on.
In fact, if you have any questions from us as well, you can follow us on Instagram on our channel as well. Mine is Shaurya Golf. Rahul's is
Rahul Bajaj Golf.
so pretty similar. Very easy. You can't make a mistake. And I think if you have to follow up players, just write their name and then write golf. That's the way the golfers think. Very simple and easy solutions to most problems. And that's how you can learn more about the game and even the other side of the game.
Back onto the screens, we are looking at Hani Besoya, who won the J&K Tourism Open earlier this year in Kashmir, putting for birdie.
And for our viewers who don't understand the terminologies used by us, please don't worry. We always run you through every hour and a half hour, and tell you about the game of golf. As we said earlier, golf comprises of 18 holes. That could be a par 4, 5, or 3, depending on the distance. What you're viewing right now on your screen is a par 4. A par 4 normally is between 350 yards to about 500 yards. The idea being that the player can get on the green in two shots, take two putts, and make his par. Par is when you take the same number of scores of strokes that a hole is supposed to be played in. A par 4 is supposed to be played in 4. And the lower you take, if you take one shot less, it's called a birdie. If you take a shot more, it's called a bogey. If you take two shots less, which is pretty rare, it's called an eagle. And two shots more, which is more prevalent when you are on the wrong side, it's called a double bogey. So that's how golf, the scores are tabulated. And after 18 holes, their scores are calculated. And in professional golf tournaments, after the first 2 days, there is a cut that is applied, and about 30 to 35% of the players survive that cull. So you'll only have 35 players, 35% of the players, which is about 50 players on the PGTI, who advance to the third and fourth round. And the third and fourth round, you get your prize money. So there's no money which is just paid for showing up. You gotta show up and perform, otherwise you don't make any money. So it's a brutal sport. It's cutthroat, and the performance is top notch. You're seeing the scores which are just out of this world. You're looking at Shubhankar Sharma, who's an international star. He's at 10 under par, 16 under par for the week so far. And Shubhankar was someone who almost won the WGC and beat Phil Mickelson. So, ladies and gentlemen, these players are capable of beating the best in the world. And Jyoti Randhawa, SSP Chaurasia, Gaganjeet Bhullar, they've done that many times over. So I would really recommend you that you watch this and maybe even save this telecast. Look at these players, how they go through their trials and tribulations of a tournament. Our coverage is the first year that we've gone live, and this is a historic watershed moment for Indian golf as we are live at the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021 from Jamshedpur.
One of the things that Indian golfers don't get enough credit for, and that's actually the reason that makes them so good and versatile, is because they play on such different conditions, week after week. So going from a golf course like, let's say, the Pune Club, to going to Jamshedpur, and then to a Dig Boy, and then from there to a Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the difference in the golf course conditions, the difference in the weather condition, the difference in the food that you get changes so much that the player has to adapt constantly. The turf conditions, the bunker conditions, all of these things are changing. So the players are really learning a lot when they play over here on the PGTI.
Absolutely, they never get to settle down. They move off to a new week and then adapt and then perform again.
We are looking at Adil Bedi and Pawan Kumar in the fairway on the 18th hole. Seems like the wind has become a little bit lesser than earlier. Players are finding themselves further up from that little road that is there in the middle of the fairway.
And another interesting fact that we want to share with our viewers who are, golf enthusiasts and who want to know how they can actually play alongside these players. We have professional tournaments the year over, and in different places. In many tournaments, there's a prelude to a tournament which is called the Pro Am, where three amateurs are paired with a professional, and they sort of play this promotional kind of a thing. And there is a possibility you can apply to the pgtofIndia.com, and if you're shortlisted, you can actually play the pro-ams. You can travel there and play alongside the professional. And believe you me, that will be an opportunity worth its weight in gold. It's like playing cricket with Virat Kohli. So, as we are on VAR cricket, we have to draw the equivalence. And, we're so lucky to be here on this channel. And so are you, our dear viewers. As we
Great
have
shot by Adil Bedi. And mind you, that if you were to apply to any of these tournaments and actually get an entry to play the Pro-Am, there are no charges for the same. You play that all free of cost with one of the top professional golfers in the country.
And you can thank us later.
And now we're looking at Sunit Chaurasia on our screens. Sunit Chaurasia from Calcutta, playing from the left rough on this 18th hole. He's playing with Adil Bedi and Pawan Kumar. Sunit Chaurasia is at 6 under par for the day and 9 under par for the tournament. Pretty good shot by Sunit Chaurasia. Will release a little bit as he was coming off from the rough, but he's got a hot putter and he should be able to give it a good go. As you can tell, the leaderboard seems to be settling down a little bit as we've moved into the Beldih course, which is the back nine of the tournament. The course does tend to get a little bit tougher over here. The Golmuri course has more scoring opportunities. And as you can see, the scores seem to be settling in now. Not many birdies coming up. Everything is kind of staying static at that position where Shubhankar Sharma is still leading at 16 under par. And when we started this day today, you could see a lot more of ebbs and flows going on atop that leaderboard.
Absolutely. Obviously, the Beldih Golf Club is a lot more difficult than Golmuri, and it's a little penal. There are a few birdie holes. I would think maybe the 12th hole only, which you can hit a driver, and then the longer hitters could hit a mid iron onto the green. But apart from that, you really have to earn your birdies here. Nothing is going to be given to you. The golf course won't give you an inch. You'll have to fight for everything that you get, and that's why the champion who does emerge from this tournament will be a deserving one. And he'll wear the crown of the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021 champion.
Okay, and the prize money won't hurt either at 22 lakh 50,000 rupees for the man who takes that title. Good shot by Pawan Kumar as well, giving himself a look at birdie from about 25 feet away. He's a good putter. As we spoke earlier on in the day, the 18th hole green, by the way, is one of the biggest greens on this golf course. All of the other greens are very, very stamp sized.
Yes, absolutely. And I feel that the flag will be on the back left portion of the green tomorrow.
Absolutely.
It'll be a little attempt tease flag where you tend to sort of go for it and miss the green on the left, and it'll add to the drama. But as far as Shubhankar Sharma is concerned, drama is the furthest thing from his mind. He just wants to separate himself from the chasing pack, have a nice easy day, stroll in the park tomorrow to a nice little check of 22 lakh rupees and a few thousand.
He's got a 4 shot lead over Gaganjit Bhullard and SSP Chaurasia.
They're running out of steam here, the chasing pack. As
And
Shubhankar Sharma separates himself and puts on the afterburners, maybe he shoots a 12 under par today.
back onto the 18th hole. Pawan Kumar attempting at birdie. What a great try for birdie there for Pawan Kumar. Would have that little tap in to save par on the 18th hole. We take a look at SSP. My apologies. We look at Sunit Chaurasia now getting ready for his birdie attempt. This birdie putt will take Sunit Chaurasia further up the leaderboard to 10 under par for the tournament and 7 under for the day. He is 6 under for the tournament for the day through 15 holes.
Chika Rangappa shooting 7 under par today, ending up at 6 under for the tournament. Still far removed from the lead at 10 shots behind.
But in the fight between Chikkarangappa and Karandeep Singh Kochar, that could play out as a completely different game for the Order of Merit crown. Karandeep Kochar is at 2 under for the tournament and 4 under for the day. So definitely that is going to be playing along as a completely different story between the two of them, unless and until, of course, Udayan Mane was to fire up his best and end up winning this tournament, then there would be no other fight for the title. Back to watching Pavan Kumar on that green on the 18th hole. He is cleaning up there for par. Shubhankar Sharma is sitting atop pretty at 16 under, leading the pack by 4 shots. Of course, there's a lot of golf left to be played. Pawan Kumar with a good showing of 5 under par today, with a total of 8 under par on that leaderboard. He has jumped up 12 spots on that leaderboard today. While we look at Adil Bedi, who has shot 1 under and has ended up dropping a few positions, 7 positions, with a total of 4 under par. That on our screens is N. Thangaraja cleaning his grip. N. Thangaraja on the 18th hole at Beldih. It's actually the 9th hole of Beldih Club, but it's playing as the 18th hole of the tournament. And Thangaraja having a good outing today at 5 under for the day is at a total of 9 under for the tournament. Anura Rohana playing alongside him. Anura Rohana is at a score of -1 for the day and a total of 5 under for the tournament. Ankur Chadda also having a good showing out there on the golf course at 5 under for the day and a total of 5 under for the tournament. The third playing partner finding the dance floor. That would be Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal with plenty spin on the ball. Rajiv Jatiwal, a journeyman golfer from Chandigarh, doing decently well this year, played relatively well at his home club, and now also showing good promise over here in Jamshedpur. He's at a total of 5 under for the tournament, tied with Anura Rohana playing alongside him, and N. Thangaraja is jumping up that leaderboard. He's jumped up 12 spots today to be at 9 under for the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live watching the Tata Steel Tour Championship in Jamshedpur, being played at Golmuri and Beldih Golf Club, presented to you by Tata Steel with associate sponsors in Incredible India. Tata Steel, of course, the title sponsor of this tournament and one of the main sponsors on the PGTI. Professional Golf Tour of India has been going from strength to strength over the past couple of years. We've had big prize purses, big tournaments, a great bunch of players, a lot of international names. So all of these things going into the mix, showing what professional golf is turning into in this country. We've got a great mix up of players top, and also a lot of players who are making it to higher tours and moving abroad, and playing on higher tours like the Asian Tour, the European Tour, and even the PGA Tour for that matter. It's a great place to hone your skill. The skill level today required on the PGTI to be able to be on the order of merit is going to be only under pars. Winning scores are on an average around 20 under. Great putt by Thanga Raja. Just missing it. He knows he made one of the best attempts there. Would finish with a total of 9 under for the tournament. He would come back tomorrow and try to push the pedal even harder to go up further into that leaderboard. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, one of the few players who putts with the glove still in the hand. What a brilliant putt by Rajiv Jatiwal, making a birdie from about 50 or 60 feet away from the hole. Now, the few putts we've seen hold on this hole. That would take Rajiv Kumar Jadiwal's total score today to 2 under par, and his total score for the tournament to 6 under par. Looking at Anura Rohana, another Sri Lankan veteran golfer, fit as a fiddle, birdie putt. Anura Rohana would have that small putt for par. He's a superb field-oriented golfer. Doesn't take much time, doesn't waste much of time on the golf course. Very field-oriented player, and very dynamic action of the golf ball. Compresses the ball quite a bit. Rohana and Jatiwal paired up together would be probably only two or maximum of five players on the tour who use the glove even while putting.
So the top of our leaderboard still remains unchanged. Shubhankar Sharma still at 10 under par after 15 holes. So sort of a sedate 6 holes here at Beldih Golf Club, but that was to be expected. It's a lot tougher here. Still 10 under for the day and leading Gaganjeet Bhullar by 3 shots, who's now on our screen at hole number 13.
Almost pulled that club back as he was putting his sword back into its cover.
Yeah, it was reminiscent of Miguel Angel Jimenez. So maybe trying to get a little bit of that Spanish mojo going on.
I think he needs to learn a few dance steps along with it in case he wants it to be like Mikel Arne.
Although he can do a very good Bhangra, can Gaganjeet in our
Oh, is
average.
it?
Yes, very good. And I think he needs a little bit of the dance move, make a couple of birdies here. Playing alongside Angad, Chima, and Veer. Veer also right in the thick of things at 12 under par. Angad not having the best of days at 1 over par. Total at 7 under par. The peculiar thing about this tournament is that the other half of the field now would be finishing their round at Golmuri Golf Club. So we are only covering Beldih Golf Club this week. And the leaders and everybody in the top half of the scores would be finishing their round here at Beldih Golf Club. And here in our screens, we have the penultimate leader group and Veer Alawat lining up his birdie putt. Towards the lower half, we've had Manav Jaini with a fantastic round going on, 4 under par for the day, and 3 over for the tournament. At Manu Gandas at 3 under for the tournament, sorry, 3 under for the day, and level par for the tournament, while Veer misses that birdie putt. Karandeep Kochar resurgent, 4 under for the day and 2 under for the tournament. So obviously, he's not done. Far from it. So the battle for ultimate honors is still on with Karandeep Kochar tied at 39th position, and you have Chikka Rangappa tied at 21st at 6 under par, and with 4 shots separating them. So this is a battle that will definitely be an interesting one for the top honors
If they
tomorrow.
were to finish in the same position as they are today, I think that would leave Karandeep Kocher atop the leaderboard still, while uh, yes, just about he would just about scrape through as the number one if they were to finish in the same positions. But I think Udayan Mane is going to catch on and put some heat out there on the golf course tomorrow.
Absolutely, Udin Mane I mean, he's not done yet. He's still out there and 4 under for the day.
But Chikkarangappa definitely, if he can shoot another round like today and can keep that gap between him and Karandeep Kochar, would actually just about overtake him to become
But
the
I,
number one
but
golfer
I
in the
think
country.
the highest probability right now is maybe if Udyan Mane finishes second. What is the prize fund for the second place? Can you have a look, please?
Udyan would be winning 15 lakh rupees for second position.
So I think
He also has a superb chance to finish up top.
yes. So, but I mean, realistically speaking, Udyan would require a victory. Nothing less than that would suffice because Chika Rangappa and Karandeep Kochar would definitely make upwards of a couple of lakhs at least. So I think the most realistic challenge to Karandeep Kochar is from Chikka Rangappa at this point in time.
Yes, I think if
Unless Udyan can win the tournament.
Chikka will have to at least make 3.5 lakh rupees more than Karandeep to be able to go up above. And of course, I think Udyan is actually currently in a pole position to be able to finish atop this in case he can convert the next round.
I remember a few years ago there were a few invites from the Japanese tour for the Order of Merit leader here in India. There was an invite for some tournaments. Obviously, this does open a lot of doors if you win the Order of Merit on the PGTI, especially.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, you'll also get a few Asian tour starts because you will start getting the country exemption. So Udayan Mane, of course, he's already an Olympian. He already has an Asian Tour card, and getting a country exemption would mean that he would get even more tournaments to play. And he's already at minus 14 for the tournament, so he is in pole position
Absolutely.
uh, to challenge the leader.
Now we'll have our final group, which will come through anytime on this hole as we go to the 18th hole and we have a look at M. Dharma. The conditions seem to have quieted down a little bit. The wind is not as prominent as it was previously, and that has resulted in M. Dharma hitting a brilliant shot, setting up a birdie for himself.
Dharma currently at 3 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament. He is tied at 12th position alongside 5 other players. Dhruv Shoran from the left rough on the 18th hole.
Dhruv has hit a big drive, it seems. He's the only one with a wedge in his hand.
It's not a bad place to be, that left rough actually. You've got nice angle to the flag.
A brilliant shot by him.
Nice shot by Dhruv Shoran, giving himself a good look at birdie. Dhruv Shoran currently today's score is even par and total score of 5 under for the tournament through 15 holes. There's other good holes on this golf course. One of those that we can't see is the eighth hole. So a par three with a difficult green.
Another thing we can't see is the player who's in between the trees. That shows you another interesting aspect of golf. Now, how is he going to get himself out of that soup?
Seems to be Arjun Prasad with probably a miscued drive.
Let's see what he's able to do. He'll need to pull a rabbit out of the hat, figuratively speaking, to get the ball out of there and on the green. These are the challenges that a golfer can face. I mean, one moment you're out in the sun, next moment you're in the middle of a jail in trees.
Maybe he just needed some shade.
You never know. Now, let's see what he does from there. I think the prudent play might be just to chip it out and then try to make your par the hard way. And I think he has done that. And that's a pretty good chip shot by him.
Yeah, I think that's well played. He was if the camera couldn't catch him, pretty sure the gaps were very less to get out of there.
Yes.
So he's chipped it out. Should he'll probably be giving that a shot for par. It's the safe get out of trouble first approach for Arjun Prasad. He is at even par for the day and a total of -4 for the tournament. Vikrant Chopra, after seeing all those missed putts from him, he is still at 5 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament.
Brilliant. I think he heard us and is going to prove us wrong. So his putter is definitely working today.
Superb.
Brilliant round by him. He has that. He has a tendency to shoot good numbers in the third day, and maybe if he can just back it up by another solid round tomorrow, he should be there in the top 10.
As the Beldih challenge seems to be slowing our leaders down. Leaders don't seem to be moving much anymore. So it's a funny story if I were to tell you that Om Prakash Chauhan and Rashid Khan have actually shot 6 under for the day and they have jumped 18 spots, while Shubhankar Sharma is so far 10 under for the day and has only jumped up 7 spots because there's nowhere else to go.
I mean, you can only reach number one. There's nowhere else for him to move. I think he'll be happy if he remains there now at the end of tomorrow as well. Obviously, the movement when you're lower down on the leaderboard, you're able to catapult yourself up a lot easier. We're seeing that this golf course is not yielding many birdies, and players are really having to work hard. Some of them even capitulating on this 9 hole. So, obviously, a lot to be very off at Beldih Golf Club. Now, let's see what Arjun can do here. Is he going to make up after that miscued tee shot? The role of the caddy is so important in shots like this, especially shorter shots like 50 yards, because the player has to decide if he's going to play a skip and run or maybe just pitch it right at the flag. There are many decisions to be made at this point in time. Let's hope he's made the correct one.
I think he's going to play for a slight release on the ball. It seems to have checked up a little bit quickly, but I think he has given him a good chance for making par. Seems about 8 feet short of the hole. Should have a good chance to make par from there. I think Dhruv and M. Dharma both have good chances for birdie on this hole.
We have Sunit Chaurasia. It's quietly crept up at 8 under par for the day and 11 under par for the tournament. So he does have a tendency of shooting low scores, and his uncle is only 2 shots ahead of him, who's at 1 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament. So Sunit obviously blazing his own trail, not under the shadow of his uncle, establishing himself as a solid contender.
Absolutely, absolutely. A hard worker and playing really well this year. Stellar showing by him. And 8 under par is no mean feat. That he's finished the round at 8 under par now, 11 under. Still has a good shot. If he can shoot another round similar to that, he would also have a shot at this title.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, we implore you to tell your friends, relatives, colleagues, and so on and so forth that they should try and follow our coverage. It's free of cost. Please watch it on any one of the social media sites such as YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and our channel goes by the name of Wah Cricket. Very easy to not forget this
Yep.
unmissable name.
It's the final tournament of the year, and you've got
there you have. Look at
stellar
that.
field.
And
M.
some
Dharma
stellar
making
golf.
birdie right there.
So brilliant birdie there by M. Dharma.
So with the field like Shubhankar Sharma, Gaganjeet Bhullar, I mean, this is the field that is made of dreams. So this is the best time to be watching this, the final tournament of the year and the final day tomorrow. So watch this tournament. You have some great golf to be seen. Shubhankar Sharma is at 10 under par for the day and a total of 16 under for the tournament with a lot of great names trailing him very, very closely, like the Olympian Udayan Mane at 14 under, another Olympian SSP Chaurasia at 13 under. So you're going to be seeing a very, very tough fight. European Tour player Gaganjeet Bhullar also at 13 under par. While we look on our screens now at Dhruv Shoran attempting birdie.
Good putt, just slips it by. Will make his par. He's the top of the leaderboard. Udayan Mane has made a move. He's made another birdie, so he's at 14 under par. So the gap is narrowing. The walls are closing in on Shubhankar Sharma, who's at 10 under par. Still with a lot of breathing space at two shots, but having a sedate 6 holes at Beldih Golf Club after blazing a trail of glory at Golmuri. He is 9 under after 9 holes, a record of sorts. Just maybe make a couple of more birdies and shoot the lowest score ever on the PGTI. So the group finishing up their round and going over to the clubhouse as we have a look at our leader group, which is now here at the ominous 13th on Saturday the 13th, not Friday the 13th. So 13th hole. Let's see if that number is going to be lucky for this group. The final group comprises of Udayan Mane, Karan Pratap Singh, and SSP Chaurasia. In our view now is Karan Pratap Singh.
Karan Pratap Singh also having a decent showing to his pro career. Is at 11 under par for the tournament through 12 holes, even par today. Good to see him actually being atop that leaderboard and staying steady. Although he doesn't seem to be very happy with himself. It's no mean feat to be early on in your career playing leader groups with the likes of two Olympians.
Absolutely. What a stellar group, actually.
Yes.
SSP Chaurasia was there at the Rio Olympics. Udayan Mane there surveying his putt.
He's putting for birdie.
and that would move him to 15 under par.
One shot closer to
You
Shubhankar
know,
Sharma.
Odian has the peculiar sort of habit of shooting very low scores when he gets going, and he also wins back to back. So maybe this is the time that he's either on song or off. Like we saw after the Olympics, he missed a few cuts, didn't play too well. But when he's playing well, he's always contending or winning.
It's very steady. There we have him. Modian Mane will move up to 15 under par for the tournament and 5 under for the day. That will take him just one shot shy of Shubhankar Sharma. And let's see what SSP Chaurasia does now. He is at a total of 13 under par and 1 under for the day. SSP has been working super hard on his putting as well as keeping up the shape of his iron and his wedge play. I was really happy to watch him practicing the other day at Royal Calcutta. It was absolute treat for me.
Yeah, it's a very repetitive golf swing. Nice little draw that
Very
he.
effective.
Oh, nice
Very
little.
effective. He was hitting a few pitches that I was watching him hit, and each shot was similar quality. Each of the shots, and that repeatability really goes to to show a lot about the player. Looking at him hitting even iron shots, he was hitting a few 8 irons and 7 irons in at practice, almost the same kind of shot
Oh,
over and over again.
unfortunately misses his birdie try.
SSP of three-time winner on the European Tour. Cleaning up there for a par on hole number 13. That's Abhinav Lohan spending some time in the woods on hole number 18 on the left side, while Viraj Madappa and Ranjit Singh are walking up to the green. I think Abhinav Lohan seems to be waiting for a ruling at this moment, as the referee must be finding his way back onto this hole.
So you have a look at hole number 18, Ranjit Singh waiting for his co-players to come up to the green. Viraj Marappa there in the foreground. This part is all of 40 feet. Uphill, first moving from the left to right, then in the end, turning back a little to the players left. So a double breaker. Oh, almost making it there. Good effort by Viraj.
A little bit of work left for him to save par,
A
almost
slight,
4 to 5 feet away.
a slight inundations there as well. So it'll be a tough putt coming back.
Of Ranjit Singh, the veteran golfer from Chandigarh. He's been on the tour for many years now, going around the country playing each and every tournament.
1 under par for the day and 6 under for the tournament. So Ranjit having a pretty good week so far. Will this be the cherry on top? This birdie on the 18th hole.
How's he playing?
Both caddy and player dressed in blue.
Very steady ball striker. Still using the old ping little putter. Just missing the hole there. Should finish his campaign for the day at 6 under in total and 1 under for the day. So far, one of the best rounds on this board in the clubhouse is Suni Charasia, now at a total of 11 under par. We also have Om Prakash Chauhan and Rashid Khan with identical rounds of 6 under par, and both at a total now of 8 under par. Another stellar round has been put up on the board by Chikkarangappa S at 7 under for the day, and it has taken him to 6 under for the tournament.
And
There are
mind
some
you,
of the notable scores of the day, and of course, the leader is at 10 under for the day, and his total is at 16 under. He's followed closely by the Olympian Udayan Mane at 15 under, and the European Tour player Gaganjit Bhullar at 13 under par.
it's a very interesting battle on top of the leaderboard. I think uh, all the way up till tied ninth, 12 players within 7 shots of the lead. And I think any one of these players could win tomorrow. I
Absolutely.
think this golf course has shown that there are low numbers to be had. 8, 9, even 10 under par can be shot here. Shubhankar might actually end up shooting even a deeper round, but say realistically speaking, 8 or 9 under pars are in the offing. So any one of those players who are at 9 under par could be looking at his chance of victory. Now, what you have a look at is a player who's allowed to repair the abnormal inundations on the green. Now, the new rule change by the USGA allows that a player can actually use his putter and repair abnormalities on the green. This putt would move a little from Viraj's left to right. Speed would be a very important component here on this putt.
The players seem to be waiting for Abhinav Lohan, who is taking a ruling on the left side of the 18th fairway. He is stuck between some trees. Well, Viraj Madappa has decided to go and putt first. Viraj Madappa running that putt by the hole. It's very difficult to judge it when you have these inundations on the way to the hole, especially on a shorter putt. A ball can tend to just hit one of those and sort of just about move off the line. At the end of the day, these are all lines on a string.
Exactly. So Viraj would drop a shot and finish level par for the day, 5 under for the tournament. Would definitely not be happy with that, and we'll come back and fight it out again tomorrow. Settle his score with the golf course, so as to speak. We're seeing as the wind has settled down, the drives are coming further down the fairway. We were seeing earlier in the afternoon the players were about 50 yards short of where Abhinav is playing from. Although Abhinav has chipped out, I think, from the trees.
Not sure if he has had to take a penalty drop or has that been a free drop for him in the rough. He's definitely chipped it out back into the fairway.
An abbreviated follow through that shows that he wants to hit the ball low. And the reason why a player would do that from 100 yards is so that he's able to control the spin and the flight. He's very good with the shots from 100 yards out, is Abhinav. Good effort there.
Needs to make that putt for either a par or a bogey.
There you can see in the foreground Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021. That is where we are at, live from our channel, Wow Cricket. So, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, VAR Cricket brings you the latest of all cricket in and around the world as well as India. But in addition, VAR Cricket is also the partner of the PGT of India, the Professional Golf Tour of India. And for the first time in the game's history in India, has golf been covered live. And that's a historic moment. And the players and the fans and everybody else associated with that is making the most of it. And so should you. So always tune in to VAR Cricket. And the best news is there's a free to watch channel. So you can head over to their social media channel on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and just follow the game and share it with your friends.
Well, Abhinav Lohan has now made his way up onto the green. He is also having a decent showing. He is currently at 4 under for the tournament through 15 holes and a total of 9 under for the tournament. 4 under for the day and 9 under for the tournament. We will update you whether he made a par or bogey after they submit the scorecard. So looking back at the top of the leaderboard, we still have Udayan Mane trailing Shubhankar Sharma by one shot. Abhinav Lohan would miss that putt and most likely would be able to save bogey unless and until he was given a penalty drop inside the rough. As we move now into the last bit of the action for the day, the next few groups coming in would be uh, with the leading pack of Shubhankar Sharma now coming on to the 18th hole right after this.
Look for Shubhankar to make a birdie on the last hole. Currently at 10 under par for the day and 16 under par for the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. He was 9 under par for the first nine holes today, and that's just the first time that has happened. So it must be a record of sorts. What a fantastic player this young man is. And followed closely by Udayan Mane at 15 under par, Gaganjeet Bhullar at 13 under par, and Veer Alawat at 12 under par, tied alongside SSP Chaurasia at 12 under par, and followed closely by his nephew, Sunit Chaurasia at 11 under par. So obviously, phenomenal golf runs in the genes. So the Chaurasia household is producing champions, and Karan Pratap Singh at 11 under par. There you have it, the latest leaderboard. Some of the other Noteworthy mentions is Trishul Chinnappa at 6 under par for the day and 7 under for the tournament. Om Prakash Chauhan as well as Rashid Khan both shooting identical 6 under par rounds and 8 under for the tournament. So a lot of low numbers going all around. One thing that has changed is the players are shooting a lot more lower numbers, actually shooting the lights out. Even Chika Rangappa, who's currently second on the order of merit, has shot a 7 under par today. And ladies and gentlemen, these kind of scores are not easy, believe you me. I'm sure that anybody who plays golf can understand the immense difficulty involved. The players are playing from the back tees, and they're facing the brunt of the conditions, the high winds, the treacherous greens, but yet they're able to master them and come atop and shoot these kind of scores. And that's why we are live here at the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021, presented by Tata Steel and in association with VAR Cricket, where we are live at this moment of time. And what you're seeing on your screens is hole number 18. Mukesh Kumar there, level par for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Mukesh playing alongside Muniyappa, who's just hit a shot, and Shubhankar Sharma. Oh, what a brilliant shot there by Chinnaswamy Muniappa, the Indian Open champion, showcasing his pedigree. Shubhankar would like to pick a leaf out of his book. Let's see what Mukesh can do. This will be a flag that Mukesh would really like to go at because it favors his left right movement. Another brilliant shot. These guys are definitely saving the best for last, ladies and gentlemen, just for you, for our viewers. You're being able to witness such top quality golf, and let's see what Shubhankar can do. It will be really nice to see him make a birdie and move to 11 under par. This golf course halted his progress. He was at 9 under after 9 and has only been able to move up to 10 under par because it is quite difficult to make birdies here at Beldih Golf Club. Maybe there's a twist in the tail. What about holding this one out for a 60? A record breaking 12 under par. Let's see. Let's hope for this to go in the hole. In golf, sometimes facts are stranger than fiction, and maybe that will be the case this time. Not at all. A very disappointing shot by him, and will do well from there just to make his par.
As the patrons have come out to support the players at Tata Nagar.
Run out of steam has Shubhankar somehow on this nine. It feels.
I think that it's just a very different kind of a track on this back nine for the tournament. The other course, which is the front nine, is more inviting. Gives you more opportunities to attack flags. But this golf course, it does not give you those kind of opportunities. So the player could be playing, as good as earlier, but could actually we end up feeling that because you're coming off a 9 under par on the front nine of the round, you might actually feel like you're playing 4-5 over on this nine.
I think also the fact that they've had to take that car ride between golf courses that kind of kills the momentum a little bit. I feel because when you're on a roll, the last thing you want is to wait and think about things and maybe cool down a little bit. So that that Midas touch that kind of goes away maybe a little bit because his iron shots are not as accurate here. Now this shot was all of maybe 110, 120, maybe 125 yards, but that's not up to mark for him at all.
Nonetheless, he shot 9 under on the front nine, so it still keeps him atop the leaderboard as of now. So I don't think there's any damage done over there. And Shubhankar has another day to go, and most likely could even capitalize on that even better. Uh, the Beldih course is much tougher with the stamp-sized greens, crap grass on the fairways and around the greens is quite difficult. So sometimes on the Beldih course, just par to 2 under, 3 under maximum is a pretty good round on that nine hole. All the players clearing out the inundations that they have between the ball and the hole, as it seems like the back of the hole seems to have a few more than the front part.
Nyapa has done well so far. 1 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament, and a brilliant shot by him here. Again, that downhill putt left to right, all of maybe 8 to 9 feet. So look for him to make that. And Shubhankar here with almost a 40 footer going the entire length of the green almost. So he'll have his work cut out to gauge the speed and get it to a comfortable distance. Just tap in for your 10 under par, and that'll be all in a brilliant day's work.
Legendary Mukesh Kumar playing to even par for the day and 6 under par for the tournament, playing alongside Shubhankar and Muniappa.
We have some of the patrons who have ventured out, and that's a good thing. They're supporting golf and sport. How golf is different for viewers is that normally you play a sport, you watch cricket or football or hockey, you actually just seated in one place. Golf is very different because you're having to walk around. So I think there's also an added health benefit. If you just go watch a golf tournament, you can end up walking 5 to 6 kilometers if you want to follow the best players and walk with them and gauge their progress. So you could do that, or you could just stay at one hole where the leaders come through, and then you're able to watch that. So the choice is definitely up to you as to what you will watch, and that's the great thing about the game.
A bunch of things that I like to do as a kid when I used to watch tournaments was I would go up to the driving range at a pro event and actually watch players practicing. I used to like to look at what are the things that they would work on. How would they be practicing to prepare themselves for a tournament?
Let's see what Shivanka can do here. Will he make amends for that below par kind of a shot that he hit from there?
Below par, he's plenty below par for the day.
Yes. That's a brilliant putt by him. So he will do well. 10 under par is a fantastic round by him. All in a day's work for the young lad.
Let's see the update, which we will get pretty soon. He might have made birdies on either the 16th, 17th, or 18th. But as of now, we can tell you that through 15 holes, Shubhankar Sharma is at 10 under for the day and 16 under for the tournament.
He looks a little disappointed, and that's the first time I'm seeing a man who has shot maybe 10 under or more and disappointed. And that tells you that the standard of golf that these players are expecting from themselves. And the chasing pack is strong. It's not that Shibanka shot 10 or 11 under par and he's just run away with it. He's just with a minor one shot lead at this point in time. And Odin is still on the golf course.
So then just one hole behind him.
Now we have Chinnaswamy Muniappa. Oh, painful. Special relationship between the caddy and the player. It's so important. It's often pivotal.
Always.
And in the heat of battle, that could be what is the determining factor between you winning a tournament or not. The caddy is able to keep you even keeled, give you the right kind of advice at the right time, make the good call selections in terms of club selections and so on and so forth. And it's so important. The caddy is a very important part. He's an integral cog in the whole system. Here we have Mukesh Kumar. Oh, missing that Mukku, as he's called by his friends, is that putt. Very unlike him.
Kesh Kumar, Shubhankar Sharma, and Chinnaswamy Muniappa would be finishing that round with the current leader in the clubhouse would be Shubhankar Sharma. Mukesh Kumar, of course, is down below at 6 under par for the tournament, and C. Muniappa is at 8 under par for the tournament.
A
Apologies,
nice,
7 under par for the tournament.
nice fans showing up. Connoisseurs of the game of golf. That's very nice. They all want to see Shubhankar Sharma in the flesh.
We always get good crowds at Tata Nagar. Everyone is very fond of the game over here. Uh, so all of them come out and support the players, and enjoy watching and walking in the sun. The perfect weather to be out there. While we also have the patrons looking at the leaderboard very intently, while the camera is wondering where to pan to. Allah Raji, one of the PGTI staff who goes tournament to tournament, recently learned that Allah Razi has spent about 14 years on the PGTI so far. I think that completed only about a week or two ago. Shubhankar Sharma and Udayan Mane. Looks like there is a little bit of a change on the top of the leaderboard. We will wait for the scorecards to be submitted before we can confirm so. I think the final day of this tournament is going to be extremely interesting. It's, you know, there, there are 11 players within 7 shots off the lead, and looking at how Shubhankar started his front nine today, it is going into the final day.
I think what's shown to us here is it's going to be very important how a player plays at Golmuri because that's going to be the defining factor. If he's going to get off to a good hot start, then you can expect him to have a very deep round because the player is able to separate himself. Maybe on the third day, it didn't matter so much that Shubhankar started.
You have to get in about, I would say, 4 to 5 under par at Golmuri to begin with, and keep it pretty steady on Beldih to be able to climb that leaderboard.
But
As players started coming into Beldih, you started seeing a lot of plateauing of the scores. When they were all at Golmuri, you were seeing all the scores jumping up and down. Someone at 5 under, someone at 6 under, and Beldih really started plateauing it out for us. So Beldih is definitely the tougher stretch, and we will have to. Players have to catch up a few shots over here. Shubhankar Sharma has finished his round at 9 under par, so all he bought from Golmuri is all he's taking home. Uh, the Beldih Golf Club has really not given him much today, so he will finish at 15 under par, currently tied with Udayan Mane, although Shubhankar Sharma currently is our leader in the clubhouse.
yes, absolutely. I think Beldie did. He could have done a lot more, and it seems.
Talking about running out of gas, we are now with the group of Yashash Chandra from Mysore playing alongside Sudhir Sharma and Badal Hussain from Bangladesh. A lot of players finding themselves a little bit in the left rough. The only problem from that position, I think, is whether it's going to be a jumper or not.
Back to Sudhir on the 18th hole. Waiting for his co-players. Sudhir currently at 3 over for the day and 3 under for the tournament. So obviously not trending in the right direction. Really losing a lot of spots. He's dropped 26 spots. Was in eighth position, and now he finds himself a lot down in the pecking order. So we'd like to end in style and make a birdie here at the Tata Steel PGTI Tour Championship 2021.
It's not a good start that he's had. He'd had a pretty decent start actually. Started par birdie birdie on the first half in Golmuri, but afterwards he started to drop off shots quite a bit. He got three shots in Golmuri, and another three shots have been dropped here at Beldih, which is
He looks a little dejected, and I think when things start to come undone, everything sort of unravels, and that's what it seems is happening to him. I mean, it should make par, but I think that's something that a player has to guard against. It's not so easy always that you keep your body language up and still keep attacking the golf course on the 18th hole. When the backline is not going your way, you tend to lose focus. Get a little dejected, and I think the errors keep getting compounded, and that's why you see that when a bad round starts, it normally it goes south pretty quick.
really speaking, Beldie is the kind of golf course where if you start tumbling downward, it could really start taking you downward because of the stamp size greens and the way the golf course is designed. One mistake could just lead you to keep making one after the other, unless and until you can really focus back and be like, okay, fine, this golf course is not really going to give me shots back. Let me just play the way this demands it.
That takes me back to one of the lessons that I received when I started golf from that Australian coach, Kel Llewellyn. He had
Right.
come down here, and obviously he was a very effervescent sort of personality. He used to a gregarious guy, great stories, and not all of them can be repeated on air. But one thing that I remember, like an adage which always kind of stuck with me, he was like, in his Australian accent, he's like, if you're dropping a lot of shots, make sure that you keep your head on your shoulders, because in golf, no matter how bad it gets, it can always continue to get worse. So that is something that I would tell each professional or even a fun golfer, that if you find yourself on the 10th or 11th hole and it's just not going your way, that is the time that you really need to stick it in, because otherwise that round could just go out of control, and you could balloon with a very high score, because golf is a lot about focus and sort of staying in the moment and controlling your body and your emotions.
Yeah, when things start going south, usually the human instinct would be to try to push harder to save those shots. But on a golf course like a Beldie or maybe like even a Delhi Golf Club, that scores, it usually just works the other way around.
I've come to feel that when we talk about this game, there's so many things to the game. It's so complicated and yet so simple. That's the that's the confusion about this game. It's almost like a catch 22 at times. Like, what do you attack it? When do you go easy? And I think those are things that you kind of learn, because it's an individual sport. It's not a team sport. I think that's one of the defining characteristics, is that it's so different from another team sport, because if your team wins, it doesn't quite matter how you play. But in golf, there is really no hiding space. You don't have to win all the time, but you have to try and do the best that you can. So it's very different in that aspect, and you have to manage your expectations, temper your own game, and sort of live with the results of how you've prepared. There's not many people you can blame in golf apart from yourself. Sudhir here with his unlikely birdie chance, doing pretty well there. Should make his four.
Yashas Chandra from Mysore getting ready to attempt for his birdie putt on the 18th hole. Yashas Chandra playing to -1 today and a total of 7 under par for the tournament. Solid putt by Yashas Chandra, wasn't to be. Well, clean up for a par. Well, we're going to go down now to Badal Hussain and Sudhir Sharma. It's one of the longer rounds in golf because the players are spending a lot of time traveling between the two nines. Badal Hussain from Bangladesh, currently at a score of +2 for the day and -4 for the tournament. That would be Badal's attempt at birdie on hole number 18. Just not to be today. Badal Hussain would finish his round at 2 over par and -4 for the tournament. Let's have a look at Badal's scorecard with 2 birdies and 2 bogeys in Golmuri, a double bogey on Beldih, which took his score to 2 over par. Badal Hussain also been playing pretty steady golf over here on the PGTI. He's one of the better players in Bangladesh, playing the Bangladesh local tour as well as on the PGTI. While the camera pans out now towards Sudhir Sharma from Greater Noida. Sudhir Sharma at 3 over par for the day and 3 under for the tournament. It's a little bit of work left for him on the course. That would save him a par on the 18th hole, would keep him at that score of 3 under par. And Sudhir Sharma would have his work cut out for the final day to jump up a few spots if he can on the leaderboard as well as on the order of merit. Currently, Sudhir Sharma is placed at 51st position on the order of merit. So a good finish will definitely help him propel a little bit up. One of the notable names which we haven't seen this week from the top 60 is Ajitesh Sandhu. I think he must be playing.
I think he might be playing on the Japanese tour where he also plies his trade. Well, the good thing about Indian golfers is that they're playing all over the world. The PGTI being one of the strongest domestic tours the world over, maybe only rivaled by a few others in Korea and so on and so forth. That's why you're seeing international players flock to our country and play this tour. Unfortunately, due to the COVID situation, the participation from a lot of overseas countries has been limited. So we're seeing only participation from our immediate neighbors, but otherwise, let me tell you, we've seen players for the qualifying school who've come from South Africa, America, Australia, all over the world, even America, in fact. So, look for that to hopefully continue this time. And, it's been a tough 2 years for sports in general, not just Indian golf. I think due to the COVID situation, and that's travel has become so much more difficult and unpredictable that has resulted in a lot of international participation sort of decreasing. But lucky for us, we still have our international Indian stars here in attendance, as well as a lot of Sri Lankan, Bangladesh players who are household names as well in Asia.
I think the Asian Tour has been suffering so much. They've almost not been doing any tournaments for the last 2 years. They've just recently started about a month
Exactly.
ago. So the PGTI has done exceedingly well in putting up a calendar for the players and putting up a nice prize purse. And it's great show being put up by the players as well. There's if you're watching this tournament, you know that this is A grade golf happening over here.
Yeah, definitely. Spare a thought for the players who play on the Asian Tour. It's their, their bread and butter, and they've not been able to play. And not just losing out on prize money, they also lose out to world ranking points because they have their competitors on the US Tour, the Canadian Tour, the European Tour, who did continue to play even amidst the pandemic, and obviously they lost out a lot of world ranking points. And in fact, that's one of the things that Rashid sort of went through. He was ranked pretty high, but kind of lost points in the year that he couldn't play. So a lot of these players are really geared up and look forward to playing on the Asian Tour. That's why he's seeing in the last 2 weeks the tournaments that were played. Indians really performed well. There were so many players. I think almost over 10 players who made cut in one tournament.
Right. Kshitij Navid call finding himself on the dance floor, but a little bit of work to do there. 30 feet away for birdie on the 18th hole. Kshitij Navid call is at 5 under par for the day and 11 under par for the tournament. So playing very, very steady golf. He's capitalizing on his form, which he showed us at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club.
We have in our views Honey, Best Soya.
Honey Beswaya at 2 under par for the tournament, 2 under par for the day, and 8 under par for the tournament. Honey, of course, tournament winner.
Big drive by Honey. That's another good shot, leaving himself 15 feet for birdie.
That's a nice angle to come into this hole from.
The tour championship is so important for all of the players, not just the top players, even the others to get into, because it promises them a guaranteed paycheck. I remember the feeling of playing this tournament was very nice and relaxed. I played mine almost good 10 years ago at the DGC. And otherwise you'd always be thinking I'll have to play well in the first 2 days and so on and so forth. But you can really sort of freewheel and sort of experiment with your game and see how you will play. And going back to your point earlier that you said that the international players like Gaganjit Bhullar can actually experiment and see that how good can they perform. And there are not many tournaments that happen the world over which don't have a cut. So there is a definite feeling of ease when you land up in a tournament where there is no cut, no matter what is the level of your golf. Even Tiger Woods ends up missing cuts. So that is a big difference, definitely.
I couldn't agree more with you, Shaurya. Although I would say that the players who have made it to this tournament have actually earned the right to play in this tournament. Through the year they have stuck around. They played tournament after tournament, made cuts, finished well, shot good numbers. That is what earns them a spot into this tournament. So it's not like a player just gets here on his own. He has to perform through the year to be able to make it to this final round.
Yeah, that's the luxury that they work for the whole year, and obviously the invites and the international exemptions, they go without saying. Players like Gaganjit Bhullar could, he's got many invites for the PGA Tour as well. So I'm really excited for what's in store for our golfers. And I spoke about it previously in our telecast as well to you that our Indian golfers are really going to do well. And just two events, and you saw Shubhankar have a top three. You saw a lot of Indian Veer finish a top 10. So many players making cut. It's not just about one odd player winning a tournament or having a top three. Now you see the Indian contingent when it travels overseas, a lot of them make cut, and that's what is really heartening. And you're going to see a lot more of that. And mind you, these players are going to achieve things far beyond what have been achieved, with all due respect to our legends who've done so well. But I feel that they've been able to learn from that. And even in the tender age, Gaganjit Bhullar already has more than 10 victories under his belt on the Asian Tour.
Terrific putt there by Shamim Khan attempting for birdie, but that wasn't a putt to be. It takes me back to the time when I played a round in Jamshedpur at the Golmuri Club with Shamim Khan. In the third round, me and Veer Alawat and Shamim Khan playing together. And, Veer is a long hitter, so he hit about 300, 310 yards. Uh, Veer would hit about 300, 310 yards. We both started the third round at 10 under par for 2 days, and Shamim was at 9 under par for 2 days. So all three of us were playing together. I was at about 280, 285 yards off the tee box. So, me and Veer would be, I'd have about a 20, 25 yard gap between my drive and his. And then Shamim would be like at about 230, 240 yards with the driver, almost looking like Veer would have to almost make an STD call to Shamim Khan if you wanted a penalty drop, if you wanted a free drop or something. But the funny part is not actually that. And I was making a joke out of the length part. But the funny part is that at the end of that day, Shamim Khan was at 13 under par, and me and Veer stayed at 10 under par.
So that's what they say: drive for show, putt for Joe. So obviously he had his putting in control.
Honey Besoya coming up for that birdie putt with his nice approach shot, leaving himself pin high to that 18th hole. Honey Besoya playing with a Titleist 3 ball today, as the camera tells us. Would miss that putt for birdie. But a good attempt, I'd say. It's not the easiest thing to reach some of these greens. That would keep Honey Besoya at 2 under par for the day and 8 under par for the tournament. Trishul Chinappa has had a stellar showing with a 6 under on his scorecard for the day and 7 under in total on the leaderboard. That has taken him 18 positions up to tied 17th position. A good showing. Best round of the day so far has been Shubhankar Sharma, and I think that will stay like that. With Sunil Chaurasia with the second best round of 8 under par for the day. Shubhankar Sharma with the best round of the day at 9 under, and the third best round of the day would go to Chikka Rangabas at 7 under par. Shamim Khan, for the field player that he is and the easy way he goes about his business, I'm sure he's quite baffled by what Kshitij Naved Kaul is up to there with his putting and his hitting. Shamim looks like a nonchalant and easygoing person on the golf course, just stand on the ball and just hit it. And while Kshitij Naved Kaul is kind of like a puzzle, you're like wondering what he's doing. He's like a scientist out there.
I think Shamim has seen it all. He'll be unfazed by that. He just goes about his own thing and, just sort of walks in the park and plays golf. And that's, it looks like golf has, golf, competitive golf, a lot of players face pressure while playing. And I think Shamim, if he does face any, he doesn't let us know about it.
Absolutely, he's an easygoing personality. He must be feeling a little bit of pressure, but he has found his way of dealing with it and almost makes it looks like he doesn't care too much about it.
I think that's the best way to play golf or actually do anything successfully in life is that you can't get too attached to the outcome. And that's the
Sure.
mistake that we end up doing. I know we get a little philosophical here. Obviously, it's a long, continuous day for us. And, that actually helps us. And I've realized that over time that if you think too much about the outcome, what you actually put into it, the effort or preparation actually, some diminishes. I think one cannot always think about the outcome. And golf is so true because we always get so married to the outcome that what's the score, what do we shoot. It's not really that. If you enjoy the round, if you sort of just follow your process, the rest, what you will get is according to your ability and preparation.
I think if we are constantly stuck in the outcome part of the game, it's always very difficult to actually do the performance part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you have to enjoy the hours that you're there for. You have to enjoy each shot and what is the process and where you are playing. Because if you just keep thinking about the outcome, you kind of get lost in translation almost, so as to speak. So it's important. And now we'll talk about lost in translation. Shubhankar Sharma's brilliant round was somehow derailed here, and lost in translation at the Beldih Golf Club. He was 9 under through 9 holes, and that's how it his round. And he's tied with Udyan Mane at 15 under par. But nevertheless, shooting a brilliant round of 9 under par did Shubhankar Sharma. Now live at the 18th hole.
Angad Chima on the screen is in the fairway, and Gaganjit Bhullar is in the left rough. Seems to be quite a favored place for a lot of players today.
I think that's a good place to be, especially with the flag on the right. I think the left rough is quite a nice place to be in, actually.
Angad Chima from the fairway on the 18th. It's like he's hit a controlled swing.
That's a good shot by him. Angachima had 1 over for the day, 7 under for the tournament. Would want to make birdie here.
Chima got off to a pretty solid start, and doesn't seem like the things have gone according to his way.
Veer Alawat, a very long hitter. Angad Chima himself hits the ball quite long, and Veer is even good 10 paces by him.
Chima started with 3 birdies in the first 4 holes in Golmuri Club and dropped 2 shots later to finish the front nine at 1 under par. And in the back nine here at Beldih, he has actually dropped 2 shots, which is what has taken his total to an over par number. So he couldn't capitalize on that good start that he had. Let's look at Veer Alawat now, who is at 4 under par for the day and 13 under for the tournament. Veer, of course, had got off to a very stellar start, but has made a couple of bogeys coming in later on 7th, 8th, and 11th holes. Other than that, he's made an eagle as well on the 4th hole, which is a par 4.
A brilliant shot by him. Saving the best for last is Veer. Need to make that birdie to move to 14 under par. I think it's important. These players would want to move to the final leader group. At this point in time, it looks like Shubhankar Sharma, Udyan Mane, and Veer Alawat, in fact, because the best round actually joins the leader group. So I think he should be fine. He will be playing in the leader group tomorrow alongside those two. Back here on the 18th, we have Gaganjit Bhullar. Very good putter he's been. He's one of the few players who's a great ball striker and also a very good short game, and but a very all round, a very well-rounded game he has. Misread that one. Going a little too aggressive with that one here. Has a 4-footer coming back right to left. Will need to make that for par. Now what he's doing is placing the marker on the other side so that his co-player does not get disturbed by the marker. On the Chima here.
Shima has been knocking on the door pretty often these days, but not been able to close the door on it.
Yeah, he's been there, there and thereabouts, but obviously it's so tough to win these days because there's so many good golfers. I think it's almost sometimes like a, roll of the dice who's going to win. So you can't look too much into it. As long as you're there and thereabouts in the top 10, top 5, I think that's good enough, and your scores are deep enough. Then you should just maybe move off to the international tours and try and see your luck there. A victory is not just everything in golf. As long as they're consistently good and they can perform at a high level, they should just move on to international tours.
I agree with you. You think if Veer Rawat can win this tournament, what would that do to the order of merit? Because Veer Rawat is at 31 lakh 70,000 rupees.
So you move up to 53 lakh, maybe 54 lakh totally. And I
Probably
think with,
would finish one or two, right? That number.
no, I mean, yeah, if you were to win that tournament, then you would move up to about 54 lakh. But the idea is that obviously he'll be clear of Karandeep Kochar, but Chika Rangappa, there's
Chika
all,
needs another stellar round to be able
yeah, because
to
if,
finish with good money on that tournament board.
yeah, I think if Veer wins it, Veer, Udyan, whoever wins the tournament, I think will win the order of merit if irrespective of what Chikka Rangappa does, unless Chikka can finish second, because there's a precipitous drop in prize money after the first two positions.
Right. Colin Joshi isn't really finding form this week. But other than that, if we look at the leaderboard, I think uh, Veer Lawat has a good shot actually at finishing top three for sure. With the scoring that he's putting up on the board, Udayan Mane, of course, has a good chance of finishing atop this order of merit. I think these are the two contenders that we would be looking at right now. I think the fight is really between these three people: Karandeep Kochar, Chikkarangappa S, Udayan Mane, and the fourth one actually is Veera Lawat. All of these players would be gunning for the title
Good
of
putt
being
by
the Order of
Gagandeep
Merit
Bhullar there,
champion.
cleaning up for his par.
There's actually not only a fight to win this title tomorrow and the prize money of 22.5 lakhs, but also among these four people will be the fight for the Order of Merit. It's actually going to go neck to neck.
Absolutely. There's a lot to play for tomorrow.
So, for all of you who have just tuned in, we are at the Tata Steel PGTI Tour Championship held at Jamshedpur. The title sponsor of this tournament, of course, is Tata Steel. The tournament is iconic as being the Tour Championship. Only the top 60 players of the country get to play the tournament, plus a few sponsor exemptions and international golfers come in. We have a total field of 74 players this week. Also, the another iconic part about this tournament is that it is played over two golf courses. So players start their front nine at the golf course Golmuri Golf Club at Jamshedpur. They play 9 holes over there, and then they travel for about 20 minutes to play their back nine at the Beldih Golf Course in Tatanagar. So all in all, two different characters of the golf course. The Golmuri Club offering a lot more birdie opportunities. The Beldih Club offering tabletop designed greens with crabgrass on the fairways, which makes it a very, very challenging golf course to be able to make birdies on. So, two different characters of a golf course coming together. to make one tournament. We have Shubhankar Sharma atop the leaderboard at 15 under par, tied alongside the Olympian Udayan Mane. Shubhankar Sharma, of course, finishing today's round with the best round of the day at 9 under. Mind you, he was 9 under only for 9 holes today. And Suri Chaurasia with another good round of the day today at -8 with a total of -11 on that leaderboard. We also have another Olympian and three-time European Tour champion, SSP Chaurasia, at 13 under par, and Gaganjeet Bhullar also at 13 under par, who is a European Tour winner and an Asian Tour winner. All of these players are fighting this week for, of course, the title of being the winners of the Tour Championship. But not only that, there are players here who are fighting to win the Order of Merit crown of the PGTI's 2021 season.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us while we wait for the final group to come onto the 18th hole. You can see on your screen the latest leaderboard We're just waiting for the final group, which is struggling with some ruling on the 17th hole. So while we wait, we can have a look at the leaderboard. And for the latest scores, please head over to our website www.pgtofindia.com, and there you'll have all the statistics of who's leading the race to be the order of merit champion, as well as the latest scores, the biography of players, and there's just a wealth of information there. So maybe you could head on there and also have a look at that. And while at the same time, make sure you don't leave us here.
While our leader group now comes on to the 18th hole, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking by and waiting for them to show up on this hole. We have Udyan Mane, the Olympian, leading the way. He is at 15 under par, tied alongside Shubhankar Sharma, our leader in the clubhouse. Of course, Udyan is playing alongside his fellow Olympian SSP Chaurasia and Karan Pratap Singh. Karan Pratap Singh is at even par for the day with a total of 11 under par, and Udayan Mane is at 15 under, tied for the lead, and SSP Chaurasia is at -1 for the day and 13 under for the tournament. A lot of players seem to be favoring that left side of the fairway. I also feel that it is a pretty good place to actually place yourself because the approach angle towards the flag becomes much easier. Karan Pratap Singh, unfortunately, has been having a little bit of an up and down sort of a round. Started with a bogey, made an eagle on the fourth, ended up with a bogey on 5, 10, and 15th hole, and a sole birdie on hole number 12 to be one over for the day. We are looking at SSP Chaurasia, three-time European Tour champion, and also a winner at Jamshedpur in the past. A stellar shot there for SSP. The ball would release a little bit past the hole, leaving him about 18 to 20 feet for birdie.
Udayan Mane from the fairway. Udayan Mane leaving himself about 20 feet or so uphill attempt at birdie on the 18th. That would be determining factor whether he stays tied for the lead or whether he actually moves into solo lead. Karan Pratap Singh coming off the rough. Smooth swing for Karan Pratap comes from the Aravali Golf Club in Faridabad. Turned professional in 2019. He's all of 21 years of age, having a nice showing at his first year, second year on the PGTI. It's a good place to be. We're playing alongside some of the top players of the country and some of the best international players from India, Udayan Mane and SSP Chaurasia. What a great experience for the young lad.
And he's really held his own. He's playing decently well today. He's been level par for the day and 11 under for the tournament. So he's definitely still in the running.
Pretty good shot for Karan Pratap Singh, given himself a nice look at birdie from that position on the left side of the fairway on the 18th hole. It seems like that angle coming in actually did help him. Karan Pratap Singh made a top 10 at the Gujarat Open earlier this year. Also had another top 10 finish at the Pune Open Golf Championship just last week, with two top 10 finishes for him in this season. Udayan Mane putting for birdie on the last hole to take solo lead going into the final round of the PGTI Players Championship presented to you by Tata Steel and our associate partners Incredible India. Udayan Mane would miss that and settle for par, be tight for the lead with Shubhankar Sharma at 15 under par. Udayan Mane would finish his round at a total of 5 under for the day and 15 under for the tournament.
There we have SSP Chaurasia. SSP Chaurasia at 1 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament. So has gained a shot at least. Not having the best of days, but still able to keep it together.
Fondly called Chowda by his friends. And all the junior golfers, all the people who look up to him, called Chowda.
Yes, of course.
Finishing up Udayan Mane.
That means Chow, elder brother. And we used to call him TATA. Now SSP surveying his birdie putt.
That putt should get him one shot closer to the leaders. He's currently 2 shots shy. That would leave him only 1 shot shy coming into the final day.
A lot of viewers here, and that's very heartening to watch. Small galleries, but nevertheless, galleries they are. SSP using the conventional putter, very narrow stance.
He gave it a go, but that's going to keep him at 13 under par for the tournament. So have a look at SSP's scorecard today with 3 bogeys and 3 birdies on the front nine in Golmuri, and the back nine, that is the Beldih nine, gave him 2 birdies and a bogey. That's the 1 under par score for him. Karan Pratap Singh now trying to finish up with a birdie to shoot at least a 1 under par and get up to 12 under for the tournament. Karan Pratap Singh, the 21-year-old from Faridabad, putting for birdie to finish one better on that leaderboard.
Let's see if he's able to finish in style. Looks in all the way. Oh, that was heartbreakingly close.
SSP Chaurasia now to save par on the final hole. Finish at 13 under par, just 2 shots away from the lead. That should not be a problem. It's always good to be in striking distance going into the final round.
He cleans up for his par.
Karan Pratap Singh for his par on the final hole. All 3 players in that leader group making par on the final hole. Ladies and gentlemen, this would conclude our coverage for PGTI Tata Steel Players Championship 2021. Our leaders at the penultimate day are Shubhankar Sharma and Udayan Mane, tied at 15 under par. We will look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning for the final round of this iconic tournament with a great fight for not only this title but also for the Order of Merit. Signing off, this is Rahul Bajaj, joined by Shaurya Singh.